Alrighty, give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. Let me go over to this one. This is the right one. This is the one that we're supposed to be on. So, hopefully you guys can hear me. This is Chief Forecaster Cameron and our Executive Director Rich, along with our Chaser Director Derek, along with our Chase Manager Jesse, and we have Chandler out there. As we talked about yesterday, we were going to have wall-to-wall coverage about what's going on at this point here. So I'm just going to wait for a few more people to come in. Give me just 1 second. Let me make sure we're good on our side. And we're going to go from there here. So just waiting for a few more people to come in. Hopefully you guys can hear us loud and clear. Rich, can you do a sound check real quick?
Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
Sounds good. So just waiting for a few more people at this point, and then like I said before, we're going to go over questions. We're going to go over, what's going on across the board at this current time here. Okay, so yeah, Devo, I'm gonna get your comment up real quickly here. Yeah, that's the number one thing. The instability has skyrocketed from earlier on. We talked about it this morning that the instability was going to make or play this game. And that's what we've got here, okay? So it looks like we've got a good amount of people in at this point. If y'all end up missing this live stream, you can always rewind it, and we're going to have it up on YouTube afterwards here, okay? So we're going to talk about what's going on current radar right now. So radar looks a little weird right now. You're coming in, you're trying to figure out what all these colors mean. You have your basic radar, you have all the warnings, and then you have what we call the storm fuel, the fuel needed for the thunderstorm activity to become severe. And you can see up here in northern Arkansas, you didn't quite recover just yet, but you have enough shear to make up for it. But in central and especially in southern Arkansas, your environment has definitely increased over the last couple of hours here, okay? So let's talk about this storm up here before we get into questions. We start talking about timing and all the other good stuff. Folks, you got to realize, like I said before, we covered the entire state of Arkansas. So we're going to get over the radar first, and then we'll start talking about timing. We'll start talking about everything at this point. I'm going to pull Sherry's comment up while I go over this because this is very important. You have to know your counties. You got to know where your cities are. Folks, if you don't know where you live, pull your phone out, do a quick Google search, and I promise you it's going to answer your question. So know where you live and know where you are on the map here at this point, okay? So severe thunderstorm warning for our folks up here in Benton County at this current time. It's going to go until 7 o'clock this evening. A severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles north of Kansas, Oklahoma, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Main threat's going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail with that storm. This is going to include the same areas that just got through dealing with severe weather last night. The Salem Springs area, Gentry, over towards West Salem Springs, over towards Springtown. That's going to be Natural Falls State Park. Also the Decatur area over there as well. So same areas that got impacted first thing this morning is where we got these storms ongoing at this current time. There's now a flash flood warning that goes until 10 o'clock. And then we have a tornado warning down here as well. And it's going to go until 6:45, and that's moving to the north and east here. So our folks in Benton County, we're going to watch the situation closely. But right now, it is just to your south and west at this point. To put a lot of minds at ease for those that are wondering, because we have a ton of people that are coming from central Arkansas at this point. Right now, there's nothing going on immediately in downtown Little Rock. There's nothing going on in central Arkansas at this moment. We're going to go over timing coming up here in just a little bit. All of the activity right now is in northeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Arkansas, and then you have some down here in southwestern Arkansas at this current time here. So nothing immediate going on in central Arkansas at this point. So, Rich, if you want to talk about the ongoing tornado watch that we have in place at this current time.
Oh, yeah. So we have a tornado watch that was issued, I would say probably, that would have been issued back on around 5:17 this afternoon. And this would go for Benton, Carroll, Crawford, Franklin, Madison, Sebastian, Washington, Logan, Hope, and Scott. I believe that's all of them.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. And I was going to say, we've had a lot of people ask about this potentially being extended into the state. I'm going to say right now it just depends. Like I said before, I love you guys. We love you guys here at Arkansas Weather Watchers, the followers and everything, but we do not control these watches. They come from the National Weather Service in Norman and Little Rock. We don't control them. When they put the watch out, we just tell you guys where it's at. They control where the watches and the warnings are going to be. We don't control that at all. So just keep that in mind here. So we have no idea if they're going to extend it or not. Based of the environment, I could see it going on at this point. But at this current time here, we'll have to watch and wait and see. Brandon, I'm going to tell you this right now at this point. We're going to get to you guys in Central Arkansas. We have that one storm in Little Rock at this point that is not warned. We're going to get you guys at Central Arkansas. Let me make this perfectly clear for every single person that's listening to this live stream. We are not Central Arkansas weather watchers. We are Arkansas weather watchers. Every single town in Arkansas means a lot to us, not just Central Arkansas. So keep that in mind. We cover the entire state of Arkansas. So we're not going to take anything away for our folks in Western and Northwestern Arkansas over something in Central that's not even warned at this point. You have that one storm that's in Little Rock right now that's just to the east of Little Rock. We're monitoring it at this point, but right now, our folks in Western and Northwestern Arkansas are under that tornado watch, and they need coverage just as bad as for our folks in Central Arkansas at this current time. I just want to make that clear for everybody that is tuning in at this point. We don't just cover Little Rock. We cover everybody. Everyone deserves the equal amount of coverage at this point. Okay, so let me see here. As I said before, let's go over to the current risk area at this current time, and this is what we've got. We have that level 2 that is in place, and you have that level 3 down there in southwestern Arkansas at this current time. We're going to watch it closely at this point. But this is going to be a overnight event. And like we mentioned before, this was the storms that came through this morning. Now we have our second round coming in at this current time here. So that's what we've got at this point. Rich, do you have anything you need to add real quick?
Yeah, I want to kind of go over what our capping is, because a lot of people have been asking, what's going on with our capping? What's going on with our capping? Well, actually, real quick, if you want to touch base on what happened with the recovery today, real quick, I'm going to pull that up.
Yeah, the recovery was just absolutely crazy. We, this morning we had the cloud cover and the showers, thunderstorms, and we told you guys first thing this morning that was really going to help out with the atmosphere. Well, unfortunately, we're in late April, early May, and the atmosphere just rapidly recovered this afternoon here. So we have these thunderstorms that are ongoing right now in western Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma, and those storms are going to move into Arkansas as we get later on into this evening and into the night here. So, Rich, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get to the risk areas coming up in a little bit. We have an overwhelming amount of people coming in asking about timing, so I think I'm just going to go ahead and just skip to that and get that up for you guys here. So one thing I want to stress to you guys too, patience, not only with just us, but our entire team. We're not going to tolerate you guys getting frustrated with us because we're not answering your questions immediately or anything like that. Patience is going to go a very, very long way with us here. So we're going to break down this timing. If you're just now tuning in, if you know anybody that needs the timing, this is the time right now. We're going to leave this up for a few minutes for those that are tuning in, but this is what we have at this point. Eastern Arkansas, pretty much right now till 1 o'clock in the morning is going to be the timing for those over there. For those in Central Arkansas, that is Conway, Cabot, Hot Springs Village, same areas that have been dealing with severe weather. A lot of people have that storm anxiety. This is coming in at 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning. Let me make this clear. At 10 p.m. to 3 o'clock in the morning. That is going to be the time frame for our folks in North Central, down into southwestern Arkansas. Let me make this clear. This is not going to be a tornado outbreak for us here in Arkansas. A few brief spin-ups could be possible along the line as it pushes to the east, but I'm going to make this clear. Just like it was Friday night, damaging winds and large hail will definitely be the number 2 threats that we will have to watch as we move into tonight. Do not ignore the damaging wind and hail threat just because it's not a red flashing polygon box on the map. So let me make that clear. If it's a severe thunderstorm warning tonight, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, you guys saw it. Little Rock, Jacksonville, Cabot, BB, you guys saw it the other night. Damaging winds can be just as bad as dealing with a tornado threat. So we're going to have to watch that. This is going to be a line of storms that's going to come out from western Arkansas, and it's going to move into central and into eastern Arkansas at this point. Let me make that clear. This is going to be a line of storms that's going to push through from western Arkansas into central and then into eastern Arkansas. find your zone, find where you live. If you don't know where you live, pull your phones out, do a quick Google search, won't take you 5 seconds, and then you're going to be good to go. So this is what's going to happen at this point. Damaging winds, large hail, and that isolated tornado threat here at this current time. Great comment. Seriously has several downed trees from the other night. That was straight line wind damage. That was 60 to 70 mile per hour winds that came through at this point. So like I said, don't prioritize tornado threat over damaging winds and large hail. So this is not going to be how it was back out there in Oklahoma or in Iowa, etc. This is going to be a damaging wind, large hail event. That isolated tornado threat is there. Obviously, we'll be here if there's a tornado warning, but this is not going to be a massive tornado or severe weather outbreak, but it doesn't take that. If you have a risk for severe weather, you need to treat it like you would with any other threat at this point here. So, what you got for us at this current time?
Yeah. So I just want to briefly mention that we are losing our capping strength in the northwestern part of the state, and so we'll be watching those storms as they kind of move in. We also have pretty much a large amount of instability, but it's mainly building up more in the western part of the state. And we do expect that to kind of move in through the overnight hours as things will start to calm down a little, but throughout the night, what are we looking at? 7 a.m. almost for a potential threat at this point?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so
at 7 a.m. is pushing it. There's some guidance that's wanting to drag this out to about 10, 11 o'clock in the morning here, which means we'd be dealing with this basically from now all night tonight and into the first part of your Monday morning here. So hopefully we get this out of here at 7 a.m., but we'll have to wait and see. Depends on how fast this system moves through. So I'm leaving a timing map up for you guys right now. A lot of people that are coming in that are needing the timing. This is what we have at this point. It's going to be for folks in western Arkansas and then central and into eastern Arkansas at this current time. Also, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the counties because a lot of people that are coming in trying to ask about, Boone County or, Madison County or something like that. This is the county map for tonight. So western Arkansas, pretty much from now all the way until 1 o'clock in the morning. And then for our folks in central Arkansas, that's Pulaski, Saline, Garland County, Hot Springs County, White County, Lone Oak County, etc. That's going to be from 10 p.m. over until 3 o'clock in the morning. And then for our folks in eastern Arkansas, it's going to be from 2 a.m. to 7 o'clock in the morning here. Sebastian County, to answer your question, that's going to be over there in zone 1, basically from right now all the way until 1 o'clock in the morning here. So, like I said before, find your county. If you don't know where your county is, it's a quick Google search. Type in, where's my county, and it'll pull it up for you. So find your county, find your zone. That's going to answer your your tornado questions along with your severe weather questions here in terms of when this is going to come through. So I've got the counties up. If you guys need that information for your specific area, this is the zone timing from zone 1, zone 2, and to zone 3 at this current time. Okay, so taking a look at a couple of things here. We have that current 2 tornado warnings out there in eastern Oklahoma. Right now, they're moving slow. That is moving. One of them is moving at 20 miles per hour. The other one's moving at about 25. So these storms are moving slow. So what's going to happen is they're going to congeal into a line, and then it's going to push eastward overnight. Rich, if you could take over for just a little bit, I could probably get some sort of Futurecast up to kind of look at some things.
Yeah, before you do that, check my sound levels because somebody mentioned that I needed to speak up and I'm talking directly at the microphone. So,
yeah. Oh, you're maxed out on my end. You're completely maxed out.
I am maxed out?
Yeah.
Okay, I did up my volume. So if I'm screaming at you while just talking, okay, everyone says they can hear me fine. Okay. Yeah, so basically what we've been watching is, as Cameron mentioned, we had a huge recovery, and what happened was that instability was able to quickly refresh itself back out, and we haven't had that for a while because when we were having severe weather earlier in last month, we wouldn't have that good recovery time because we weren't in our normal spring pattern. Well, now that we're actually spring is practically here for Arkansas, you're gonna have that quick refresh, that quick redraw of your instability, and we've got the outflow jet bringing up more instability as we speak right
Sure.
now, coming out of your southwest. So it's just definitely, playing a huge factor in the recovery time from a severe tornado outbreak in Oklahoma that moved through Arkansas that didn't produce a whole lot of. We got one tornado warning. Yeah, I think we got just one tornado warning last night.
Yeah, I was up there in Benton County. That was that one tornado warning. That was that. Yeah.
You were with me while you were over the road trying to get home from Oklahoma from that chase. Basically, we're just kind of going back into our spring, pattern, spring routine, and we've been experiencing a lot of busts, which busts are good. I don't care what anyone says, but busts are good. You don't want what happened out in Oklahoma. You don't want destruction.
I was gonna say it got so bad over there in Oklahoma coming back to Arkansas last night. We couldn't even get on I-40. They were telling people, to kind of reroute. We had to take 82. We had to go all the way down to the Red River to get on 82 just to come back into Arkansas last night here. So yeah, it was pretty bad last night dealing with all that here. So I'm gonna get a Futurecast up, just kind of looking at things going into tonight. I'm gonna tell you guys straightforward. This is going to be a line of storms that's going to push through the state. Keep in mind that things are going to vary. It's not a 100% look on what we're looking at tonight. I want to say the HR has been having its moments where it'll have it and then it'll go away and then it'll come back, etc. So, yeah, we just got a tornado watch. That's going to go for 2 a.m. down there in El Dorado. I wouldn't be surprised. They extended it, like I mentioned before. We don't control those watches here. Like, we don't. We're not that good, guys. We don't control those watches. That's the National Weather Service in Little Rock. You have a problem with what they put out, go take it up with them. We don't put those watches out. What we do is they tell us where the watches are. We put it on our graphics, and then we show you guys where the watches are. We don't control who creates those watches at this point. So I'm going to go over here. Whenever Derek gets to a solid point, by the way, I would like to hear from him because we've got him setting up across western Arkansas for tonight. This is a look at Futurecast data here, and what I want to stress to you guys, because a lot of people are coming in that are asking about the colors, don't skim everything, okay? If you can't see it, you may have to zoom in and stuff like that, but we have all of our stuff labeled. Don't just skim something, look at it for 5 seconds, and then ask, what it is. Make sure that you're actually reading our graphics, you're reading everything. Don't skim it for 5 seconds because you will miss that information. Okay, so instability is basically, let's think of it like this. I wish I had a Coke bottle. This is the worst time possible for me not to have one. But it is the fuel in the atmosphere. It's like starting a fire and you have gasoline. There you go. Pretty much the water in that bottle is the instability. And then when you take the cap off, all that water comes out, so it's able to go into the atmosphere, and that's where you have the severe weather potential. So if you're looking at this, the storm fuel, basically this is the atmosphere, the energy that these storms are going to be working with as we move into tonight. So right now, it's doing pretty decent. I'd say the model's doing pretty decent with it. At this point, you've got a cluster up here, northwestern Arkansas, northeastern Oklahoma, and then you have this down here in northeastern Texas, northwestern Louisiana, and those folks down there. So let's take this through. This is going to be 8 o'clock. Give me just 1 second. It's going to be 8 o'clock. So storms are going to be coming into western Arkansas by this point. And then it's going to continue to move into our folks in central and in the eastern Arkansas. Let me make this clear because we have a lot of people asking. Folks, we have no idea. We do not control the National Weather Service's thoughts. We have no idea. Those that are coming in asking, this is going to be pushed for central Arkansas or in the eastern Arkansas. We have no idea. That is the National Weather Service in Little Rock. They are the ones that control the tornado watches, the tornado warnings, and all of that. We do not control that here at Arkansas Weather Watchers. I'm making that perfectly clear for everybody to understand. All we do is report. That's all we do. If you have a question about where the watches are going to be, they have a Facebook page, National Weather Service in Little Rock. Go take it up with them. They're the ones that control where those watches and warnings are going to be at this point. So this is the timing that's going to be coming in at around 8 o'clock this evening. And then about 10 o'clock, as you can see, the line of storms really starts to move through. Your trough starts to eject out from the west. And this is where you get that explosion of thunderstorms across the board. damaging winds, large hail, and I'm going to tell you this at this point, if some of these cells were to be discrete, I wouldn't be shocked to see an isolated tornado or two. The biggest thing I'm going to stress is this is not going to be a tornado outbreak. I know a lot of people are worried about what happened out in Oklahoma and Nebraska, etc. Our environment here is nowhere near as bad as it was for them. Yesterday, I told you guys, coming back from last night, that the environment here is conditional for the potential of seeing severe weather, but it's not going to be a big tornado outbreak or a severe weather outbreak at this current time. So think of instability like energy. These storms going up in the atmosphere, they're using that energy to grow. The more instability you have, the more these thunderstorms will have to use. So folks up here, like in the blue area or in the green, that's weak to moderate instability. The higher you get in the instability, the higher you go up in that scale up here to the strong and extreme, that means that more energy that these storms will be able to work with, and they would be able to go severe. So keep that in mind. Think of instability like you're trying to start a fire and you have, gasoline. The more gasoline you put into it, the bigger the fire is going to be. Think of it like that. So this is a good question. Will the instability increase as tonight goes? Yes, because of the flow of loft in the atmosphere. But then what's going to happen is once these storms push through, you're going to be done. So we're going to monitor this closely. But right now, this is looking at current radar, just kind of a visual on what it's going to be looking at here. So about 10 o'clock, and then you can see about 11 storms moving through southern Arkansas. We've got storms up there in northern Arkansas at this current time. And then let's get to midnight. Still, shower thunderstorms down here. Damaging winds is going to be the number one threat. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's going to be straight line wind damage. It's going to be the number one threat. And then you're going to have the potential of large hail. And then you're going to have the potential of possibly an isolated tornado or two. Let me make this clear. This is not a big-time tornado outbreak. It's not going to be that bad. But damaging winds does not need to be ignored. We saw this Friday night with the 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, multiple damage across the board. Don't ignore that damaging wind threat tonight because it's going to be there regardless of what happens with that tornado threat here. And then you can see, let's take this out to 1 o'clock in the morning. Good amount of that line stretching basically from Little Rock all the way down to El Dorado. And then we have this other cluster up here in Mount Home. I'm pretty certain there's going to be some sort of massive line of storms that's going to push through. For those that are wondering the direction of these storms, it's going to be moving from west to east tonight. Basically starting out here in western Arkansas, and then they're going to move through. So they're going to be in this general direction as we move into tonight, okay? And then, let's take this out a little bit further. That's about 3 o'clock in the morning. Good amount of shower and thunderstorms moving through eastern Arkansas. It's going to be a loud night. Let me make this clear. Like I said before, I'm having it sound like a broken record because a lot of people are scared about, the tornado threat. This is not going to be a tornado outbreak. But the damaging wind and the large hail threat is going to be there regardless as we move into the night. There it is by 4 o'clock in the morning, moving into eastern Arkansas. And then we should be putting an end to this threat by the time we wake up first thing Monday morning at this point with some lingering showers, possibly an isolated thunderstorm or two. But you can see the instability is gone by the time we get towards 7 o'clock in the morning. Storms will be moving across the Mississippi River. And that will be the end and of all be all at this current point. Rich, what you got for me?
Yeah, there's a question in
Yeah.
YouTube. I don't know if you can pull it up for the screen. It's
I can.
from Peaceful Rebellion.
Let me see. Hopefully, if it didn't get buried, I could probably go back to it. There it is. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to address how timing works. Timing is really think of it as the models. Timing's only as accurate as models lets us, and models is only as accurate as computer models can go. And so basically, you need to understand that with models change. With timing's going to change too. Mm-hmm. Models give us an estimate of what we got going on for us. Therefore, timing is just an estimate of when you're going to experience these storms. And if we had the ability to automatically update those timings, we totally would. I'm working on it. I swear I'm working on that type of technology, but for right now, the best we do is out of a Photoshop file. So we're gonna put those out maybe once every 12 hours or so ish before the storm comes in, and then afterwards you're just gonna have to be kind of weather aware. because storms can slow down, move up. Storms can decide I'm gonna just not listen to them all because I don't have to, and do something else entirely.
Yeah.
So that's what we got going on with timing.
Yeah. So that's the biggest thing. I wish more people understood about the timing, because everyone wants that hour by hour, minute by minute timing of when is it going to occur, and we don't control that. Like, weather has a mind of its own. We just tell you a broad timing because that's the best time to be aware. Think of it like, you're getting ready for something, you have a broad timing, and that's the best time to be aware. We can't give you that minute by minute, second by second, hour by hour timing. We just can't do that because it's going to change. And if we did tell you a certain time and it didn't happen, then it's going to frustrate you. So that's the biggest deal. So that's why we have these zones. That's why we have zone 1, zone 2, and then zone 3. You have that timing for that area. That way you have what's going on at this point. I love this comment as well. Guys, you've got to pay attention. Whenever you have severe weather, if you're not paying attention, it's going to cost you. That's just how it is with severe weather. That's just me being blunt and honest. It's going to cost you. You've got to know your counties here. If you've lived in Arkansas long enough, you should know where your counties are and where your cities are. You got to use it for taxes. You got to use it for your driver's license, etc. You got to know where you are. You just have to. If you've moved here, you've barely been here long enough, that's understandable. But if you've been here for multiple years, there should be no reason why you don't know where your counties are or your cities are, especially on the map. So keep that in mind. You have to be weather aware, and you have to pay attention regardless of what's going to happen as we move into tonight here, okay? This is very important on our graphics. Do not skim it over, because a lot of people will see colors and they will just skim it. They'll just leave it alone, and then that's it. You've got to know where your timing is. You've got to know your counties. It's very easy. It is very, very easy, folks. It's almost kindergarten easy. Pull your phone out. If you don't know where your counties are, then go from there. So just keep that in mind at this point. Zone 1 from now to 1 o'clock. Zone 2, 10 p.m. to 3. And then Zone 3 is going to be from 2 a.m. to 7 o'clock at this point. Also, a lot of people don't know this, but on our app, we have radar. So you don't have to wait for the live stream. You don't have to sit there and patiently wait for, radar updates and stuff like that. You can follow the same thing that we look at here on our mobile app. Like, you can look at it on the radar. It's going to tell you what's happening. It gives you the alerts and everything like that. Folks, everything that we do here is simple. It's simple. We make it so simple for you guys. All you got to know is just your county and where your city is, and we make it simple for you guys. Okay? So, biggest deal, damage winds, large hail, the tornado threat. I'm going to break down the risk areas at this point because a lot of people are worried about the tornado threat. Let me make this clear. This is not how it's going to be out there in Oklahoma. This is not going to be like it was out there in Nebraska and Iowa. Their environment compared to our environment is like night and day. The environment they had out there yesterday was capable of strong to intense tornadoes and very long track tornadoes. But this environment is not. But that doesn't mean that you need to let your guard down just because it's not a moderate risk or a high risk for severe weather. You have that threat and pictured at this point, okay? So I don't know what's going on. I don't know why people can't read the picture. This is about as big as it gets on the screen. If you can't follow along on the live stream, go check it out on Facebook. Our Facebook page has the exact same map. So I'm not sure what that issue is, but I see it as clear as day on our screens over here. Rich, are you having? Do I need to bring it out a little bit more, or is it looking good on your screen?
No, everything looks fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest deal. So this is the tornado threat for tonight. It is possible, folks. The timing maps as well. You haven't missed a thing. But what we're doing, we're having a bounce around between what's going on with the risk, the radar, the Futurecast, the timing. We're having a bounce between all of that. So you got to be patient with us. If you missed it in the live stream, go check out our Facebook page, guys. Don't wait for us to go live. We have all the same information on our Facebook page. For someone in the comments, one of my moderators, can you put a link to our main Facebook page so that way, folks, if they missed the graphics, they can just go there, and that's where it's going to be at this point. Okay, so that's the biggest deal at this current time. We're talking to you guys like this because we want people to understand. We have to get to a point where you know where you are. It's not so much as us, it is a safety thing. because if you don't know where you are on the map, and a warning gets issued, that's a safety problem. That's a safety deal. So you have to know where you are because it's safety. We're stressing that because it's safety, guys. Okay? So this is the tornado risk for tonight. Like I said before, this is not how it's going to be out there in Oklahoma or Nebraska and things like that. But I want you guys to be weather aware as we move into tonight. Okay? So I want to make that clear at this point. It's not us being rude. It's not us, getting on anyone. We're making sure you guys are safe. Because if you don't know where you live and a tornado warning gets issued or a severe thunderstorm warning gets issued, if you don't know where you live, you're not going to know that warning's for you. I mean, that's just how it is. That's just simple. So you got to know where you are. You got to know where you are whenever severe weather strikes, because that's just, safety. So let's go back over to the timing real quickly here. And like I said, someone got it in the comments. So thank you so much. Yeah, go check that out. There's a link to the Facebook page. So you're not missing anything in this live stream. You can go take a look on Facebook, and it's going to have the exact same graphics on there as well here. So this is a really good question. I don't know where your location is, but with the sun coming out, you never want the sun to come out whenever you're dealing with severe weather. It's always a bad thing, because what it does, it increases the instability, and it makes it worse because the storms use that as energy. Think of like a plant growing. The more water you pour into it, the more sunlight it gets, the bigger the plant's going to be, right? So the plant uses that energy to grow, just like severe storms. The higher the instability is, the more it's going to grow into the atmosphere. So hopefully that makes sense. I was trying to think of like a term from that earlier on, but yeah, think of it like a plant. It uses all that energy, and then it grows into the atmosphere. So yeah, the instability is going to increase later on as the system begins to eject out. We've got sunshine out in West Little Rock at this point. But yeah, you got to know where you live, guys. And it's not us hounding you guys about it. It's us telling y'all because it's safety. It's a safety thing. You got to know where you are, guys. You have to at this point. And also, this is a good comment as well. Please be aware that you can also rewind the live stream on YouTube and on Facebook before and asking a question. Please listen and read the screen. If it's still no answer, then feel free to ask a question. That's a good deal. That's the biggest thing. But you can rewind the live stream. That way, if you miss anything, just like timing or just like radar or anything like that, you could go back into the video and you'll be able to watch it. So let me see here. But yeah, think of it like that. It grows into like a plant. Like you pour water into it, the sunlight, it makes the plant grow. That's what we're going to use going forward. I just came up with that analogy right now. We're going to use that going forward. So will this mostly be linear? Yes. So this is going to be a combination of a linear mode and possibly some supercells ahead of the line. This is not going to be like it was last night out there in Oklahoma, but you still have that damaging wind threat, the hail threat, and the tornado threat, kind of like how it was Friday night, where we had those storms come out of southwestern Arkansas and then move into central and into northeastern Arkansas, and it produced damaging winds, it produced hail. I don't think we had a tornado warning with that. We had a few that were toward Poss, I do believe, Rich. Actually, no, we did have that tornado warning near Texarkana, I do believe. And then that was really it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, this is the timing at this point. Let me go over to the cities, because we're going to bounce between the cities and the counties at this current time here. So, let me see here. Wow. Looking at the radar right now, we've got this line of storms moving through. And Rich, if you have any urgent information, feel free to interrupt. I don't
nothing
mind,
yet other than that tornado possible
up there in northwest Arkansas.
Southwest Arkansas.
Okay, we have one in northwest as well. Let me double check into that. Okay, so is this
and
one?
Southwest Arkansas is not tornado watched right now either.
Yeah. Okay, so there's that one. It's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So
we might be going into nowcasting mode here.
Yeah. And like I said, we don't control the watches, so I'm not sure when they're going to put those watches out down there in southwest Arkansas. So we can take a look at the radar for just a minute. And this is what we got. Like I said before, we'll get the timing and stuff out on the page when we can. And like I said, folks, we're not being rude or anything. It's just that we have to speak that out because we have to make sure people understand. Like, we're worried. We're worried that a lot of people don't understand what happens when severe weather strikes here in Arkansas. So we have to make sure that everybody is aware, that everyone knows what's going on, and you know where you live. That's just how it is, guys. That's not us being rude at all. That's just us being truthful. Like, we're going to speak to you truthful. That way you know what to do. at this point. So there's a lot of storms at this point. This is for our folks down here in southwestern Arkansas. I'm going to keep an eye on this. If you know anyone in Shreveport, by the way, this is going to be for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds coming in as well. So this is what we have at this current time. This one's going up into same area from Friday night. Texarkana along Interstate 30. Let me see here. That's going to be Interstate 49 as well. Let me put a track on here. And it's going to move to the northeast at about 41 miles per hour. I butchered that timing, but it is what it is. So I'll clock at about 45. And then there it is. So that's going to be the timing at this point. Coming into Texarkana around 7:47, and then coming into the Garland area right around 7:57 this evening here. Let me see if I can get this more bigger for you guys so you guys kind of see it. But let me see here. Let me look at it real quickly here.
And when you get a chance, a lot of people are wondering about bust potentials and.
Honestly, with this setup,
yeah.
I'm going to be straightforward with you guys. I don't really see a bust potential out of this. I mean, it's like, maybe. I mean, because it's, first of all, it's a conditional threat to begin with. It's not a tornado outbreak or a severe weather outbreak by any stretch of the matter. But I don't know. I don't know right now. I don't know if you'll get a bust potential out of this. I mean, the only thing I can see is that, especially for our folks in central and eastern Arkansas, that there could be some lingering effects from this morning, but I don't really see a too big of a bust potential with this at this current time. So this is looking at current radar right now, and that was the timing. I'm not sure why they had the 4 a.m. timing on here, but we'll get that taken care of. So give me just 1 second. Let me make sure that is correct. That is correct. Okay, so we got that taken care of. So that's going to be the timing. I'm going to get you guys those listed cities at this point. This is for the cluster of storms coming out of northeastern Texas into northwestern Louisiana. This is pushing into southwestern Arkansas along I-30. So it's going to be coming in Texarkana around 7:21, Ashdown around 7:40, also the McNabb area around 7:48, and also the Hope area right around 8 o'clock this evening at this current time here. So that's what we've got at this point. This is from the line of storms that's coming out from northeastern Texas, northwestern Louisiana, moving into southern Arkansas. And that's what I mean. If you want to throw a bust potential out, the reason why your dew points are lower is because of the fact that what happened today. This morning you had a whole bunch of hot showers and thunderstorms, a lot of cloud cover. It kept those dew points down. But your dew points are going to gradually increase as we move into the night because you're in front of your system that is coming in. So this is not going to be a tornado outbreak. I want to make that clear. This is just going to be for the potential of a few brief, weak spin-up tornadoes. But just keep that in mind. I think the damage you win in hail threat is taking priority number 1 and priority number 2. And then the tornado threat is sitting at about priority number 3 right now here, because the tornado threat is going to be lower because it's more of a line that's coming at you instead of supercells like they dealt with yesterday in Oklahoma or they dealt with there in Nebraska and Iowa here, if that makes sense. So just joining, like I said before, we don't control the watches and warnings, guys. We have absolutely no idea if they're going to extend it into central Arkansas. That's going to be if the National Weather Service in Little Rock dictates if they want to extend those watches or not. All we do is when they put it out, we just tell you guys where it is. That's going to be up to them and they decide if they want to extend that tornado watch or not. Be weather aware, even if they don't move the watch, tornadoes can hit outside of the area. Like I said before, I know everyone's worried about the tornado threat. I don't want anyone sleeping on the damaging wind threat. Look what happened Friday night, especially for our folks in southwestern and central Arkansas, like Searcy, BB, down there in the southwest Arkansas, Texarkana. Those areas, they saw the damaging wind threat, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, power outages, etc. So make sure that, yes, you can watch the tornado threat, but don't sleep on that damaging wind threat, because this is screaming more wind threat than it is tornado threat at this current time here. Okay, so let me see here. Don't do anything right now, but yeah, this is not going to be how it was last night. I'm going to make that clear. This is not going to be nowhere near like it was last night. Last night, you had a much better environment for strong and violent tornadoes. You don't have it with this event, but you still could have the potential of an isolated tornado too. But yeah, I would definitely make sure your phones are charged just to be on the safe side, just as a precaution, because like what we saw up there in southwestern Arkansas and central Arkansas, on a Friday night here. Okay, so I was close to there. My power was still on. Let me see here. What about the ones that didn't get the rainfall this morning here? That's where your severe threat is going to be a little bit more maximized. That's where you're going to have that instability as we move into tonight here, the areas that didn't see any rainfall. If you didn't see rainfall, did you see cloud cover? Because cloud cover helps produce severe weather too. If you saw sunshine all day, you're going to have instability. But cloud cover does help bring that instability down to a level as well here. Okay, so Rich, do you have anything you need to report real quick?
Just that I believe they added a few more counties into a tornado watch, unless I'm mistaken.
Let me double check that real quick.
Yeah, because it popped up on my
It's
thing.
Southern Arkansas. Yeah, Southern Arkansas till 2 a.m. So it's down here, that is Union County, Columbia County, that is Washita County, Bradley County over here. Yeah, for far Southern Arkansas down here till 2 a.m. And then you have this one over here until 11. So you have two different tornado watches at this current time. One from Tulsa. I think that's going to be, that's Tulsa's jurisdiction. And then Shreveport. So we're just waiting to see what Little Rock is going to do. National Weather Service and Little Rock, they're going to be the ones controlling if they put a tornado watch out or not here. But yeah, we have that tornado watch down here. That does include, let's zoom this down. We've already gone over the one up here. Let's go to one down here in Southern Arkansas. So that includes Magnolia, El Dorado, the Johnson City area, over towards Camden, Hampton, over towards
I do have to interrupt real quick.
Go ahead.
There is a tornado warning just over Shreveport.
Yeah. That's going to be...
I know some people have, family and friends there in Shreveport. I just thought I'd interrupt this live to say if you've got family and friends, tell them to seek shelter immediately.
Yep. And that's going to be, let's take a look, that's going to be associated with this line. And we're going to track this out. I'm going to put it about 55 miles per hour. So let me move this down, and it's going to be right here. So it's going to be coming into the Stamps area, the Emerson area, over towards Magnolia, right around 8 o'clock. This is from the cluster of storms that's moving out of northwestern Louisiana. There's the tornado warning. If you know anyone down there in Shreveport, this is in Louisiana, by the way. This is not in Arkansas. This is not in Central Arkansas. Yeah. This is for our folks down here in Louisiana. If you have family or friends down there in Shreveport, I'd give them a heads up down there in northwestern Louisiana. This entire cluster is moving to the east-northeast at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. Should be coming into south central Arkansas as we get into that 7:30, 8 o'clock time frame at this point here. But yeah, if you know anyone down here in Shreveport that lives along Interstate 20 or Interstate 49 down here in northwestern Louisiana, give them the heads up at this point in terms of the tornado watch at this current time. So this is what we've got. What I'm going to do, kind of put a lot of minds to these at this current time. Let's take a look at the broad spectrum at this point. So this is what we've got. This is the watches and the warnings at this point. So severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible up here in northwestern Arkansas. We're going to watch that. That's going to take a similar track to what happened last night up there in Benton County. Then you have these other cells down here in east central Texas into northwestern Louisiana into southern Arkansas. This activity will move into southern Arkansas over the next hour or two. So keep that in mind if you live in Magnolia, along Highway 82, and down there in El Dorado, Camden. Just keep that in mind here. So there's two separate risks right now here. So we don't have a tornado warning in Arkansas right now. We were just saying that because we have people that have family down there in Louisiana, down there in Shreveport. Give them a heads up. Tell them, they have a tornado warning in place and need to seek shelter immediately. So, like I said before, folks, let me make this clear. We don't control the watches. We don't control the warnings. We love y'all to death. But, folks, we do not control the watches and warnings. That is the National Weather Service in Little Rock. They are the ones that control where those watches and warnings get issued and where's the placement for them. They have a Facebook page. If you want to contact them and ask where the watches are going to be, that's going to be it. But we don't control them. When they put those watches out, we just draw it on a map and then we put it up to you guys. We have no control over the watches and the warnings. That is what the National Weather Service, what they want to do is what they see fit. They have an entire team that looks and puts those watches out. So we don't control where those watches and warnings go. We just report it. That's all we do. We love y'all for thinking that we do, but we don't. We just tell you guys where the watches are. Like that's all we do. We don't control which areas are going to get put under a watch or anything like that. I do know that Storm Prediction Center in Little Rock, they put what we call a mesoscale discussion, kind of like an area that they highlight if they get ready to put a watch out, and we haven't heard anything. Rich, have you heard anything, in terms of extension or anything? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've been monitoring it. I have not seen any, just an area forecast discussion for some places. Nothing serious now.
Gotcha. So, yeah, we're just waiting on Little Rock. Whenever Little Rock decides where they want to put a watch out, that's going to be them. So, we're going to go over to kind of a broad radar at this point so you guys kind of see what's going on. So, there's the showers, thunderstorms moving into western, northwestern Arkansas. And then we have these other showers, thunderstorms down here in northwestern Louisiana and in eastern Texas. All of this activity is going to move into Arkansas as we move into tonight and into the overnight hours at this current time here. So, yeah, tornado watch for our folks in western, northwestern Arkansas. And then for our folks down here in southern Arkansas, tornado watch is going to go until 2 a.m. here. And for our folks in central, like I said before, we don't control them. We have no idea where they're going to put the watches up or anything like that. But we're going to watch it very closely, guys. When we hear when they're going to put a watch out, we will let you guys know immediately. But that's them. Like, we do not control where those watches and warnings are going to be at this time. So those in the yellow box right here, this is where the tornado watch is at this current time. We've got Derek. He's traveling along 71 right now in western Arkansas. I'm pretty sure, where is he going to be set it up? We could probably get a broadcast from him coming up here just a little bit if you want to do that, Rich. If he wants to talk about it.
Yeah. Well, I would rather, he's trying to get to Mina right now.
Gotcha.
Let's see. Yeah. The signal out there is not the best.
Yeah, I know. 71 out there in western Arkansas. Once he gets to a stable area, we could probably hear from him and see what his game plans are going to be. So that's going to be Heartland Storm Chasing. I chased with him yesterday. That event over there in Oklahoma. Boy, guys, it was crazy. It was an absolutely crazy event yesterday. Fortunately for us here in Arkansas, it's not going to be anywhere near what happened out there in Oklahoma tonight. But you definitely still need to have your guard up at this point here. So, yeah, thank you for your dedication to the entire state. No problem. We feel like the entire state needs equal coverage. We don't just do central Arkansas or, western or northwestern Arkansas. We do the entire state of Arkansas, no matter where you are, small cities, big cities, etc. So just keep that in mind here at this point. So let me see here. Let me go over to the risk area for tonight. So that's the old tornado watch. Heidi, if you're listening to this, can you get the brand new tornado watch updated for our graphics system so we have that information? So this is what we've got at this point. This is what's going to be occurring as we move towards tonight. Let me see if I can get this up for you guys. So if you give me just 1 second. I'm going to get our marker up so you guys kind of know what the direction of the storms tonight and everything like that here. So give me just 1 second. Let me get this up, and it's going to be, I do believe it's going to be this one. There we go. All right. So for our folks that are wondering about what's going on, let me take a look at this real quickly here. Okay. So storm motions tonight, like I said before, you're going to have a cluster that's going to develop out here. They're going to move from west to east. You have a cluster that's going to develop down here. That's going to be kind of just like this. Okay, so keep that in mind. You're going to have two separate areas that have the damaging wind, the large hail, and the tornado potential. These storms are going to move from Oklahoma and Texas and northwestern Louisiana into Arkansas as we get later into the evening and into tonight. The biggest deal is, for those that are wondering, the level 3 down here in southwestern Arkansas is going to be right here. Okay, so level 3, I did not mean to make that as big as it is. Give me just 1 second. Let me bring that down a notch. There we go. So, level 3, right here. It's going to be right here. Severe storms, likely. A few of them could be intense down there in southwestern Arkansas. Level 2, right here. Okay? Strong thunderstorms will be likely. A few of them could be severe. The level 2 area does not scream outbreak. You start talking outbreak when you get to level 4 and level 5. This is level 2. So, a strong thunderstorms could be likely in this area in orange. This is what we're going to have to watch. So strong thunderstorms will be likely. A few of them could be severe. And then level 1 for our folks out here in eastern Arkansas, a few strong storms could be possible. Some of them could be severe at this point, but nothing too significant for our folks over here in eastern Arkansas. Because what's going to happen is storms are going to move from western Arkansas. They're going to start to go what we call on a weakening trend as they move into eastern Arkansas, as we move into tonight and into tomorrow. So this is what we mean. This is this scale broken down from level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. If you are in southwestern Arkansas, you're at level 3. If you're right here, this is level 2. And then for our folks over here in eastern Arkansas, it is a level 1. Strong thunderstorms possible. Some of them could be severe at this point. Not expecting this, by the way, for folks in eastern Arkansas. Not expecting this to go slight risk. I'm not expecting it this time, because these storms are going to weaken as they move into eastern Arkansas at this current point here. So yeah, things can happen in the level 2 risk as well. It's going to be damaging winds, large hail, isolated tornado event. But I want to stress this. This is not going to be an outbreak of tornadoes. Don't expect it to be an outbreak of tornadoes at this point. Lauren, we're live on Facebook right now. If you need that information later on, if we have any tornado warnings or any major, urgent information, we will be live on Facebook later on as well, just like, we normally do at this point. Also, like I said before, don't skim the graphics. All of your stuff is right here. The definition of all the risk areas is right here. So if you're in level 2, if you're in Little Rock, level 2, that's strong thunderstorms likely. Some of them could be severe. If you're at level 3, Texarkana, Magnolia, you're here. Severe thunderstorms likely. Some of them could be intense. If you're in Jonesboro, Blytheville, West Memphis, Helena, down to Lake Village, you're in a level 1. Strong thunderstorms possible. Some of them could be severe at this point. So just kind of keep that in mind. Rich, there's a comment. One of my moderators, can you get to that comment on YouTube? Because someone was asking if we have a cash out. We don't, but one of my moderators will take care of that for you. So let me see here. Even if you're in a low risk for severe thunderstorms, let's get this pulled up. Even if you're in the low risk for severe thunderstorms, still be prepared and take your tornado precautions. Treat severe thunderstorm warnings as serious as tornado warnings at this point. That's the biggest thing that we can stress to you guys right now, is to make sure that you treat all warnings just the same. That's what we got at this point. So if it slows down, could that change anything? No, I think this is going to be it. I think this is going to be it, unless SBC Storm Prediction Center has a different idea on what they want to do. Honestly, I can see them potentially trying to remove this level 3 down here and just going with a broad level 2. But we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing. We don't control what they're thinking over there in National Service in Norman, Oklahoma. So, Rich, do you have anything you need to get out or anything like that? Like I said, if you have any urgent information, man, you can feel free to interrupt.
Well, at this time, that severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Mina it has gone tornado possible again. Okay. It started to redevelop.
Yeah, and we're going to watch that closely. Let's go over to current radar right now here. So, yeah, it's a mess down here in eastern Texas. We can zoom this down and take a look at it. So there's that severe thunderstorm warning here. It's going to go until, I believe it's going to go until 7:45, moving northeast at about 28 miles per hour. These storms are moving slow compared to where they were yesterday out here in southwestern and central Oklahoma. So let me see here. Let's go back over to the radar. Let's take a look at that. I'm going to go over to Fort Smith's radar real quickly. It's going to be pulling up, coming up here in just a second. So there's an area of rotation right here. Let's zoom this down. And that's going to be from Mina up Waldron, basically along 71 over here. Let's get the roads up real fast. Give me just 1 second. There we go. So this is going to be like right there along 71. This is in Mina, upwards towards the Greenwood area. This is what we've got. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. It's only moving northeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So it's pretty slow moving. I want to see how it progresses as it moves into eastern and northwestern Arkansas. You can tell it's been a long weekend. So this is going to be the general motion right here. This storm is moving in this general direction at this current time. Let me see if I can change the color of that. So let me see here. There we go. So this is where it is right here. That's going to be the general motion going into northwestern Arkansas. This is just south of Fort Smith. There's Waldron, there's Mina, there's along 71 right here. So it's moving in that general direction to the north and east here. So we're going to keep an eye on this. If it does go tornado warning, obviously we're already here. So we'll just go over the coverage from here. But right now, this is just outside of Arkansas at this point. This is for our folks over here in eastern Oklahoma at this current time here. So whenever Derek gets to a solid position, we can probably hear from him and see what he's wanting to do. See here, let's put a track. It's going to be right here And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a track here. So there's the area of rotation. It's going to be right here. Let's take the track. Like I said, it's only moving at about 20 miles per hour, so I'm not even getting any cities that's going to be impacted with this. But I'd say downstream, it's probably going to impact our folks. Let's see here. That would be just count downstream from here. That's going to be Highway 28. That's the Hartfield area. Let me turn on the county so you guys kind of see like a general area of where this is going to be. So it's going to be right here. So that's going to be Sebastian. That's Scott County. That's along Highway 28. This is going to be Highway 96 over here as well. So this is what we've got right in here. It is just to the west of Mina, just south and west of the Waldron area, and it's moving northeast at a grand total of 25 miles per hour. So it's moving pretty slow right now at this point. So severe thunderstorm warning for our folks here. That's going to go until 7:45, moving northeast at about 28. Storm motions are pretty slow right now. If that continues, what's going to end up happening is it's going to form into what we call upscale. It'll go into a line, and what will end up happening is it'll just push off to the east, and it'll be a damaging wind and a hail threat with an isolated tornado threat here and there. So severe thunderstorm warning is going to go for northwestern Arkansas. That's going to be Crawford County, Sebastian, and Sequoia counties. 60-mile-per-hour winds is the main threat with this storm. That's the one that's over Fort Smith right now. That's going to be Fort Smith, Van Buren, Mountain Bird, the Cedarville area, over towards Alma, Lake Fort Smith. Also the Figure 5 area, also Lee Creek. I mispronounced that, and the Concord area at this current time. This is also going to go for our folks along Interstate 40 between mile markers 0 and 19, Interstate 40 in Oklahoma between mile markers 316 and 328, Interstate 540 between mile markers 1 and 8, and also Interstate 49 between mile markers 22 and 37 at this point. A tornado watch remains in effect until 11 o'clock for northwestern, west central Arkansas, southeastern, northeastern, and east central Oklahoma at this point. So this is current live radar, just looking at everything right now. Like I said before, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible at this current time. This is moving to the northeast at about a grand total of 25 miles per hour. So it's going to be a while before we get anything into western Arkansas from this storm. Rich, do you have anything to report at this current time?
I'm gonna try to grab our chasing team out there as soon as they can get within a
decent
town
service,
that has
yeah.
decent service,
Okay.
and I'm gonna try to grab them and put them on before we end our live Q&A session.
So let me see here. I love this comment from McKinley. Please be patient with them with any questions. There's over 400 people in this live stream, which is a lot. They're working hard. They have an app that alerts you with radar and Facebook posts. Stay updated. Be respectful. Please don't make it harder for them than it already is. They don't have to help us, but they choose to. And trust me, they are dedicated. They care about us. Please be nice and patient. Thank you so much for that. It really, really, really means a lot on our end here. Okay, so let me see here. Going over everything at this point. Rich, do you want to answer a few questions here? This is probably the best time right now while things are kind of, I don't want to say quiet. Quiet is a very loose term, just kind of a mellow point at this time. If you have any, let me see here. If y'all have any questions or anything. So there's one from Sarah if you want to address that one.
I do not see that up on the screen yet. Give me a second. I've got a delay.
Yeah, it should be coming up here just shortly.
Moving west to east. Yes, these storms are moving west to east. We're going to have some storms coming up from Shreveport, but the main storms coming out of Oklahoma, the bands are definitely going to end up forming what's called a QLCS line, and that's going to be moving from west to east, going into our overnight and early morning tomorrow hours.
Okay, we just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for our folks down there in southern Arkansas. That's Lafayette and Columbia County, and it is tornado possible now. So we're just going to kind of chill here. That's going to be for down there along Highway 82. That's going to be moving northeast at about 56 miles per hour. So what I'm going to do, and I am a native for our folks down there in southern Arkansas. I'm pretty sure we've got folks that are listening in from down here. If you know anybody on 82, that's going to be Magnolia, El Dorado, 79 out here as well. This entire line of storms is capable of producing damaging winds, large hail, and the potential of an isolated tornado. what I'm going to recommend that you guys do down here is go ahead and take your tornado precautions. So if you know anyone in Magnolia, you know anyone that lives on Highway 79 or Highway 82 over here, I would go ahead just to make sure that they take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. So once again, this is where our folks down here in southern Arkansas and southwestern Arkansas. That's Magnolia, that's El Dorado, that's Camden. I've got a lot of personal friends and family members down here in El Dorado. I've already given them a text message to let them know that we've got some strong thunderstorms moving in. This entire line of storms will be capable of producing brief, weak spin-ups, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and also the potential of hail. So if you know anyone down here, that's Magnolia, that's El Dorado, share this live stream with them. This is an area that does not get a lot of news coverage down here. Keep that in mind. It's an area that's, pretty rural down here, and that's not, kind of away from everything. So Magnolia, El Dorado, give them a heads up. Lafayette County, Columbia County, and also Union County at this point. We're going to take a track. Give me just 1 second. We're going to put this for this entire bow segment that's coming out of northwestern Louisiana. I'm going to clock it at 60 miles per hour to get some cities some downstream time. So Bradley, Taylor, Stamps, over towards the Emerson area, Waldo, over towards Magnolia, Stevens, and Mount Holly. Anyone in this area down here in southern Arkansas, give them the heads up at this current time here. For our folks down here in southern Arkansas at this current time. This is not going to include Nevada County. This is going to say just to the south. Barely, but just to the south of Nevada County. This is south of Hempstead County, south of Little River County at this point. But if you know anybody, Lafayette, that's along Highway 82, and Magnolia, or even in the El Dorado area, give them a heads up at this point. Tell them what's going on. Tell them you got a line of storms that's going to be capable of producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and also the potential of an isolated tornado or two that is moving into southern Arkansas. This area in here is under a tornado watch until 2 a.m. Tonight here. So let me zoom this out. For those that are in central Arkansas, let me make this perfectly clear. Let me do this, because we have a lot of people that are wondering about what's going on. Okay, downtown Little Rock, right here. Nothing going on. BB, yeah, there's one storm up here that's just south and east of Searcy. Rich, you may be hearing that storm right now. You may be hearing some thunder with this storm here. That is moving away. Conway, nothing going on. Benton, nothing going on. Hot Springs Village, nothing going on at this point. Keep in mind, we're not Central Arkansas weather watchers. We are Arkansas weather watchers. We're watching these storms up here in northwestern Arkansas. That's moving through. We're going to watch these storms up here that are moving into Benton County. This one right here, that's moving just to the north and west of Mena. But right now, this one right here, this is getting our concern, especially for our folks down here in southern Arkansas. Magnolia, El Dorado, anyone in these areas, give them a heads up. Tell them you got a line of storms moving in. It's going to be coming at you a little bit after 8 o'clock this evening. So if you know anyone in Columbia or in Union County or even in Lafayette County, give them a heads up. Even southern Ouachita County down here. This is for our folks down here in southern Arkansas and far southwestern Arkansas at this current time. Okay, so like I said before, we've gone over timing. We've gone over the risk. If you've missed that information, you can either rewind the live stream or you can go follow along on our Facebook page. Heidi, you should have the timing in our graphic system if you want to get that up on Facebook here. So folks that are asking about timing can go there at this point. So yeah, this is a line of storms. Don't be fooled by this line of storms. As you can see, there's a tornado warning embedded right in the middle of that line. That's going to be for that QLCS, that brief spin up weak tornado potential along the line. That's going to be coming into southern Arkansas. So this area is already under a tornado watch until 2 o'clock in the morning. This activity is going to move into southwestern and southern Arkansas as we move into about the 8 o'clock time frame. So folks, El Dorado area, Junction City, Magnolia down here, give them a heads up. Tell them what's going to be happening. This is the track of the storms right now. It's going to be coming towards Bradley, Stamps, the Emerson area, over towards Magnolia, and also towards Stevens and the Mount Holly area at this current time. But let me repeat this and make this crystal clear for everybody in Central Arkansas right now. There's not a single thing going on except for this one storm up here in Searcy and White County and the Des Arc area, and this is non-severe at this point, okay? So, Little Rock, BB, Cabot, Benton, Hot Springs Village, there's nothing. There's nothing on radar right now here. It is clear. You're good. We're watching these storms. They're going to be coming at you tonight. You have a few hours before storms even touch central Arkansas. But right now, our concern is going to be for our folks down here in southern Arkansas and also for our folks up here in western and northwestern Arkansas. So this is going to be two different pieces of energy coming in across western and northwestern Arkansas at this point. Rich, do you have anything you want to add at this current time?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we can get our chasers in time. They're trying to get into pursuit for that rotation now happening in our storm just to the west of Mina.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to pull that up.
Yeah, I can.
I got the velocity on that.
I already got it up. Yeah. Let me get this up real quickly here. So where are they located right now? It looks like they're located in Hatfield. So pretty much, so they're right here, and
yeah, they're halfway to Mina right now.
Yeah. And we're going to get that up coming up here in just a second.
Between Hatfield and Mina.
Okay, so yeah, it's going to be right in here. They're right here, coming into Hatfield, coming into Mina. So they're right there along 71. So I don't know if they're going to... They should make it in time. It's only moving at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So they should be able to make it to Mansfield within a decent time. But the problem is with 71, it's curvy. So they have to, you got to watch the speed over there on 71 here. So... waiting on the velocity to come up. Give me just 1 second. Should be coming up here just shortly now. And there we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look. Area of rotation is going to be right here. Okay, and look at the newest scan, Rich, right there. It's going to be just to the west of the Waldron area, north and west of Mina. We're going to have to watch this very closely because this is going to track into Sebastian and into Scott counties before too much longer, so we're gonna have to watch that closely for our folks at this current time over here in western Arkansas. So that's Highway 28, this is Highway 96, this is Highway 45 over here, this is Highway 59, and then this is Highway 8. So Mina's here, Hatfield's here, where our storm hunter is right here, and they're gonna make it up 71, and it's gonna be right here. So it's only moving at 25 miles per hour. So that's a very, very slow motion with this storm. What we can do is put a track, and there it is, about 25 miles per hour. It's not going to pull up any cities because it's just outside of Arkansas. But the general motion, if we can zoom this down, and I can move my rotation tool, give me just 1 second. General motion of this should take it, I would say, probably just to the west and northwest of Highway 28. And then you have it coming into the Hartfield area. Up here, that's just to the south of Fort Smith, just southwest of Mansfield, over here in Sebastian County. So we're going to have to watch that closely as it moves into western Arkansas. So that's Highway 96, this is Highway 28, there's Highway 59, Highway 88 over here, there's Highway 8 over here as well, that's Highway 59, that's 71, that's 270, and this is, once again, Highway 88, and then you have Highway 8 over here at this current time. So right in here, there's the area of rotation. It's going to be moving into western Arkansas. So anyone, Sebastian County, Scott County over here that lives along Highway 28, give them a heads up. So thunderstorm warning, capable of producing a tornado right in here. Obviously, this goes tornado warning. We'll be here. We're already set up and ready to go. Derek is in motion. He is in Mina, Arkansas at this current time. I'm pretty certain he's going to take, I think he's going up 59. He's going to take 270, kind of go on a track that goes through Waldron and into the Mansfield area. And I'm gonna tell you this right now, getting a decent service from him was probably gonna be tough because over there you don't have a lot of towers or anything like that that's supportive of really good phone coverage. So he's gonna be moving into some areas that are pretty much dead zones. So it's gonna be tough from time to time on his end. But right now it looks like he's gonna. If we're gonna do it, Rich, with him, it's probably gonna be right now while he has pretty good service because he's in downtown Mina.
All right, Derek, do you have a chance you can go live with us for just a minute?
Let me make sure he's turned up on our end. Okay.
Well, we have signal right now. He's got the live stream going.
All right, go ahead and talk. You're live.
Hey everybody, it's Derek, Jesse, and Chandler. We're here in Mina, Arkansas right now, tracking a storm that's coming up along the western border right now. It's been showing signs of rotation over the last, hour or so. Again, we are coming up 71 through Mina right now. Going to try to get a viewpoint from Rich Mountain just to to see what we can see on this viewpoint. We're still a few miles from the Rich Mountain viewpoint. We also go to Wilhelmina, but I'm going to try to go up to Rich Mountain and get a viewpoint looking down into the valley. Because what that's going to do is get a viewpoint looking west towards the storm. And this storm is pretty much riding along the border right now. Currently, we're sitting about 75, 67 here in Mina, with winds kind of rotating between the southwest to southeast. We're right on that boundary that was left out earlier by the storms that moved through this morning. But we're going to be tracking this into the state as condition warning. Back to y'all.
Sounds good. Okay, so that's pretty much it for him right now here. As you guys heard, he's moving up. He's going to try to get on Rich Mountain to kind of get a visual, kind of looking down at the storm here. He'll get a good visual from that storm here. So let me zoom this out, because like I said before, I love y'all in Central Arkansas, but right now there's no threatening weather coming into downtown Little Rock or anything like that here. Right now, this area, what we're looking at, is coming into western Arkansas. So those that are in Waldron, the Fort Smith area, up here towards Bentonville, Fayetteville, etc. This is the area right in here. So folks, if y'all could do us a big favor, because I know there's a lot of people that live here in western Arkansas, northwestern Arkansas, make sure they have a way of getting alerts at this point. That severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped up here in northwestern Arkansas. We're still monitoring this one near the Fort Smith area. That's in Crawford County. And then we're going to monitor this one that's coming into western Arkansas, the Waldron, and into the Mina area. And I also don't want to take any... Oh, wait, Rich,
we have a tornado warning in South... Yep.
Yep, I just saw it. So if you can do me a favor, I'm going to go over to... We're already live on Facebook. So if y'all can do me a big favor, can you push this live stream out? That way we can give some folks a heads up. But we have a tornado warning that is in place now. We're now in tornado warning coverage. That is going to go for our folks in Lafayette and Columbia counties here. So we're going to go back over to Streetport's radar at this current time. This is going to take priority. Let me make this crystal clear for our folks in Central Arkansas and everywhere else. If there's a tornado warning in Arkansas, this is going to be where the priority is going to be. So anyone in Lafayette and Columbia counties, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this current time. If you know anyone in downtown Magnolia, you're not in a tornado warning polygon, but you are in that severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible. Tell them to go ahead and seek shelter immediately at this time. If you know anyone in the Bradley area or in Taylor, tell them to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. So, tornado warning is going to go for the following areas: South Central Lafayette County, Southwestern Columbia County, Northwestern Webster Parish in Northwestern Louisiana, and North Central Bossier Parish in northwestern Louisiana. It is going to go until 8 o'clock this evening. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bradley or 14 miles west of Spring Hill, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Tornado and chorus high cell is the potential with this storm. This dangerous storm will be in downtown Bradley, the community of Bradley, at about 7:40 this evening. Taylor around 7:55 this evening. Other areas impacted by this tornado thunderstorm include Horsehead, State Line, and also the Gin City area. So to repeat, a tornado warning is in effect for our folks in Columbia and Lafayette counties. This is in southwestern Arkansas at this point. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this time. Rich, I do have a quick question regarding our app. Is there a way that you can send a notification out for those that are in Columbia and Lafayette counties? Is that possible? I'm not sure.
It should have already sent out a notification to those people.
Yeah. I was talking about the stream, the stream that we have on Facebook and YouTube, just in case, because we've already been live. Because Facebook's not going to notify if we're live for those down there in southwestern Arkansas.
No, I cannot do it quick enough.
Okay, all right. Well, that's fine. But what we could do is, since we have the live stream already up, if people can share this, that would really, 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 really help us out. right now here. So like I said before, folks, the Q&A session for right now, we're going to close it. We're going to go into tornado warning coverage at this point. So like I said before, if you know anyone in this area, do what? Go ahead.
I can make a quick post. With the
Facebook?
link to YouTube.
Okay, yeah, if you can do that on Facebook, that'd be awesome. So make sure you take your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unit outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. Samantha said there's some people on Facebook saying they got a notification on the tornado warning here. So I am very concerned about this area right in here that is just to the south and east of County Road 7. This is southwest of the community of Bradley down here. You need to take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to your unit outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. This is going to be the area of rotation right in here. It's going to go over the town or the community of Bradley down here. That's going to track just to the south of Highway 160 at this current time. So to repeat, a tornado warning is in place at this point. Take your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unit outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this time. We also have other areas that I'm going to keep an eye on. There's some multiple areas of rotation along Highway 29, along the state line as well. Take your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unit outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home at this point. If you guys can do me a big favor, Rich, you've already taken care of it on Facebook. We're live right now, tornado warning coverage down here in southwestern Arkansas. I am Chief Forecaster Cameron. This is Executive Director Rich, and we have our entire Heartland Storm Chasing team that is in western Arkansas at this point. But folks, if you know anyone in this area, this is in southwestern Arkansas, this is in Columbia and Lafayette counties. This is going to go for our folks in the community of Bradley, also Taylor. If you know anyone in Magnolia, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unit outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. What we're going to do is we're going to put a track of this entire deal, and I'm going to clock it at about 40 miles per hour. So Bradley, it's going to be on top of you right now. It's pretty much there. This cluster of storms is going to move in. What you got? What's up?
Can you double check that there's a CC drop?
Let me see that real quick. I'm pretty sure right now, based off of the area of rotation, I can see it. That's going to be right in here. So right now, it's not pulling up on my side. Are you seeing anything on your end?
Going backwards, yes.
There may be a brief one then. Let me go back over to radar. So it's going to be, first of all, this is going to be heavily rain wrapped. You're not going to see it coming at all, but it's going to be right in here. That's going to be right there on County Road 7. That's just to the southwest of the community of Bradley, or it's just south of Highway 60 down here in southwestern Arkansas and Lafayette County. So I believe this is, Lafayette County. I wanted to make sure I had that right. So right now, based off of what I've seen, I'm going back over to the rotation. I'm going to take this back a few scans. There may have been a brief one right there when it was coming in. Right here. So it was just, let me double check, make sure. That's County Road 7. This is County Road 47 over here. There's Highway 60, say Highway 60 up here, and there's the community of Bradley. So there may have been a brief tornado right in here. And right now, just based off what I've seen, it's pretty broad. Don't let your guard down. You're not going to see it coming. Take your tornado precautions immediately. This is for the entire line of storms, including the tornado warning storm at this point. Moving into Lafayette County and into Columbia County. So Bradley, Taylor, Stamps, the Emerson area, Magnolia, Waldo, and the McNeil area. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unit outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this time. Rich, if you can buy me a few minutes, I've got to get this shared over into my personal Facebook, because I've got a lot of family and friends that live down here, especially in the Magnolia area.
Yeah, so this tornado warning is going straight through into Highway 160 and 29. This will be tracking northeast, and this tornado potential is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Currently, it is. Let me pull it up on radar scans here. This would be coming right into Kaiser in Bradley about this time. So that's going to be coming on Highway 29, just south of Bradley, going northeast at 40 miles per hour, and it will be heading toward Bradley, Walnut Hill area, and that would be that intersection between 160 and 29. So if you are in that area, you are anywhere near Bradley, anywhere near Kaiser or Walnut Hill, take your tornado precautions now.
Yeah.
Absolutely take them now, because there was concern of potential CC drop, but we have no confirmation. So we have no confirmation if it's even on the ground or was on the ground. All we know is that we need to treat this as the potential and get to your safe zones as quickly as possible.
Yeah, definitely. So, like I said before, that's the Bradley area, the Taylor area, Stamps, Emerson, the Buckner area, the Magnolia, also the Waldo area, and the McNeil area. So a lot of communities down here. Like I said before, growing up in southern Arkansas, this area does not get a lot of coverage. I mean, at all. If they do, it's on an event that it's like major. So do us a favor. Facebook, YouTube, recommend our page to them. That way they are safe and they are taking their tornado precautions immediately right now here. Now let's give some downstream cities here. That's along Highway 79. That's 82. This is going to be right now as it stands. I'm seeing a lot of comments asking if this is going to impact, Ouachita County, the Camden area. Right now, I think this line will eventually impact that area. I don't know if it's going to be toll worn by then, but what I'm concerned about right now is the fact that this area right in here, let me see if I can change my color. Give me just 1 second. This area right in here, there's what we call a bookend vortice trying to develop on the north and northwest side of the line. This is just classic of what we see during QLCS events. So you have basically right in here, there's your area of pressure trying to get going, and then you have this line that's bringing the 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, kind of similar to what we had the other night. This one is capable of producing a tornado. The environment is in place for them to see the potential of a tornado or two at this point. So something that we're going to monitor very, very, very closely over the next 20 to 30 minutes. But folks, if you know anyone in this area, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home now. There's a lot of people that I saw that one worried about my daughter in Stamps. Please let her know that there's a tornado warning storm headed her way and she needs to seek shelter now. There's a tornado warning storm. We're going to track it to the northeast. I'm going to go about 45 miles per hour. Stamps, it's going to be coming at you within the next, let's say, that's 10, that's 20, 22 minutes here. As a matter of fact, we can do this. This is a cool feature that we have now. Instead of the exact time, we can give you the exact minutes on when it's going to be coming your way. So Taylor, it's going to be on top of you within the next 5 minutes. Gotta hustle. Get to your safe place immediately. If you're in a mobile home or you're in a trailer, you're not going to have enough time to get out. So what I would recommend doing, getting some pillows, getting a mattress, something to protect your head, because you're not going to have time to get out and evacuate. That's going to put yourself in a very bad situation. If you're in Stamps, if you're in Emerson, if you're in Magnolia, you have 20 to 30 minutes. Use this time wisely. If you're in a mobile home or in a trailer, that is enough time for you to find a gas station or a grocery store or a restaurant, somewhere that is better than being in a mobile home or in a trailer at this point. Okay, let me make that clear. If you're in a mobile home or you're in a trailer, it is time right now. If you're in Magnolia, if you're in Emerson, or you're in Buckner, or you're in Stamps, it's time to evacuate. It's time to get out. Find a gas station, find a grocery store. You have 20 to 30 minutes before this tornadic storm is on top of you. Further downstream from there, the Mount Holly area. I have a lot of people that I know that live in the Mount Holly area, the McNeil, and also the Stevens area. You know anyone in that area, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. I saw that one comment, and I'm going to bring it on air right now. Please refrain from asking questions, expect them to get answered on the live stream right now. We are in tornado warning live coverage mode. We are no longer in the Q&A mode at this point. Once the tornado warning has expired, we will go back to answering your questions, but right now, this is a matter of life. This is a life-threatening situation down here in southwestern Arkansas. Tornado warning is a threat to life and property. So our attention right now is going to go for our folks down here in southern and southwestern Arkansas. Tornado warning for Lafayette and Columbia counties. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Rich, do me a big favor. I'm going to put you in charge of monitoring the storms in northwestern western Arkansas. If another tornado warning gets issued, please feel free to break in and interrupt. But at this time here, our attention is going to go for our folks in Lafayette and to the Columbia County area at this current time here. Let me see if I can zoom down and take a look at the rotation. Do you have anything that you need to, do you have any reports or anything like that right now?
No, nothing at this time. Chase
awesome.
team is still en route, so.
Okay. All right, so let me see here. Let me double check something real fast here. So like I said for folks, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. That rotation is still strong, by the way. That is just to the, right now is pretty broad. I'd say anywhere within this tornado warning polygon, you need to be seeking shelter because you have an area of rotation that's trying to develop here, another one that's just to the east of the community of Bradley, you have another one that's just over here just to the west of the community of Taylor. This is all south and west of downtown Magnolia right now. So if you know anyone in this area, take your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. I also do believe this is going to impact our folks in the, I think that is Southern Arkansas University down here in Magnolia. So this entire thing is rotating. The entire area is rotating. If you know anyone in Lafayette County, down here along Highway 160 or Highway 29 or Highway 53 or Highway 371, if that is ringing a bell and you know someone or yourself is living on that highway, take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately here, guys. Place for something that we're going to monitor. This is a situation that we're going to monitor this tornado warning that is in place. If you're in this tornado warning polygon, take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. So, folks that are in the community of Taylor, 3 minutes. You've got 3 minutes. Time to hustle. When we talk about taking your tornado precautions, that's getting away from the windows. That's getting away from that low, getting away from those windows, getting away from the exterior walls, and getting to that lowest part of your home. At this point, that's getting to that lowest part. If you have a helmet, you have blankets, pillows, mattresses, grab them. You want to protect your head, especially in situations like this. Let me make this clear. Do not, and I'm going to repeat this, do not attempt...
tornado warning now in western Arkansas.
Western
Arkansas.
Arkansas.
One that Derek's on. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we'll come down in just a second, but I want to make this clear.
It's not near in state line, so we're fine right now.
Okay, cool. I want to make this clear. Do not, and let me make this clear, do not attempt to try to go outside and see this tornado for yourself. It is heavily rain wrapped. You're not going to see it. By the time it gets on top of you, it's going to be too late. So don't go outside and try to sit down and see what's going to happen. This is the time now to hustle and to get into your safe places immediately at this point. When we talk about that, that's getting away from those windows, that's into that exterior wall, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible here. So just keep that in mind at this point, okay? So this is the area of rotation. This entire thing right now, the entire mesocyclone is rotating. You can see it as clear as day. Let's take this out right in here. That's where it's going to be, right in there. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible. And get to the lowest area of your home immediately. This is just to the south and west of Magnolia. I have a lot of family and friends down here that lives in this area. They need to take their tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So what we're going to do, we're going to zoom out. I want to kind of address the western Arkansas situation right now. We do have that other tornado warning at this point. We're going to go over to the Fort Smith radar, and we're going to track this. This is the one that our Storm Hunter and our chase team is on. This one's going to be coming into western Arkansas. So we have 2 tornado warnings right now. One just south of Fort Smith, another one that's just south and west of the downtown area of Magnolia. If you know anyone in these areas, get to shelter immediately. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this time. There's the area of rotation right in here. We're going to put a track. I'm going to track it. I'm going to go 30 miles per hour through here. So the town of Hartford, take your tornado precautions immediately. I know you're outside of the tornado warning polygon, but you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home right now. For folks that are wondering about our chase team, he is traveling through areas that have very, very poor service along Highway 71. He is en route to this tornado warning. He's going to get his footage as much as possible. But right now, that's why you're not seeing anything on his side, because you know the service out here is not that great. but he is en route along Highway 71 trying to get into position for this tornado warning storm. So this is going to be for our folks. This is in Sebastian County and northwestern Scott County at this current time. If you're in Hartford, take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. If y'all can do me a big favor, we have 700 people on Facebook. I'm not sure how many we have on YouTube. And if y'all can push this live stream out, everybody that's watching, all you got to do is hit that share button. The more you hit that share button, the more that we can reach out to people, especially in northwestern Arkansas and in southern Arkansas. That way we can get them the heads up notice. But to repeat, we have 2 tornado warnings that we're watching. The one up here in northwestern Arkansas, that's going to be just south of Fort Smith. There's Fort Smith right here. There's the radar. There's the tornado warning storm. Let's zoom this out. We're going to monitor this very closely. And then we have the other tornado warning storm down here in Lafayette and into Columbia counties at this current time. We're monitoring both cells at the exact same time. We are not taking any questions. This is a tornado warning situation. We're prioritizing coverage right now over answering questions. This is no longer a Q&A session. This is us going over radar and going over the tracks and going over who's going to be impacted by these 2 tornado warnings at this time. So if you have questions, hold on to them. We're not going to get to them right now here. Our moderators will try to get to them, but right now the Q&A session is on hold because we have a tornado warning right now here, okay? So we're going to go back down to the one that is currently in Arkansas. Rich, if you could do me a big favor and let me know about the one up there in northwestern Arkansas that's south of Fort Smith. It gets this, yeah, go ahead. What you about to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say it is moving fairly slow. So this one wasn't too pressing. This one's only moving 30 miles per hour northeast. So
okay,
we've got a little time for our folks in Arkansas.
Sounds good. But yeah, right now this is the time. If you're in the community of Bradley, if you're in the community of Taylor down here in southwestern Arkansas, a lot of people probably don't even know that these cities even exist because they're pretty rural down here along the Arkansas-Louisiana border. But give them a heads up. There's gonna be somebody down here that knows this area. Give them a heads up. Call them, text them, blow their phones up. Recommend this live stream to them so that way they can kind of get the information. But folks, if you know anyone in this area, take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. This is going to be for our folks down here in southern Arkansas. What I'm going to do, the tornado potential is going to be right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a track on where this tornado potential is going to be. So that's just to the east of the community of Bradley, just to the west of the community of Taylor. We're going to put it to the northeast. I'm going to clock you at about 40 miles per hour. Magnolia, 30 minutes. It is time to hustle. You got to get to that safe place. When we talk about getting to that safe place, that's getting away from windows. That's putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and that's getting to the lowest area of your home immediately here. If you know anyone in downtown Magnolia, that's 30 minutes. McNeil, 38 minutes. Stevens, about 50 minutes. And in the Mount Holly area, it's going to be coming at you in about 50 minutes. But right now, if you are in downtown Magnolia, it is time to take your precautions immediately here. Don't wait for that polygon to get issued. This is the time right now to take your tornado precautions at this point. Okay, so this is what we've got. You're not going to see this coming. I want to make that clear. Paige, I'm seeing your comment. I'm seeing some comments right now. Great comment. It is rain wrapped. You are not going to see this coming. Let me make this clear. Do not attempt to try to go outside and see this tornado for yourself. Let me make that clear at this time. You're not going to be able to see this coming. Don't try to go outside and see the tornado for yourself or anything like that. As you can see by our radar presentation, it is heavily rain wrapped. It is surrounded by heavy rainfall, lightning, etc. You're not going to see it coming. By the time it's on top of you, it's going to be too late for you to seek shelter. So those areas, take your tornado precautions now. That's Magnolia, that's the Stevens area, that's Mount Holly, that's far northwestern Union County over towards the Columbia County area, and also eastern and southeastern Lafayette counties at this current time here. So if you know anyone in this area, take your tornado precautions now. You're in downtown Stamps. There's a lot of people that are asking about Stamps, the Waldo area, Garland. Right now, if you're in Stamps, I would definitely be in your safe spot. You are in that severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. If this were to track to the north, then it would impact our folks up there in Stamps. So right now, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Now, we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to go for our folks in Union County. This one, a little close to home for me. I grew up in El Dorado. I've got a lot of folks that are listening to this live stream that lives in downtown El Dorado. Watch this storm. This is the time of hustle right now. Get to the lowest part of your home. Get away from windows. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. This entire severe thunderstorm warning is tornado possible. So let's talk about this real quickly. Why is it tornado possible? This entire line of storms, and we can draw this out. And Rich, if you need to interrupt me if you have any urgent information. But this entire line of storms right in here has that potential right through there. So what's going on is that you have an area of rotation that may try to pick up right here in Lafayette and Columbia County. There may be another one that may try to form along the leading edge of this line. So for our folks in Union County, El Dorado, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. My folks on YouTube, if you can take care of that, I'd appreciate it. I see it in the comments. If y'all can handle that, I really, really appreciate it at this point. But right now, if you know anyone in downtown El Dorado, Highway 82, that's from Magnolia to El Dorado, take your tornado precautions now. I've got a lot of people that live down here in downtown El Dorado. This is the time right now to get them going. I know that tornado warning just expired. I just saw that. But we're going to still be on live stream because the severe thunderstorm warning is tornado possible for our folks down here in Columbia County and in Union County. So anyone in this area, give them a heads up. Tell them we're here. Tell them that they have coverage that they can watch. This is the time right now to do it at this point. Rich, do you have anything you need to report at this time?
Just that we have somebody in Heavener, Oklahoma, that is actually watching it. I'm trying to get in touch with them, but I lost contact with them. Okay. So I hope everything's okay.
And that's for that other tornado warning storm up there.
Up in western Sebastian County. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, let me see if I can get this to. There we go. Now you finally connected. All right. So right through here, and you can see it by our track. That is a comma head right there, comma head shape coming into Lafayette and into Columbia County. That's why you have that tornado potential coming into Columbia County and Union County. So what I'm gonna do is this entire line, I'm gonna clock at about 55. I'm pretty sure it's moving a lot faster than that. It's moving about 50. So I'm gonna put it for about 55 miles per hour. This is the list of cities right here. So Butner is pretty much on top of you right now. At this point, let me see if I can go over to here. There we go. So Butner's pretty much on top of you right now. Magnolia, you got about 4 minutes, and it's going to be right there. Mount Holly, you've got 20. El Dorado, right now, you've got about 30 minutes between here and now. That's the time frame that you need to be taking your tornado precautions. The reason why we're telling y'all to do it in a severe thunderstorm warning is because of the fact that this entire line is capable of producing tornadoes here. So keep that in mind here, guys. We're monitoring both storms at this point. We've got our chaser Derek. He's up there in northwestern Arkansas. Rich is going to keep me updated on the one right now. That tornado warning storm is not in the state. This one right now is in the state, and it's going to be impacting our areas down here in the southern Arkansas here. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you and the outside as possible, and get to that lowest area of your home immediately here. This is going to go for our folks along Highway 82 between Magnolia and the El Dorado area that is in Union County. Take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you and the outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back over to our rotation tracker. Like I said before, Rich is going to let me know in my ear if there's anything going on with that storm up there in western and northwestern Arkansas. But folks, you're in Columbia County, you're in the Emerson area. We've got an entire list on the bottom left corner of where the radar is of the time, the exact time by minute, which is awesome. We have it by minute of when this is going to be coming in to that area. So make sure that you're paying attention to that bottom left corner of your screen. We have it by minute, guys. It's not the exact time. We even have it by seconds on when it's going to be coming in. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions. I mean, if you're in if you're in Columbia County, I saw that one comment from Camden. You're in Columbia County, you're in Union County, take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you outside as possible and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. On top of all of that, other tornado potential, we also have the potential of 70-mile-per-hour winds and also the thunderstorm damage threat of considerable. That's going to be for our folks down here in Magnolia, Emerson, El Dorado, also towards Huddock, Smackover. Take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Rich, I got I got family and friends down here that I need to get in contact with. If you can take over for just a little bit, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I got some power outages to report.
Okay.
We've got over 700 people out in Colombia. So we are getting reports of extreme wind. So we're definitely probably experiencing potential straight line wind threats on top of that tornado warning.
Yeah.
And now it did drop. So the only tornado warning that we do have is in western Arkansas for Sebastian County.
Okay.
And that tornado obviously is taking
It's
sweet time getting here.
Yeah.
It's moving about 30 miles per hour. Derek has informed me he is about 5 or so minutes out of Waldron, and they're going to try to intercept it somewhere, hopefully within a safe distance as it comes into the state.
Yeah. He could probably set up on 71. If it's moving at 30, he could set up on 71 right there just outside of Mansfield. And that would be the area that we'd have to keep an eye on here. So, folks in the comments, I'm going to tell you guys this straightforward. Patience. If you don't have patience, it's time to learn patience. Because we've got a tornado warning in western Arkansas, and then we have another one down there in southern Arkansas here. So, we're not going to be answering questions right now. The time for that will come at a later time. This is a threat to life and property at this point. So, over there in western Arkansas, Sebastian County, Scott County, take your tornado precautions immediately. And then down there in southern Arkansas, those areas down there in southern Arkansas and western Arkansas, this is away from the metro areas. It's away from Little Rock. It's away from the big populated areas. So these areas probably don't have a lot of coverage outside of us here on the page. So we're trying to track them as much as possible. That way they have information at this point. So this is what we've got. I wish I could put 2 tracks on here so we can kind of monitor it, but we don't have that software yet. But this is what we've got. Hartfield coming in at you in 33 minutes. Huntington's going to be coming at you in 48. Mansfield around the next 45 to 50 minutes here. That is the tornado track at this point. It's going to be coming into Scott County, northwestern Scott County, and southern Sebastian counties. Pay attention to Derek Stream. He is going to be intersecting this storm coming from northeastern Oklahoma into northwestern Arkansas. He's going to be attacking it from the south, so we'll be able to get a good visual on what it is capable of doing at this point. Like I said before, we're going to be bouncing between western Arkansas and then our folks down there in southern Arkansas at this time. So, Derek, if you could do me not Derek, Rich, I know he's kind of bouncing between the two, chasing and us right now. If you want to go into a little further detail about this one, I got to get in contact, like saying, contact family and friends down here because they're down there in the El Dorado area at this time.
Yeah. So currently, that particular area in Sebastian County, that's going to experience 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail, tornado possible for severe thunderstorm warning. Obviously, we have a tornado warning, so obvious there's an obvious sign of a tornado threat within that severe thunderstorm warning. And it's currently moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, and locations in or near the path currently is Heavener, and that would be in Oklahoma. And they haven't issued a further warning into Arkansas other than just a brief sliver to kind of give people the heads up over there already. So basically it said that a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Heavener. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that name. Moving northeast.
Like it's Heavener or Heavener. I'm not sure how you would pronounce that.
Yeah.
Somebody in the comments will probably will let us know. I promise you.
Yeah. And if you've got any friends or family anywhere near the state lines, you definitely need to let them know that they have a very, very serious threat. We do not have any indication that it's on the ground yet.
Okay.
It's still radar indicated, and the rotation is definitely pretty strong on this still. So we're keeping a close eye on it, and our chasers, they are currently, actually, they're moving pretty good along 71, as you can see on the stream right now. So they're about to Waldron, and with this storm moving as slow as it is, they should be able to intercept it here pretty soon. Now, I have been reading in the comments section, there was one individual that was down near the Louisiana border, Arkansas border, during that tornado warning, and apparently they were experiencing extreme wind. And if we go and we look at the severe thunderstorm warning down there, it is marked for considerable damage. So we're definitely looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds down there in Union County. What is that? Lafayette.
That's gonna be, I was gonna say that's Lafayette. That's Columbia County down there in Union, and Washita counties here. So, like I said, folks, if I go quiet for a little bit, like I said, that down there is a little close to home. I grew up in El Dorado, and I've got a lot of family and friends that live down there. So what I'm doing right now is what you guys need to be doing. If you live down there in Columbia County or in the Union County area, pick up your phone. You've got family and friends down there. Let them know. Right now here, and that's what I'm doing at this point here. Yeah. So go ahead.
And I'm going through the velocity scans for the other storms up here. Yeah. And fortunately, we're not seeing much rotation.
I think that tornado warning is now in Arkansas. By the way, they pushed.
They
moved it into I think it's Southern Sebastian County now. Yeah, it is. It's Southwestern Sebastian in East Central LaFleur County. In northeastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas, excuse me. So I think you went over it earlier. Severe thunderstorm kept producing a tornado. So looking at New Haven are moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So have to watch that closely.
Yeah, definitely.
Not taking anything away from that, but I want to go back down here to southern Arkansas for just a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
And like so,
they've got considerable damage tags, so they are definitely experiencing straight line wind damage.
Yeah, and I suspected as much. It's gonna be coming in just a second. This big area right here, this is what's unique about our software, is that this severe thunderstorm warning, the entire area is considered for the potential, not only 70-mile-per-hour winds, but also the potential of a tornado or two with this line that's going to be coming into the Columbia and Union County area. So if you don't know anyone in those areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home now at this point. Sarah, sirens are going off in Magnolia and the Southern Arkansas University campus. Props to them. Thank y'all so much. If you work for them, y'all are doing an amazing job getting the sirens going down there in Magnolia. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are staying on top of the situation. Y'all are awesome here. So let's check this out. This is going to be moving into Junction City within the next 20 minutes. Mount Holly, 17 minutes. El Dorado's coming at you within the next 30. Also, the Northwood area, the Callion area, the Urbana area, and also Strong. It's going to be coming at you within the next 30 to 40 minutes. It's time to hustle, folks. This is not going to be a situation where you're just going to have to wait for a tornado warning polygon and then seek shelter. This line of storms is coming at you at 50 to 60 miles per hour. That's pretty much highway speed. So,
and we were just now issued a new tornado warning.
Okay, where is it going to be for?
Up in the west.
In west? Okay. Stacy, thank you so much. She sent me a video. We'll get that up once we get past this situation here. So we have a brand new tornado warning. Like I said before, for our folks in southern Arkansas, you're not being neglected at all. We're bouncing between western Arkansas and northwestern Arkansas, and in southern Arkansas at this current time. So if y'all can do me a favor, let's get this live stream out. Let's get these folks aware of the situation here at this point. If you're in central Arkansas right now, you're just kind of chilling until these storms get to you. But down here in southern Arkansas, take your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So there's a brand new tornado warning, Rich, if you want to talk about that. Wow.
This new tornado warning is a sliver for west central Scott County in western Arkansas.
That needs to be extended. That needs to be extended further into Sebastian County.
Yeah, I agree. And so obviously it's saying hazard tornado and quarter-size hail. I do not believe it's still radar indicated. So they have not. I do not believe it is currently on the ground. I can show you a quick coalition
There it is.
coefficient.
Rich, hang on. There's something special about that
we got
tornado
another
warning.
one. It's absorbed.
Okay, it's deserved. It's deserved.
It's observed. It's on the
tornado
ground.
warning. Okay, so we're breaking in now. Very, very important. If you guys haven't shared this live stream, this is a very important time to do it at this time.
Guys, it is on the ground.
A confirmed tornado was located 3 miles east of Hamilton, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. To repeat, a confirmed tornado was located 3 miles east of Hamilton, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is for our folks in Sebastian counties. Take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground at this point. It's a damaging tornado and quarter-size hail. So if you know anyone in the community of Hartford, Mansfield, Midland, that is just to the west and northwest of Waldron, take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. This is going to go for the following locations: Havner, Hartfield, Huntington, over towards Midland, Patterson, and Okaloosa. Take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. To repeat, this is a confirmed tornado. This tornado is on the ground. This is not radar indicated. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado with this storm. Take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Get away from the exterior walls. If you have a storm shelter, get there. If you don't, get to that lowest part. A lot of people have a lot of windows in their houses. Get away from those windows. This could be a closet. This could be a bathroom. This can be, a spare room, something like that doesn't have windows. Get there. Get a blanket. Get some shoes on. Also, if you have any helmets, something to protect your head, that's awesome. Get there. Take your tornado precautions. Get to that lowest part. And make sure you have our live stream up, and make sure you have our app downloaded for potential alerts. But to repeat, a tornado warning is in effect for our folks in Sebastian County. This is now on the ground. This is going to be for our folks just south of Fort Smith, south of Greenwood, south and west of downtown Mansfield, the community of Mansfield. And also for our folks over here, let's zoom this out to our folks in the Hartford area. Take your tornado precautions now. This is on the ground, confirmed. I was going to say, Rich, if you can do me a favor, we've got Derek. He's in Waldron. He's just to the southwest of this storm. Do you want to follow up with him real quickly?
Yeah. Do you want me to try to get him
yes,
live?
Please,
Is that what you want me to?
Yeah, if we can.
All right, Derek, since you've got good signal now, can you talk to us real quick on live?
Coming to you.
Okay. You're good. He's good.
Coming to you live from Highway 71 in Scott County. Tornado warning is in effect. Tornado is on the ground right now, just to our west across the state border in Oklahoma. If you live in Huntington, if you live in Mansfield, Hartford, take cover now. This is an observed tornado. We are 13 miles from Mansfield, Arkansas, and that is where we are going to be setting up and let this thing come to us. Again, this is Washtenaw Mountain. It's getting dark. It's late at night. You're not going to be able to see it coming. This is a professional type thing. If you are in Mansfield, you need to be taking your cover now. This has been a weather spotter and trained spotter confirmed tornado. We are coming up 71 right now. We just left Waldron. We are going to be coming up into the storm about the same time it crosses the border towards the Mansfield area.
Wow.
We will be keeping track of it. Hopefully our live stream will stay on. Back to y'all.
All right, we need to get back to radar quickly here. So thank you, Derek, for getting us that infield report. And we're going to go back over to this real quickly, guys. This is a very dangerous situation coming into western Arkansas at this time. There's a rotation here, guys, and the rotation is significant at this point. This is just to the west and northwest of Highway 28 at this point. This is south and west of the community of Hartford. For those that are wondering, this is not going to impact downtown Fort Smith. Let me make that clear. This is south of downtown Fort Smith. So if you have anyone in Fort Smith, you're good to go right now here. But this is a life-threatening situation here, not ignoring anyone in southern Arkansas right now. This is a life-threatening situation coming into western and northwestern Arkansas. So for our folks down there in southern Arkansas, I've gone over you guys earlier on. take your tornado precautions just to be on the safe side. 70-mile-per-hour winds will be moving into those areas. But right now, this is a life-threatening situation coming into western Arkansas. This is a confirmed large and dangerous tornado coming into western Arkansas at this point. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home. Being like, wow, I'm gonna make sure that this is accurate because it's so close to the radar. But Rich, what do you have to report at this time? Are you seeing anything on your end?
Yeah, no, I'm seeing quite a bit of winds too as well, not velocity, and I'm checking our CC drops, and I'm definitely seeing some potential for some debris at this time. Okay. And so I'm just trying to confirm it real quick, going through the scans.
Go back over to our rotation tracker. Yeah. Let me go over to, because it's gonna be low, very, very low level. It's low level rotation, so you're gonna have to bring the beam down. So I'm gonna leave it here. There's the area of rotation right in here. It's coming just southwest of the Hartford area. So I wanna show you guys this real quickly because there's a lot of people that are coming in, trying to figure out, where is this at right now. This is south of downtown Fort Smith. This is west and northwest of Waldron. This is southwest of the Mansfield area. This is south of Greenwood. Greenwood, excuse me. If you're in Fort Smith right now, those that are listening to this, if you're in Fort Smith, this is well to your south. And I'm going to tell you this, if it's south of Fort Smith, it is way to the south of our folks up here in Fayetteville. So this is coming into west central Arkansas. This is north of Mena, west of Waldron, south of Fort Smith at this current time here. This is nowhere near the downtown area of Fayetteville. This is nowhere near Fort Smith. This is well to the south of Interstate 40 at this current time. So something that we're going to monitor very closely. We have another separate tornado warning in place that's going to go for Scott County. Let me get this information up. A tornado warning for west central Scott County until 8:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Heavener, near Plateau, moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour here. So folks, if you know anyone in this area, take your tornado precautions immediately. Let me make this decently clear for everybody. This is not going to impact downtown Fayetteville. Fayetteville is over several hundred miles away from this tornado. So keep that in mind. If it's south of Fort Smith, it's way to the south of Fayetteville. This is south of the interstate at this point. So Sebastian County over toward Scott County. Take your tornado precautions now. Rich, we have a brand new mesoscale discussion coming from the Storm Prediction Center. They're now going to go with a tornado watch. That's going to go for much of central and down into southeastern Arkansas at this time. So things are rapidly getting going across the area. We've got Derek. He's going to be in the intercept mode for that tornado confirmed coming into western Arkansas. We're also going to be monitoring these storms down here in southern Arkansas at this current time here. So to repeat, I'm Chief Forecaster Cameron. That's Executive Director Rich right above my head. And then we have our entire Heartland Storm Chasing team that is in Waldron right now. Let's see if I can get his deal up. That's in Waldron right now that is moving towards this confirmed tornado that is moving into Sebastian and into Scott County at this current time. What I'm going to do for just a bit. Yeah, what you got for me, Rich?
No, I don't have anything. Okay, I'm just trying to get them into position.
Okay, sounds good. If you can do that for just a little bit, I'm going to go back to southern Arkansas for just a moment so we're not...
Yeah, we got another tornado possible down
Tornado possible down here. Yep, so we're going to go back to South Arkansas for just a moment. We're not taking anything away from anything that's going on across the state. So like I said before, earlier on, if you don't have patience, this is the time right now to learn it. You've got to learn patience, guys, here. We're covering both southern Arkansas and western Arkansas right now. There is a confirmed tornado in western Arkansas at this point. We're going to monitor both situations right now here, southern Arkansas and for our folks up there in eastern Arkansas at this current time here. Okay, so let's take a look at this real quickly here. Line of storms moving in. This is a pretty broad area coming in, regardless of the tornado threat. 70-mile-per-hour winds is going to be coming in for our folks down here in southern Arkansas. So you need to take your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls from the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately. I've got an entire moderator team. Feel free to deal with anybody that gets out of hand in the comments here, guys. So, like I said before, take your tornado precautions immediately down here in southern Arkansas as well. This is a very broad area. This is what we call a kill CS type straight line wind threat for our folks down here in southern Arkansas. That's going to be for Nevada County, Ouachita County, also Calhoun County, down towards Union County, and the Columbia County area at this point. So we're monitoring both at this current time, southern Arkansas, and for our folks in west central Arkansas, we do have a downstream watch that's going to be issued. Heidi, if you can stay on top of that, once that gets issued, post that on the page as quickly as possible here, guys. So, like I said before, just monitoring everything. Things are heating up fast down here in southern Arkansas and in western Arkansas. We're going to put a track of this entire line, and I'm going to clock you guys at about 55 miles per hour here. So this is going to be the track of this entire line of storms here, and it is a long list of cities that's going to be coming in. So let's go over it real fast here, and then we're going to jump back to the tornado warning that is on the ground up there in western northwestern Arkansas. So Johnson City, Smackover, El Dorado, Northwood, East Camden, the county area, over towards Sparkman, Bearden, Hampton, Strong, Harrell, the Thornton area, Huddock, Hermitage, and also West Crosset. Those cities sound familiar. If they sound like, you have someone that lives there, or you have family members or friends, etc., this is the time right now to get them to shelter immediately here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. What does that mean? That means 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are expected. Large hail is possible, and also the potential of a tornado here. So keep that in mind. Something that we're going to monitor very closely. This is pushing to the east at about 50 miles per hour. So Camden, El Dorado, Smackover, Northwood, Camden, Sparkman, Hampton, Strong, Huddock, Hermitage, Crosset. Take your tornado precautions. I know it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but this is producing 70 mile per hour winds regardless of the tornado threat down here at this current time. So we've gone over southern Arkansas. What I'm going to do is let me see here. I'm going to take a screenshot of this, and what I'm going to do for just a second, Rich, I'm going to send it into our deal. If you can get this on the page, I would appreciate that so much. It wouldn't be funny. So give me just 1 second. I'm going to get this up over here so he can get this on the page for those that are wondering, the radar update for our folks in southern Arkansas. So there it is right there. Now that we've got that taken care of, folks that need the information for southern Arkansas, feel free to go check out the page. One of my moderators, if y'all can get a link to the page, the main page, that'll be awesome. That way people can kind of tune in and see what's going on down there in southern Arkansas at this point. So what we're going to do now that we've gone over this, we're going to go back up to northwestern Arkansas here, where there's, like I said before, a confirmed tornado up here. We're going to go to our down here. This is just south of Fort Smith. Let's zoom this out, kind of give you guys a perspective of where this is. Central Arkansas is here. Northwest Arkansas is here. Northeastern Arkansas is here, and then eastern Arkansas is over here, and then there's southern Arkansas. Where this tornado confirmed tornado is, it is in Scott County and in Sebastian counties right here. So it's right in this zone, right in here. So this is not in Little Rock, this is not in Fayetteville, this is not in Jonesboro or in Arkadelphia or Pine Bluff or anywhere like that. This is south of Fort Smith. This is coming into far western Arkansas at this point. So let's zoom this down. And it's close to the radar, Rich, but man, look at there. Yeah. Look at that rotation. Yeah. Right in there. Whew. He's in Mansfield. If you can get him to stop and make sure he has a solid east route out of there as an escape route, that'll be awesome. Because this thing's on the ground. I mean, there it is right there, folks. Let's go over to the rotation real quickly. And it's going to be right in here. Okay, so we're going to do, before I start the rotation up, we're going to zoom down even further and pull up some street level view real quickly here. So that's going to be Plateau Mountain Road over here. That's where that area of rotation just crossed over right now here. And this is going to be County Road 62 and then West Harmony Road over here as well. So this is the area of rotation right in here. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And get to the lowest area of your home right now. I've got over 1,200 people in this live stream. I love each and every one of y'all for getting this information out. Right now, we're tracking this confirmed tornado right now. And it's going right over Plateau Mountain Road at this point. This is going to track just to the south and west of the community of Hartford at this point. And it's moving towards the community of Mansfield right now here. And I'm going to get a track of this storm. Go ahead, Rich. Feel free to break in. What you got?
Real quick. Just wanted to say that they are 5 miles south of Mansfield. They've got several exit strategies. They are currently looking directly at the tornado. so they've got a really good view of it. However, it is dark.
Yeah.
And the viewers are only going to be able to see only so much when it lightnings.
Yeah.
So, just you guys can just kind of keep an eye on that as we go through. And I've got we also have them live streaming on Heartland Storm Chasing.
Yeah.
That's a bigger view if you wanted to see that.
Okay.
But guys, just remember, guys, do not try to go outside and see this.
Please don't.
Very, very dangerous.
Please don't. Please do not try to go out and see this, guys. I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna his thing is muted, but I'm gonna switch over for just a second. And I want to talk about this. So there's a reason why that we're telling you guys, do not attempt to try to go and see this for yourself. It is dark. It is rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see this, and you can see with the lightning strikes, it's illuminating that structure. So what you're looking at, you're looking southwest to this storm right now. That's the perfect position of where he's at, and right now this is what we've got. So don't try to go out and see this tornado for yourself. If you're in the community of Hartford or in Mansfield, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest part of your home immediately here. And boy, that is one big structure with that storm coming in here. And he is right on, he's pretty much looking at this from the southwest at this current time here. So this is a tornado that is observed right now. There is a difference between a tornado emergency and a tornado that is observed. A tornado emergency is for it's going to be going over a heavily populated area. This is staying away from downtown Fort Smith. This is staying away from the big populated areas. But right now, it's going towards the community of Hartford. It's going towards the community of Mansfield. Let me make this crystal clear for everybody to understand. If you are in downtown Fort Smith, this is staying to your south. You don't have to worry about a thing if you're in Fort Smith. But if you know anyone that's south of Fort Smith on 253 in Mansfield, in Hartford, wow, that new rotation is ridiculous. Going towards Boonville. Boonville, you need to be watching this closely. Highway 10. You need to watch this very, very closely here. And like I said, Derek's got the best visual that you're going to get right now of this storm. Looking at it from, he's on the northeastern side of the storm. He's looking to the southwest, and you can see it right here. There's the structure as clear as day at this point. If there's going to be a tornado, let me see if I can draw this out. If there's going to be a tornado here, it is going to be right in this zone, because you can see there's your mesocyclone right in here where that lightning just illuminated. It's going to be right in here, guys. That's where that tornado potential is going to be right here, because your wall cloud's going to be right there. So take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately right now, guys. This is the time. If you are in Mansfield, you need to seek shelter immediately here. This is a confirmed tornado coming into the south side of the Hartfield area. Take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. Derek's got an escape route. That's going to move into the east. Wow, look at there, guys. Look at there. That is the entire storm system right here. This is it right here, guys, coming into it. You're looking at it live. Rich, if you can do me a favor, I'm going to switch back over to radar. If you can get him ready, he can do an infield report, and we'll get the information on that coming up here in just a second. But I'm going to switch back over to radar,
you guys hang
and
on
we're going to talk to you guys about this, because right now this is a wow. Like, this is very, very strong rotation coming in. That is 82 inbound. That is about, let's say, right in here, that's going to be about 12. That puts you over 100 miles per hour here. So, folks, look at there. Look at there. That the gate to gate right now is over 100 miles per hour within this tornado. So, folks, take your tornado precautions now. If you know anyone in the community of Hartford, and also Mansfield, you need to seek shelter now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home now. Look at here, Rich. That area of rotation, man, that is insane. That Incredible. Is absolutely insane, guys. Folks, if you know anyone in Mansfield or in Hartford, they need to be in shelter now. They need to be in their tornado safe spots now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls from you to the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. You got it, like I said before, if you really need to know information for our folks in Southern Arkansas, one of my guys, if y'all can get, I think someone's got it in the comments here. I'm going to put it in the comments as well. get the link to the page. And what we're going to do is, for those that are coming in trying to figure out Southern Arkansas, because this is on the ground, this is life-threatening right here. This takes priority over what's going on down there in Southern Arkansas right now. We're going to recommend you guys go over to Facebook, and we have that radar update, and I'm going to pin this so you guys can kind of see on what's going on here. So go check out that. It is in the comments. Go down. It's going to have a picture of the radar for our folks down there in Southern Arkansas, so you can kind of see the track on what we're looking at this point. Also, if you're trying to figure out how to watch Derek, it is going to be on YouTube. The Heartland Storm Chasing at this point, I'm going to see if I can try to get him set up over here. Give me just 1 second, and I'm going to get that set up at this point. So this is going to be the Heartland Storm Chasing link. It's going to be coming up here shortly. I'm getting that over on the page, and there we go.
Yeah, he's ready whenever we're ready.
Okay, so he's ready? Awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me just one.
You want me to go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, if you're ready for him, I'm good now.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Derek. You're live.
A confirmed tornado was just to our southwest, and it's moving towards the northeast here. Areas around Mansfield, Liberty are in the path of this storm. Again, it was previously confirmed. Cannot confirm or deny whether it's still on the ground at this point. But for those of you that live in and near this storm, it does have a history of producing damage. Again, this is in the mountains. It's at night. Do not try and go look for it. You're not going to see it. The best thing to do is just stay put in your shelter until this storm has passed.
Definitely. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch back over. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to switch back over to our current radar at this point. And like I said before, folks, this is going to be the track. Mansfield, you've got about 20 minutes. This is the time now. Don't wait for this thing to get on top of you. You have 20 minutes right now to seek your tornado precautions immediately here. If you're in downtown Mansfield, the community of Mansfield, Boonville along Highway 10, take the time right now. This is the time right now here. Let's take a look at this. This is going to be moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. So we're going to take this tornado, the area of rotation where the tornado is right now. We're going to put it. I'm going to put it at about 30. Let's go 35. Just to be on the safe side, let's go 35. Boonville, you've got about 40 minutes. It's time now. Don't wait till the tornado warning gets there. Don't wait for the tornado to get confirmed and headed your way. This is the time right now for you to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to you outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. This is going to go over the community of Mansfield. This is just south of downtown Fort Smith. Matter of fact, let's do this. Okay, so folks that are wondering, this is a confirmed tornado, by the way. So that takes precedence over anything that's going on right now. This is a life-threatening situation ongoing for our folks over here in Western Arkansas. So right now, for those that are wondering, Fort Smith, let me reassure everyone, because those that are worried, they're stressing out, trying to figure out what's going on. This is downtown Fort Smith, right up here. Little Rock is off the screen. This is Russellville. This is Interstate 40. You got to know where you live. You have to know where you live and your surrounding areas. This is Mansfield, and this is Boonville. There's Highway 10. That's going to be stretching kind of like this. There's Highway 10, and then there's the interstate up here as well. This is headed towards Mansfield and to Boonville. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home now. This is a confirmed large tornado coming into the community of Mansfield and towards the Boonville area. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you outside as possible, get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this point. Rich, do you have anything that you need to report at this point?
Just that producer Gaff, they were not live until just now on Heartland Storm Chasing, so they are live now.
They're live now. Okay, awesome. All right. Well, we've had them up. We've had them up on our stream for the entire time, so that's good.
True.
But We've got over 1,400 people watching this right now. Y'all are awesome. Thank y'all so much for coming in and listening to this live stream. I'm Chief Forecaster
And 2,000
Cameron.
on YouTube.
And 2,000 on YouTube. That is insane. So I'm Chief Forecaster Cameron. That's Executive Director Rich. We've got our Heartland Storm Chasing team right now that is in the position of this tornado warning storm that is coming into western Arkansas. It is a confirmed, large, and extremely dangerous tornado. Let's read the latest from the National Weather Service in Tulsa. So to repeat, a confirmed tornado was located 4 miles south of Hartford, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Damaging tornado, quarter-size hail will be expected with this storm. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. This is going to be for the community of Hartford, Midland, Huntington, also towards the Patterson and the Arkland area. Take your tornado precautions now. Boonville, if you live along Highway 10, Highway 10 sticks out to you, you might want to let somebody know, especially if they're in the community in Boonville. This is a time right now. You're not even in the polygon. You're about 45 minutes out. Let's take that time. Let's use that extra time and let's get to shelter immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home right now here. That area of rotation is still there at this point here. Okay, so let's zoom this out. This is the current radar on what we've got right now. There's the look of the storm here. There's the reflectivity. So what we're looking at right now is the storm itself. It is all by itself, by the way. And the environment that it's going to be in is capable of producing tornadoes. We never said that the tornado threat was gone. We just said that a few tornadoes will be possible, and this is what we've got at this point. So confirmed tornadoes still there. Let's go back to, for just a quick moment, I want to take a look at southern Arkansas right now. We don't have any tornado warnings down here, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible. That's going to go for the following counties: Lafayette, Columbia, Union, Calhoun, and Washita counties. Also Clark and Dallas counties as well here. 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and also the potential of a tornado with this cluster of storms that is pushing into southern Arkansas and southeastern Arkansas at this current time. So right now, our focus, our main focus right now is going to be with that confirmed tornado up there in west central Arkansas. I've got Rich here, I've got Heidi, I've got Dustin, I've got a whole team behind me that is monitoring both western Arkansas and southern Arkansas. If you go in the comments, it's pinned. Go look at our main page, and it's going to tell you what's going on down here in southern Arkansas at this point. So right now, this is what we have at this time. Let's take a look at the storm here, and this is going to be it. There's the tornado potential right in here. You can see it on Derek's stream as well. Let me get his deal back up in here. So he's in Mansfield at this point. Rich, have you heard anything in terms of damage, in terms of anything confirmed right now?
No, I've been monitoring everything, and I'm not seeing any reports of damage quite yet. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in Ironbot or anything.
Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's good that we haven't heard anything, in terms of injuries or damage, or anything like that here. But we know for a fact that we had a weather spotter down there that did confirm the tornado, and National Weather Service in Tulsa. Props to them for getting this confirmed tornado warning out pretty quickly with urgency. So right now we have that report, but fortunately so far we haven't heard anything in terms of damage or anything like that here across the board. So this is what we've got right now here. This is the current radar right now. What we're going to do for just a moment is that we're going to take a look at the rotation. This is very important whenever we're trying to see where the tornado is at this time, and we're going to keep an eye on it. This is just to the south of the community of Hartford, or just to the south and southwest of Mansfield at this time. There's the area of rotation. You can see it on Derek's stream. The wall cloud that is in place, the structure. If this was during the day, you'd be able to see it a lot better, but this is at night. So right now, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home now. Folks that need reports out of southern Arkansas, go take a look at our main page. While you're there, go like it. We have a radar update that has the entire line of storms and the track of those storms as they're pushing into south central and into southeastern Arkansas at this current time here. But this is a confirmed tornado that was reported. Let's take a look at the latest report from the National Weather Service in Tulsa. Give me just 1 second here. It is still observed as of 8:13. That was a little earlier on. The tornado warning is going to expire about 8:45. I'm fairly certain they're going to extend this into Logan County, Scott County, and into Sebastian County. So I'm very, very certain that this is going to be an extension of the tornado warning. It's just a matter of time. This is Fort Smith, by the way. So the tornado warning that does get issued is going to go for folks that are along Highway 10. This is going to track, as of right now, south of the Greenwood area, excuse me. And it's going to track south of the Fort Smith area. But Boonville, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible. And get to the lowest area of your home right now here. So, Heidi says that there's damage reports in along Highway 71. Highway 71 is blocked due to several downed trees down there. So that's the first damage report we've gotten out so far here. But yeah, folks, if you're in this area, time to seek shelter right now here. And I know the velocity doesn't look as impressive as it did as it was coming into Arkansas, but this could be just cycling. These tornadoes, they love doing this. They'll have that big intensity, then they'll scale down, and then they'll come back even stronger than ever. So make sure if you're on 71, if you're on Highway 10 in Boonville, or you're in the community of Mansfield right now, take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. Rich, do you have anything you need to report right now at this current time here, outside of that damage report that that Heidi just sent in?
Well, what's interesting is we were sent in from a trained spotter in our spotter network from Havener, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Of actual damage to buildings, and this actually was on the ground a little sooner.
A little sooner than what it was when it was coming into Arkansas.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So I'm checking in with him to see if he's got anything more on that now.
Okay. Thank you. They have opted to go with a severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible instead of a tornado warning, but that doesn't mean anything. You know anyone in this area? Okay, so what they have done now, so now you have a severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible on the southern side, and you now have a brand new tornado warning that is in effect until 9/15. It's going to go for southern Sebastian County. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles southwest of Huntington, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard is going to be tornado, and also the radar indicated rotation. But folks, as Rich just said, there's been confirmed damage down there when it was coming out of Oklahoma. Don't wait for this thing to get confirmed. Let's stay ahead of the game. Let's be proactive. Let's get to shelter immediately for those folks that live along Highway 10, Highway 71, and also 23 at this current time. If you're in Glenwood right now, this is very important for those that are listening to this right now. I know everyone has storm anxiety. I know hearing tornado is freaking everybody out right now to the galaxy. Relax for just a little bit. Take a look at the map. Know where you are. If you're in Greenwood right now, this is going to track barely, but it's going to track just to your south and to your east right now. So if you're in downtown Greenwood, I keep butchering that name for some reason, Greenwood. If you're in Greenwood right now, you're good. It's going to get loud. You're going to have a lot of heavy rainfall. Some hail could be possible. Winds up to 60 miles per hour could be possible with that as well. But if you live along Highway 10 at this point, I'm really surprised they opted to go with a severe thunderstorm warning instead of a tornado warning. That should have been a tornado warning down there. But we're going to treat it like a tornado warning along 71 right now. If you know anyone in this area, you need to take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately here. So what we're going to do for just a moment is what I'm going to do, Rich, I'm going to take it off of these certain radars, and I'm going to put it on our regional radar, and we're going to kind of give a broad look on what's going on right now here. So folks that are Arkansas.
I wanted to give
go ahead.
I wanted to give a quick update on our chasers. Our chasers were entered into a severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible, so they are now using their escape to get out of there.
Okay, good. That's Derek for you, and that's Jesse and Chandler in there. Those guys in there, they're awesome. That team is awesome. So this is just kind of looking at everything right now, okay? So this is both rounds of storms that are coming in. You've got storms in northwestern Arkansas, and you have a monster line of storms coming in southern Arkansas right now. So those that are, that are coming and spamming the comments about southern Arkansas, this is a look right now. This is the time to pay attention right now for both northwestern Arkansas, and for our folks in southern and southeastern Arkansas. This is looking at both areas right now. Tornado warning up there, Sebastian, Logan, and also that's northern and northwestern Scott counties. And then for our folks in southern Arkansas, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. Washita County, Calhoun County, Columbia, Lafayette, and Union counties at this current time here. This is what we're looking at this point. This entire area is going to push into the state as we move later into the night and into tomorrow. There's downtown Little Rock. For those that are wondering, nothing's going on in Little Rock right now. There's nothing going on in northeastern Arkansas. There's nothing going on in Memphis or in Hot Springs or anything like that. This is the entire time right now. This is the entire state. This is the time to pay attention. I'm showing the entire state of Arkansas right now. It's time to pay attention at this point. If you're in southern Arkansas, all you got to do is go on the page, find where that graphic is. It's the first thing that you're going to see, and it's going to have it at this point. Okay, so this is what we've got. Let's zoom this down so you guys can kind of see what's going on. There's a lot of storms coming in. I'm going to go over both at the exact same time so you guys kind of have a visual on what's going on. There's southern Arkansas right there, Camden, down towards Magnolia. Storms are coming into El Dorado right now, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. None of that right now is tornado warning, but we're treating it like it because it is going to be tornado possible at this point. We're also watching that storm up there in Sebastian County, Logan County, and also Scott County at this current time. That one has had a confirmed tornado on it with reports of damage coming out of East Central Oklahoma. That is moving to the north and east, going into Logan County, and it's going to eventually, we'll have to watch it, if you're in Clarksville or along Interstate 40, this is the time right now that you're going to have to monitor that very, very closely. Like I said before, this is the time right now that you need to be paying attention. Folks, if you do not know where you live, it is time to pull this device out. It is time to go on Google, and it is time to search up where do I live and where's my county. That is the time right now, especially with severe weather coming into the state here. So I want to make that clear. This is what we've got at this point. This is pushing into south central Arkansas, and this is pushing into eastern Arkansas at this current time here. Okay, so there's nothing going on in central. There's nothing going on in northeastern Arkansas right now. Our attention at this point is going to go for our folks in western Arkansas and into southern Arkansas here. This is the time right now for you to be paying attention. For those that you have to know where you live, you got to know where your counties are. That's just that's just simple. Whenever you're dealing with weather here in Arkansas, it is time to pull that device out, hit that Google, and it's time to search up those counties and search up your cities if you do not know where you live. Or you can pull your driver's license out. It's going to tell you the exact same information. So let's do this. Let's recollect ourselves, Rich, and we're going to break this down here. So which one are you wanting to tackle first, western or southern Arkansas?
Well, real quick, I wanted to talk about southern Arkansas. We've got more damage reports. Arkansas State Highway 160 east of Bradley is blocked with trees down.
Wow.
Just along the border of Arkansas, emergency manager reports several trees down on roadways across town. We've got 2,000 without power down there in the same area that experienced those extreme. That was actually in the tornado warning, but also experienced those extreme straight line winds. So we are getting several reports now down there from after the matter. Yeah.
All right. So that's what we got at this point. Let me see if I can pull up some storm reports right now here, and there it is. You're starting to see the damage reports, like you just said, Rich. There's all the storm reports right now in Miller County, Lafayette County, down into Columbia County, like this current time here. So watch this very, very, very closely. There's a lot of storms right through here. That's going to be pushing into technically eastern Arkansas, southeastern Arkansas. So Dallas County, Cleveland County, Lincoln County, Drew County, Ashley County, Bradley, Calhoun, and Union, and Washita counties. If that sounds familiar to you and that's ringing a bell, that's the time to seek shelter. That's the time to get into your safe places. And I know it's not a tornado warning like it is up there in western Arkansas right now, but the biggest thing is this down here, and I'll be honest with you, is a little bit more dangerous than the one up there in western Arkansas, because the one in western Arkansas is on a supercell by itself. It's going to be more easy to track. This one down here is going to be more of what we call a kill CS. So these rotations that develop down here are going to be quick, they're going to be brief, it's going to happen fast. The one up there, you already know where it is and you can track it with no problem. Down here, it's going to be difficult because they're going to develop along the line at random times. So this is the time right now. If you're in Camden, you're in El Dorado, we've talked to you guys about this for the longest time. It is time now to stay where you are, get away from the windows, get away from that exterior wall, and put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. Be prepared for the potential of power outages, tree damage, and also the potential of large hail as well. So this is what we've got right now here, and I know we just got tornado watches that are going to be that are coming out right now. We're going to get that information for you guys on the page here. So y'all are doing an amazing job. Rich, y'all are great. You know, our moderators, they're doing a great job getting this information out at lightning speed. This is what we've got at this point, okay? So this is what we're watching. There's a line of storms. For those that are wondering about southern Arkansas, this is Union County, Calhoun County, Bradley County, Washita counties, Ashley counties, Dallas, and Cleveland. Take your tornado precautions immediately. I know this is a severe thunderstorm warning. This entire line is capable of producing brief, weak spin-ups, and you're not going to be able to see it coming. So I'd rather for you guys to get away from the windows, get away from the exterior walls, and get to that lowest level of your home immediately here. Folks, you got to learn your surroundings. If you haven't been here in Arkansas long enough, that's understandable. You've been here for several years. There should be no reason why you don't know what city you live in. You've got to know with severe weather because it's a safety thing right now here, okay? So watch this very, very closely. This is going to be for our folks down here in southern Arkansas at this current time. Now, let's take back a look up here in northwestern Arkansas and western Arkansas. We're watching this storm as well. Up here in northwestern Arkansas, this is a confirmed tornado that has been reported back out here towards Oklahoma. This is a tornado warning. Let's see if we'll go over to here. There's a tornado warning real quick. I'm going to take the time off for southern Arkansas, and we're going to put a track of this one. This is a long supercell by itself, and what it's going to do, we're going to put a track, and you see that little appendage right there. That's where that tornado potential is going to be. We're going to track this out. I'm going to give it at about 40 miles per hour. Mansfield, it's going to be on top of you with the next 6 minutes here, okay? And then also, it's going to be in Boonville in 30 minutes, Magazine in 40, Blue Mountain right around the next 50 minutes, and then in Paris up here, it's going to be getting closer and closer and closer to the interstate at this current time here. So, something that we're going to have to monitor very, very, very closely. This may eventually be a problem for our folks in Clarksville and in the Russellville area at this current time. So, we'll keep an eye on that.
Hey, can we...
yeah, go ahead. What you got?
Yeah, can we zoom in on velocity scans?
Yes,
for
I can.
Near Prescott.
Yep, I can. Down here in southwestern Arkansas, so this right here. So that's gonna be. I'm gonna use. Let's do Little Rock, and I can take a look at that real fast here. I'm pretty sure doesn't surprise me. Right in here, what we call that bookend vortice. That's where that area of rotation could be. That's just outside, just to the west-northwest of the Interstate 30 area. Right now here, so we'll watch that closely. If that does go torn warning, Rich, let me know as soon as possible here. So we'll keep an eye on that right now here. So we're gonna go back for just a moment and take a look at the one up here in Fort Smith here. So very active radar tonight. We're watching western, southern Arkansas, and southeastern Arkansas at this current time here. But this is a track right in here, and right now, like I said before, the rotation doesn't look nowhere near as impressive as it was when it was coming into South Sebastian County. It was coming out of Oklahoma. That doesn't mean squat, guys. That doesn't mean anything. You still need to take your tornado precautions immediately at this current time. And it's going to Boonville, the Magazine area. That's going to be Highway 109, Highway 23. That's Highway 197. That's Highway 217. At this time here. So something that we're going to monitor very, 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 very closely here. So before, if you know anyone in these areas, take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this time here. Rich, what do you have for me in terms of damage or anything like that?
I don't have a whole lot of new ones since the
good.
last time that they came out.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but we do have. Let's see, the power outages jumped up to 2,200.
Wow, hang.
Still in your.
Let me double check this real quick. This one right here, I wonder if you see that on your end as well. Looks like that's starting to get what we call an appendage here. So basically what's going on, this is so close to the radar, It's not even funny. You have this coming in, your outflow coming in, and you have your inflow coming in at the exact same time. I realized I just drew that on the wrong side here. Let me give you 1 second. Right here.
Oh, it just went tornado warned, I believe.
Yeah, it just did. I see it. That's where that area of rotation is. So you got your inflow coming in right now, and then you have your outflow coming in at the exact same time. So this is over Mansfield right now, and it's going to track over this area at this point. It's moving towards the Boonville area. Boonville, you need to be seeking shelter now. You need to be getting into your safe place immediately. This is the time right now here. If you're along Highway 10, that strikes a chord with you. It is time right now to hustle, 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 hustle. You've got to get to shelter immediately at this current time here if you're in this area. So let's zoom this back out. What we're going to do, like I said before, we have people that are tuning in, coming in from all over the state. You know, southern Arkansas, northern Arkansas, all these areas. Take your tornado precautions now if you live up here in western Arkansas. For our folks down here, severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go over for just a little bit. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to go for our following folks. Clark County, Calhoun County, Dallas County, Washita County. It's going to go until 9 o'clock this evening. Severe thunderstorms located along the line extending from southwest of near Village to Atlanta to near Homer, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour winds to 70 mile per hour winds, quarter-size hail, and also the potential of an isolated tornado or two at this point. So make sure that you are taking your tornado precautions immediately. For those that are in Hot Springs and Little Rock and Central Arkansas, you guys, let your hair down, relax a little bit right now. This is nowhere near those areas. Those folks in southern Arkansas and western Arkansas are dealing with it. Central Arkansas, we've got a storm moving in right now. Nothing severe with it at this point. If it does go severe, we will be the first ones to know about it. But right now, nothing severe in central Arkansas. Just a lot of heavy rainfall and some thunder up here in Hot Springs right now. Not a drop of rain in Little Rock at this point. Let's take a look at this over here. And right now, this is going to be the center of the attention. And look at there. Look at that, the appendage. Basically, you have the inflow coming in the Mansfield area. Hopefully, if you're in Mansfield, the community of Mansfield, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. If you know anyone that is along Highway 23, that is along Highway 71, along Highway 252, and also Highway 10 up here, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls for you and the outside as possible. Get to that lowest level of your home right now here, guys. So folks, like I said before, we're bouncing between El Dorado and southern Arkansas and in western Arkansas. You can always go back, rewind the live stream if you missed this information in southern Arkansas. No one's being neglected. Don't catch that attitude. Nobody's being neglected here. We're going over both western Arkansas and southern Arkansas at this current time. If you're in Greenwood, there's nothing going on in terms of tornadic activity in Greenwood. It's just loud. You're going to have a lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning, and a lot of hail coming in to the Greenwood area. But right now, this is not impacting that area. This is going to stay south. The tornadic part of the storm is going to stay south. Right now, this is going over the community of Mansfield, Boonville, and Magazine. If you know anyone in those areas or you know anyone traveling to that area, make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to you the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately here. And I see this one comment. I want to pull this up on air real quickly here while we're still in severe weather coverage mode. And this is going to go for our folks down here in southern Arkansas. If you give me just 1 second, I want to see if I can get this up on air. This comment right here. Thank you so much for keeping us posted. None of our local channels interrupted programming to address this before the storm hit in Camden and the lights are out now. You guys are the only connection to the weather. I love this. As a southern Arkansas native, I love this. I grew up without too much weather coverage down there in southern Arkansas. I will give my last breath to make sure South Arkansas is covered when it comes to severe weather. So it really means a lot for that down there in southern Arkansas that you guys are tuning in and watching our coverage here, okay? So I just wanted to make that quick comment for that area down there in southern Arkansas. So let's take a look at this real quickly here. Let's zoom this out, kind of give you guys a perspective. We're still monitoring this storm. If you want to give a live update, does Derek want to give a live update real quick?
Well, I can try to get his attention, but I just talked to him. He just set up about 20 miles to the east of the actual tornado where the velocity scans show the potential of rotation.
Okay.
He is just south of Boonville on Highway 23, and they're looking towards the center of this storm cell right now. And I can get him live if you want me to.
Yeah, I would love it. Get a brief update from him, and then we'll jump back. What we're going to do is we're going to jump back to southern Arkansas, and then we're going to watch this closely. We just got a tornado warning. I think that's the same one at this point. So let me go to 30 miles per hour here. But if you can get him on alive, that'd be awesome. Once we get a break in from him, we'll jump back to Southern Arkansas to make sure those folks are down there are covered, and then we'll come back up to this one at this current time here. So we're just waiting on Derek. For those in Boonville, you got about 30 minutes. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Magazine coming up within the next 40, and then Blue Mountain is going to be coming at you within the next 50 minutes here. Interest along Highway 10. Right now, this is the time right now that you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Don't wait for it to get warned. Don't wait for it to get confirmed. If you know anyone, if Highway 10 is striking right now, we'll have to watch it. So let me go over to Derek real quick. I hear him. Go ahead.
Now here about 10 miles to the southwest of Boonville. Right now we are along Highway 23, the highway that runs from 71 up to the Boonville area along Highway 10. Again, the rotation is just to our southwest now, about probably 5 to 10 miles to our southwest. This is a storm that has produced a tornado with damage around Havener, and also starting to get reports coming out of the Huntington area as well. So once again, this is a very strong storm. It is now interacting with a boundary coming out of southern Arkansas from the MCS, currently moving through the southern part of the state. So couple that with the outflow boundary that is currently moving, or that was left over from storms this morning. So you have a double whammy effect here going on right now with two different boundaries this storm is going to be interacting with. Couple that with the low level jet over our heads is currently creating a worst case scenario moving here into Logan County over the next couple of minutes. So we're going to keep tracking the storm. If you live in Boonville, we are heading to the Boonville area shortly. That is where we are going to be sitting and tracking the storm as it comes in. Hopefully it dies down before it gets there, but given it is out there all by itself, and my years of chasing, the Boonville area tends to be an area where storms do tend to get a little stronger, but we're going to keep tracking this until it dies right here for back to y'all.
Alright, sounds like a plan. Alright, so we're going to go back over to our current radar. So as promised, we're going to monitor this storm very closely. Rich, I'm going to put you in charge of letting me know how this goes up here. If anything gets confirmed, any damage, feel free to break in. What we're going to do for just a minute, we're going to zoom back down to our folks down here in southern Arkansas. Fortunately, at this point, this is now a special weather statement for our folks down here and in southern Arkansas. Give me just 1 second. And let me bear with this for just a minute. My radar just crashed on me. So give me just 1 second, guys. We're gonna get this up. But we're gonna monitor this storm down here in southern Arkansas. Give me just one little bit. We're gonna get this up. This thing's been going since last night, so wouldn't surprise me that it kind of did it. Because as soon as I switched over to the radar, it did it. So it'll come back up here in just a second. But like I said before, folks, if you know anyone in this area, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately, especially on that northern side. We're going to have that radar coming up here in just a second. As a matter of fact, it just came back up. And let's take a look at this real quickly here. So that's going to be it. And we're going to go back over here. So it looks like they have dropped the tornado possible tag with this, which is great news. But that does not negate the damaging wind threat with this storm down here. So let's take a look at this real quickly here. Things are going to get loud down here in southern Arkansas. There's a lot of storms moving in at this time. There's the lightning's insane coming into El Dorado, the Hampton area over towards Camden at this current time. There it is right in here. So let's go ahead and put a track. Give me just 1 second and we'll get a track up for you guys, and there's going to be the point right here. So right in here, let's put a track. I'm going to clock you at about, let's go 40 miles per hour to those areas here. So let's zoom this out. I'm going to put you guys right on this side so it kind of takes away from the cities here. So you guys see all the cities here in Arkansas. This is going to be coming into West Crossett probably within the next 30 minutes. Going to be coming strong in the next 11. Sparkman within the next 10. The Bearden area around the next 2 minutes. The Urbana area. I know a lot of people down here. These cities, I grew up down here visiting these cities a lot over the weekend. All of these cities here, if you know anyone in this area, make sure that they are staying aware. This is 70 60 to 70 mile per hour winds coming in at this point. So this is what we've got at this current time here for folks down here in southern Arkansas. I grew up down here. I know that the coverage down here is just poor. Like I said before, we're going to do everything within our ability to make sure that southern Arkansas has the coverage that they deserve down here. So this is what we've got. There's that line coming in. It has that what we call that comma head shape right there just to the east of the interstate right now here. And we're going to watch that close because sometimes in events like this, that little area can easily produce a brief spin up. So we're going to monitor that very closely here. But this is the track of these storms moving into southern Arkansas right now. So the Fordyce area, you've got about 20 minutes. Warren over there in Drew County, we're going to have to watch this very closely as well here. So this is what we've got at this point. This is for our folks in southern Arkansas. We're going to go back over to western Arkansas. I want to make this perfectly clear for everybody that's watching this. We're going back and forth, okay? Stop demanding us to go back to a certain area. We're going to get to you when we can. But right now, we're watching southern Arkansas and we're watching western Arkansas at the exact same time. There's no need to be demanding what's going to be going on across the board, okay? So that's what we got. There's the track. Fortunately for our folks down here in southern Arkansas, the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped. This is kind of weakening on approach as it moves into eastern Arkansas, but we're going to monitor our folks up here in western Arkansas. So this is the only tornado warning storm in the state here, but we are going to keep an eye on the folks down here in southern Arkansas at this current time. So we're going to go back up here. Let's go back up here to that tornado warning real quickly here, and let's take a look at it real fast here. So the Mansfield area at this point, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to uni outside as possible. This is pushing away from that area. If you know anyone on Highway 10, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. We've got Derek. He's going to be watching this storm very closely. I think he's set up, where's he set up, in Boonville, I do believe?
Yeah, just south of Boonville.
Just south of Boonville, so he's going to be monitoring it very closely. This is what we've got. So that's the area of rotation right in here. You can see it as clear as day. Let's take a look here. That's going to be where your inflow winds come in like this into the storm, and then you have your outflow coming in on the backside. So if you know anyone in this area, that's going to be Boonville, that's Highway 10, and also this is going to be for our folks up here in 23. Take your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this current time here. So let's zoom this out real quickly here, and we're going to put a brand new track on here, because that's the one for southern Arkansas. So the track right there, that's where that tornado potential is going to be. Let's track it off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. And there it is. It's going to be coming into Paris next 50 minutes here. And that is along, give me 1 second, that's along Highway, I believe 22. Yeah, Highway 22 up here. And then that's Highway 217. Right now, as it stands, let's zoom down, kind of give you guys some perspective of where it's at. County Road 82, that's where it's at right now. And also, this is going to be coming up Possum Hollow Road over here. That is Highway 252. And also, that is Highway 10 up here as well. So, step 4, folks, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between uni outside as possible. And get to the lowest level of your home immediately. I've got over 2,000 people on YouTube right now. Hit that subscription button for us, guys. It's free. It's 1,000% free. And it really helps whenever we have situations like this, because we can get information out to as many people in Arkansas as possible. So if you can do that for us, we would really, 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 really appreciate it at this current time here. Okay, so Derek, what do you have for me? I'm not Derek. Rich, what do you have for me at this point? I just realized Derek was off. Yeah, I realized Derek's thing was on.
Yeah, so at this time, I thankfully do not have too many damage reports. There's nothing new. Looks like they continued the watches for Benton, Carroll, Crawford, Franklin, Madison, Sebastian, Washington.
Yeah.
And I did see that they were looking to extend the watches towards Pine Bluff area, but have they already done it? Yes, they have already done it. Okay.
Okay, so what are they doing? So, they're extending the watches?
Yeah, did you see the watches that popped up for, why is it not here?
The watches saved in the YouTube. Okay, so it's going to be in our graphic system, so give me just 1 second. Let me see if I can get this up. Should be coming up here just shortly.
Yeah.
Hang on. All right.
Really
It's gonna take some time, but I think I have a pretty idea where it's at. I can probably get up on my
Yeah,
side a
it's
little quicker.
yeah. So okay, maybe.
Okay,
maybe
so that's
this
what.
would
Okay,
help.
so it's gonna be down here. So it's for our folks down here in Southern Arkansas, correct? This is it.
Ashley in Chicago.
Chico County.
Chico. Yeah.
Chico
and then
County. I
it's-
got you.
Yeah, and then it's also going to. They extended the other one, and that's going to be for in Southern Arkansas, Arkansas, Drew, Cleveland, Jefferson, Dacia, Lincoln,
Okay.
Clark, Dallas, Hot Spring.
All right, so it's going to be kind of like this. So this is what it looks like. The tornado watch is up here in western Arkansas. That's going to go until 11 o'clock. And then we have the other ones that are going to go until 2 a.m. for our folks down here in southeastern Arkansas. That's a really good call for that line that could be capable of producing the brief week spin-ups. So this is kind of a perspective of what's going on right now. Very active night for us here in Arkansas. This is Chief Forecaster Cameron. That's Executive Director Rich right above my head. And then on top of him, he's got Derek, our chase director, along with our Heartland Storm Chasing team, giving you guys wall-to-wall coverage on what's going on in Arkansas. And if y'all could do us a big favor, go hit that like button on Facebook and the subscription button on YouTube. That way you don't ever have to miss information like this at this point. So this is what we've got. Rich, I'm concerned. I'm very concerned. It's got this is about the most textbook look that you can get out of a supercell right now. It's got that hook shape that is just
And
to
we
the
just
south
got another
of
tornado warning.
Got another tornado warning? Yeah. That's what I was thinking. It's got that hook shape. This is about as textbook as you can get, just south of Highway 252 right now. So the visual, like I said before, is dark. You're not going to get the best visual. You're not going to get that, those daytime visuals that you would normally get. But what Derek and the rest of the team is doing, they're doing a great job giving us ground reports, trying to figure out what they see to confirm what we're seeing on radar at this current time here. So let's take a look at things real quickly here, and let's go over to the lightning for just real fast here. And this is what we've got here. So we're coming up here just shortly. There's the area of rotation here. I'm going to zoom this down just a nudge so we can get an idea. That's going to be going right over County Road 455. Let's see here. That's going to be right White Oak Mountain Road. There's Highway 10 right here. So if 10 is striking in you right now, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. There's no time to be sitting here waiting. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately at this point. Let's zoom this out just a little bit. This is going to be going towards our area up here in Highway 23. That's Highway 41. This is Highway 22. I believe we're just outside. The interstate should be just coming in. There's the interstate. So it's just south and west of the interstate right now here. So we'll have to watch this very, 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 very closely as it continues to push off to the north and east here. But yeah, we're seeing some rotation with this storm here. We'll have to continue to monitor it. We're watching the storms down there in southern Arkansas right now. Anything gets going down there, we're going to be the first ones to know about it. There's a lot of people that are tuning in right now saying, the local news stations aren't covering it. It's not, no one's doing anything. If that's the case, send them here. We do our stuff 1,000% free. You guys don't have to worry about anything, and you get coverage, kind of TV-like coverage here, going over the tornado warnings, going over, severe thunderstorm warnings, anything that's going on across the state here. So send them here. Let them come into our page. Make sure they like the page, they follow it, and make sure you follow us on YouTube as well. 1,000% free. All you got to do is hit that subscribe button, and you're going to be good to go. So right now, this is just south and west of the Highway 10 area. This is right now, as it stands, tracking to the west of Boonville. Don't get out of your shelters if you're in Boonville right now. You don't need to do it. We'll have to watch that closely. But right now, for our folks in Ratcliffe and also towards Paris, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. I will say this. My folks that are along the interstate right now, that is Clarksville, Knoxville, Scranton area, Russellville. Right now, you are in watch mode. All you have to do at this point, think of it like you're getting ready to play football and you're getting ready to go against like Alabama or something, and you have a game plan. The game plan's right now. You study it, you know where it's going, you know the track, and you strike whenever that tornado warning gets issued. So right now, if you're along Interstate 40, this is the time to watch it right now. This is the time to keep an eye on the storm, have that safe place ready to go, have that game plan, and then once that tornado warning gets issued, all you got to do is strike. You're within, a couple of seconds of getting into that shelter. So keep that in mind at this point. That's going to be for our communities in Paris, Scranton, Coal Hill, Clarksville, Knoxville, and Russellville. You're on standby right now because this cell, as it continues to move to the north and east, it's going to get into an environment that is still capable of producing severe weather. It's not going to weaken too much. It's still going to continue as it pushes off to the north and east here. So we're going to watch that very closely. That's going to be for our folks along Highway 10 at this current time here. Okay, so right now, our folks in southern Arkansas, let's take a look at this for just a moment. Right now, this is pushing through. I'm going to keep my eye, and this is what we mean. This is a great call from the national, I think it was Norman that put the tornado watch out for southeastern Arkansas. Do you see this? Let's see if I can get this going for you guys and see if I can get the marker up at this point. There we are. You see these areas of rotation trying to develop. One near Magnolia, to southwest of Camden. Another area up here we're keeping an eye on the interstate. This is something that we're going to have to monitor as they continue to go out towards Nice here. I realize I just drew on this ton of wrong map. Hang on, guys. So this area right in here, right there. You have to watch this very, very closely. Rich, stop trying to make me laugh right now.
Sorry.
So, yeah. So we have to watch this very closely. This is just south and west of the Arkadelphia area that's pushing that way. And then we're going to have to watch this area here that's moving towards the Camden area. So folks over here in southeastern Arkansas, the Crossett area, Monticello, Pine Bluff, over towards Stuttgart, the DeWitt area. Watch this very, very, very closely here. We're going to watch these cells down here in southern Arkansas. This is what I would say between the two right now in western Arkansas and southern Arkansas, this area down here is probably the most dangerous because you're going to have that, what we call that kill CS threat. And that's where you're going to have that tornado potential kind of get on to you very, very quickly. So if a warning gets issued, you're going to have less time to react down here in southern Arkansas than you are in western Arkansas because you'll be able to see it coming up there. But down here, a tornado, rotation gets going. It's going to be quick. It's going to be quick. It's going to be brief. You're not going to have a lot of time to react. So if you're in that tornado watch, like I mentioned before, think of it like a game plan. You already have that ready to go. You already got that safe place ready. You've got the blankets. You've got the pillows. You've got, the stuff ready to go. Tornado warning gets issued. All you got to do, just get there, and you're good to go. So that's southern Arkansas at this current time. We're going to go back up to northern Arkansas, northwestern Arkansas.
Yeah, I got an update for that.
What you got? And I said, if you have urgent information, man, feel free to interrupt. You won't bother me, I promise.
No, it's not entirely urgent. It's just the fact that they're running into a situation where they're going to run out of road network to follow this.
Okay.
So if it's tracking a little more
tell
north,
him.
They're going to
tell him for that storm. I know it's going to put him out of position for just a little bit. Where it's going to go towards Ratcliffe. Let me see if I can get a track on here because it looks like the area of rotation. Let me go back over to. Give me just one moment. Let me go back over to radar. Looks like it's going to be tracking. There's that area of rotation right here. Looks like it's going to be on a track that's going to be kind of just like this. And give me 1 second. So it's going to be going towards Ratcliffe, the Paris area. Tell him to go ahead and make a play for Clarksville. Go ahead and make it.
Well, they informed me that Derek feels like he needs to abandon this simply because he doesn't feel comfortable about those roads out there in the internet.
Well, here's the deal: so where he's going to be at, that area coming up along the interstate, he'd be able to kind of stay. All he's got to do is just take. I believe that's going to be Highway 10, and he can meet it, or he can actually go to Paris and meet it up there in the Clarksville area. But that's up to him if he wants to do that or not. Because he can meet it right up there on the interstate. Or is he going to just abandon it completely and is he heading back?
Yeah, he's heading back.
Okay. All right. So he's calling the chase?
Yeah, he says he has to because he said he doesn't feel confident that he can get in there correctly.
That's
fine.
That's fine.
So,
that's fine.
Yeah, we value
thing.
Yeah, we value the safety of our chasers, and also, if they feel like there's a situation where they're not going to be able to stream, but they're going to put themselves at risk, we do encourage them to go ahead. And
that's fine. That's fine. I thought it was more of like he couldn't find a road to get up here to Clarksville, but if it's a safety thing, then it's fine. It's 100% fine. We'll just take the weather center coverage and do what we do best. That's no problem here. So I appreciate him going out though. I appreciate him going out and giving us the ground troop coverage and everything like that. So that's what we've got at this point, something that we're going to have to monitor. This is moving into western Arkansas, and I do agree with this area in here, very, very low service up here. The road network up here is not the best. So that's why I was telling him he probably, if he wanted to, I thought it was a road issue, to kind of get back on the interstate. But if he doesn't feel comfortable, that's fine. That is perfectly okay. Safety comes first here, guys, and there is no shame. And I don't want to hear anyone in the comments trying to knock on that. I don't want to hear anyone about it. Safety comes first whenever you're dealing with severe weather at night. If you don't feel comfortable, chasing, there's not a problem with it at all. We're still going to keep you guys updated via radar. If you know anyone in this area, take your tornado precautions immediately. Rich, keep an eye on that storm just south of Mulberry as well. That's just south of the interstate. It's starting to get a hook on there as well. So we're going to have to continue to monitor that. But that's going to be Highway 96 up here. That's going to be Highway 64. I'm going to watch this cell up here because it's starting to hook as well. But right in here, this is what we've got. This is moving to the north and east at about 40 miles per hour. What you got for me, Rich? You sound like you have some information.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, while you check your Discord real quick, I am going to actually talk a little bit about our capping strength that's actually semi-developing. So I'm going to want to bring up that we are it does look like that we have some capping that is starting to come up into southwest Arkansas, and which is a good thing. That can definitely help limit our potential for tornadoes. But it's not something to write home about. It's just that there is a developing cap. It's working its way in. So we're just kind of watching it at this time. These storms are definitely very strong. So don't think that the cap is going to outright prevent.
Oh wait, wait! I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. There's another storm down here near Mansfield that has that hook echo once again. I'm about to keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
That may go. It depends on what happens after this. That may end up going toward Warren pretty soon. So we're gonna have to watch that area once again down here in southern Arkansas. So we've got two potential supercells that may be trying to get going here. For my folks, this is my first alert to my folks along the interstate. That's Clarksville, Scranton, Paris, over towards Highway 309, Highway 197, and then Highway 109 up here, and also Highway 22. This is what we talk about right here. And look at there. Rich, I don't know if you see that. Wow.
Yep.
That is about as classic as you can get on your radar reflectivity, guys. There's that area of rotation. Let's zoom this down and show you guys what we mean here. So this is right there along Highway 10 right now, smack dab on 10. And this is what we mean. So you have your outflow coming out kind of like this on the back side of the storm, and then you have your inflow coming into the storm right now, and it's giving you what we call that mesocyclone feature. So if you were looking at this, I do believe that'd be what? That is in Paris up here, Highway 22. You'd see like a big structure, and then on that far left side over here, coming out from the southwest, you'd see some sort of like, I would say wall cloud right now. I don't know if this thing's actually on the ground or not, but I'd say some sort of wall cloud feature right there on Highway 10 right now. And it's moving in a general direction that will take it along Highway 22 just to the east of Ratcliffe or just to the west of Paris. So if you're in Paris and Ratcliffe, I know you're not in the polygon right now, you definitely need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately at this point. But that'll be it right here. I mean, that is textbook. I mean, that is absolute textbook structure right now with that. And on the north side of this, up here in Charleston, up over here in this particular area, you're getting a lot of heavy rainfall, hail. Probably sounds like that tornado, but it's nothing going on right now here. So I want to make that clear. We have to watch that very, very closely here. And I'm fairly certain they'll extend the tornado warning to include our folks up here in Ratcliffe, the Paris area, along Highway 22 right now. What you got for me?
Yeah, we do have an increase in electrical outages. It's up to 4,700 in your southern, southwestern into central south, going through that storm that has come through.
Yeah.
So we are getting a massive increase in power outages at this time.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Rich. If you could do me a favor, right in here, man.
Yeah. Yeah,
man, you may have another tornado that may try to touch down here.
I was just about to also mention that latest velocity scan had me a little concerned.
Yeah. So this is going to be the area right in here. This is going to be right here on Highway 10. I'm going to put this right here so you guys can kind of see on what's going on. If he's called to chase, I'm going to take his stream down.
Yeah, go ahead, actually.
Okay, all right. Cool. All right, so give me just 1 second. I'm going to take his stream down real quick. So, give me 1 second. That's going to be the area of rotation right in here. And what we're going to do is I'm going to put a track of this real quick. So what we're going to do is we're going to focus right in here. If there were to be a tornado, it's going to be right in there. It's going to be just north of Highway 10. And what we're going to do is we're going to zoom this out. I know it's going to make the thing look weird, but give me just 1 second. Then we'll go back over to here. And I'm going to zoom down once again. Look at that. Look at that latest scan.
Oh, yeah.
That is textbook all day. That is just about to cross
and
over.
And they just issued another tornado warning.
Another tornado warning. Yep, I knew it was coming. I knew it was going to be a downstream one because it's just the rotation is just too impressive for them not to go tornado warning with it. So give me just 1 second. It's going to be right here. Tornado potential is going to be right in there. I'm going to track it to the northeast. I'm going to clock it right at, let's go about 40 miles per hour right in here. And that's going to be it. So Ratcliffe, 18 minutes. The Paris area right around 30 minutes. This is also going to be towards Coal Hill within the next 40 minutes. The Scranton area around the next 47 minutes. The Morris Bluff area, and then Clarksville right in the next 50 minutes at this current time. So we're going to have to watch this situation very, 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 very closely. I mean, this is textbook structure right now here with this. And when I mean textbook structure, this is something if you're reading a weather book and you see what a supercell looks like, you would see a picture in the book that has this classic hook echo shape where you have your mesocyclone that produces the heavy rainfall and the hail, and then on that southwestern, well actually that southern and southwestern flank of the storm, that's where that tornado potential is going to be. So actually, as a matter of fact, their tornado warning is a little bit off from our current track, so it looks like they're thinking it's going to move kind of in a different angle. So let me give you guys a better timing map real quick. And what we're going to do is we're going to put this, there it is, there's tornado potential right in there, right where the hook is, and I'm going to track it in this general area, and we're going to give it at about 40 miles per hour. So there's the track now. I still would watch it if you're in Clarksville, don't get me wrong, but right now, just something that we'll have to watch, the Ozark area, the Branch, Ratcliffe, also towards Denning.
They just issued another one.
They just issued another one. Where is it for?
The same area. They're just piecing it together.
They're just piecing it together. Okay, so pretty much, literally where I had my current track earlier. All right, so what we're going to do is, matter of fact, let's do this. Let's put the winter tornado potential is going to be right in here, and we're going to put a track on it. Let's do this. All right, so they just pieced it together here. So basically Ratcliffe, Denning, and also the Coal Hill area. But anyone from basically Ozark all the way down to Paris, you do need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home right now. I'm going to make that perfectly clear. This is more of a broader track, moving at about 40 miles per hour. So there it is. Ratcliffe, if you know anyone that's in Ratcliffe right now, or you hear, Highway 22, that strikes a chord, make sure you take your tornado precautions immediately at this point here. So, like I said, go ahead. What you got?
Yeah, we have near severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. This is going to be just south Pine Bluff.
Okay.
Monticello, Star City, Warren area.
Okay. So let me make sure. Hopefully, you guys, I'm hearing some spotty reports of audio issues. If you're having audio issues, you may have to come back out of the Facebook live stream and come back in, or you can watch us on YouTube. But right now, it seems like everybody's able to still hear me right now here. Okay, so let me see here. Let me go over that real quickly here. Let's zoom this out. And this is the current tornado warning storm right now, but I want to address this one right here. Boy, there it is. And this is what I mean. This is coming into this area, moving at about to the east at 40 miles per hour. I believe I can use Little Rock's radar. It gives me a better visual of what's going on. And there it is. So, similar to what we dealt with earlier, you have what we call a little bookend vortice that's going to be setting up somewhere in this area. And then what you have ahead of that is a line that's capable of producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, kind of coming like this, where you have the winds coming at you. So that's where you're going to be getting the power outages. Really wouldn't be surprised if you hear reports of power outages out of the El Dorado area, along 167, the Hampton area, up towards the Fordyce area at this point. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a track of this entire line of storms that's coming out of southern Arkansas. It's going to be right through here. And what we're going to do is put a track. So I'm going to clock it. It's moving to the east. I clock about 50 miles per hour. I know Little Rock says it's going to be about 40, 47, but I'm going to clock at about 55 to get some folks a heads up. So Hermitage is pretty much on top of you right now. Fordyce, same thing. The west crossing area is going to be coming at you in the next 17 minutes. It's also going to be moving into the Hamburg area and also the Monticello area in Drew County next 30 minutes. Star City within the next 40. The Dermot area over the next 50 minutes. Dumas over the next 55, the Mitchellville area around the next 55, and then the Gold area, that's along Highway 165. It's going to be coming at you within the top of the hour here, guys. So this is what we've got. Like I mentioned before, something that we're going to have to monitor very, very, very closely here. This is what we call a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning. This is, like I said, this one in here, this line of storms is much more dangerous than the one up there that's going on in western Arkansas, because this one, if a tornado drops down, your reaction time gets cut in half. Actually, it may be getting cut into 3/4 because your reaction time is going to be very, very, very limited down here in southeastern Arkansas, because it's going to be quick. Up there in western Arkansas, it's one primary dominant supercell, and you're able to track where that rotation is going. So our folks down here in southeastern Arkansas, that awareness needs to be up, especially if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning with that tornado possible at this current time here. So something that we're going to monitor very closely. Do you have any information you want to share at this current time?
No, just that we're trying to get Dustin in here shortly.
Okay.
He'll be able to come in with us. And also wanted to mention that down south, it's really important to be weather aware, simply because of the fact that we do have radar gap issues.
Yeah.
So you were mentioning you're cutting in your reaction time in the 3/4. You may be cutting it to about 7/8 in most situations.
Yeah.
Because
it gets tough.
Yeah, just taking your tornado precautions as it comes through.
Mm-hmm.
Once it comes through, you're good.
Yeah.
But taking your tornado precautions just about before it comes through is ideal, because you're going to have the inability for National Weather Service to be able to really, really tell if there's something that needs to be going tornado warned or not. So just taking those precautions, it can save a life.
Yep.
Sure, it's inconvenient. You got to go somewhere for a couple minutes, but you might save your lives.
Yeah.
So that's what we express.
And to add to Richard's great point, to kind of draw out what we mean here. So Jackson's radar kind of runs kind of like this, and then you have Little Rock's radar that kind of runs in a similar direction, kind of like this. So you see probably right there on 165, Monticello, the Bradley County area, you see that gap right in here? That's what we call a radar loss zone. So let's say there's an area of rotation right there on Highway 63. Neither radar is going to be able to pick it up. Like, it's going to be very, very difficult to see what's coming here. So like Rich said, your reaction time is getting very, 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 very limited down here in southeastern Arkansas. So if you're in this warning right now, if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, that's the entire county of Bradley County, Drew, also up towards Lincoln County and Cleveland County. Make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. I know it's a severe thunderstorm warning. I get it. A lot of people will ignore it because it's not a tornado warning. But you got to realize something. These severe thunderstorm warnings are capable of producing the tornado potential down here in southeastern Arkansas. So something that we're going to monitor very, very closely. Rich, the first hint that you see any kind of rotation, you grab my attention, and we'll get back down here as quickly as possible, because the reaction time is going to be very, very, very limited down here, and we're going to try to get to you guys as much warning as we can down here in southeastern Arkansas here. So let's zoom this back out to our folks up here in western Arkansas. What we're going to do is I'm going to put a track of the tornado warning storm down here right now, and this is what we've got. So the tornado warning for Charleston, Ratcliffe, Paris, also Ozark. This is south and west of the Interstate 40 at this point. Classic. I mean, absolutely textbook structure of what supercell would look like here. You've got your outflow winds coming in like this, and then your inflow coming in kind of like that. This is about as textbook as you're going to get right through here, moving into western and northwestern Arkansas at this current time. So, folks, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. Also, I want to make this perfectly clear because I see some comments about it. Folks, if this doesn't happen in central Arkansas, don't throw a hissy fit about it. This is severe weather. This is a threat to life and property. If you don't see severe weather, it is not the end of the world. I want to make that perfectly clear. So right now, if you're in central Arkansas, This is down in southern and southeastern Arkansas and also in western Arkansas at this point. If you don't see it in central Arkansas, it's not the end of the world. Consider it a blessing because these folks over here, they're having to deal with it. So right now, if you're in Little Rock, you're in Benton, you're in Bryant, you are in Hot Springs Village, you're good to go. But if you don't see severe weather, it's not the end of the world, I guarantee you. Because folks over here in western Arkansas, in Ratcliffe, in Paris, and Ozark, along Interstate 40, down in southern and southeastern Arkansas, they would love to not have to deal with severe weather and love not have to deal with these 70-mile-per-hour winds and the tornado warnings and stuff like that. So don't complain about it. It's going to be fine. I promise you. It is not going to be the end of the world at this point. So central Arkansas right now, you've got a few showers going on right now, but right now nothing too significant going on in central Arkansas. Our folks over here in western Arkansas, this tornado warning, this is where you need to be seeking your tornado precautions immediately. This is right there along Highway 217 right now. And then also this is going to be along Highway 398, 309, I do believe. And I just saw it for just a second. I think that was... Let me double check that real quick. That's 96. That's 309. I saw one somewhere over here. It was just brief. It must have been somewhere around here. But anyways, right now the tornado warning storm is going to be just to the south and west of 217 right now. So, folks, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. What you got?
Yeah, I'm getting a little concerned about the Hartford, Huntington area.
Okay. That's separate supercell down here in Sebastian County. Yeah. What are you seeing?
Well, I'm seeing the signatures popping up here, and
right
here. Scans back and forth have been showing in and out rotation.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to just briefly express, don't be surprised if that does go severe thunderstorm or tornado possible or tornado warning, simply because of the fact that it is showing rotations and signatures.
Definitely. So we'll keep an eye on that. They have a special weather statement for it right now here, so we'll keep an eye on that. I saw it earlier when it was coming out of Oklahoma. It had that classic supercell structure, and that's kind of the red flag whenever you're trying to look for a potential tornado. So right now we're going to kind of go back to this one real quickly. If you can do me a favor, Rich, like I said, I got this up here. Keep an eye on the ones down there in Southeast Arkansas, because if something goes on down there, there's an area of rotation that sticks out to you, you let me know immediately, because their reaction time is definitely there here. Okay, so let me see here. This is what we've got right there on Highway 22 at this point. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this point. Highway 217 as well. Right here. That's just to the south and east of Charleston right now. And that's going to contract to the northeast. So it looks like the rotation itself is kind of trying to hand off right now. It's not a one dominant supercell rotation. We've got one near Charleston, and then you have another one that you're going to have to watch. That's right here near the Highway 41 area at this current time. So let's zoom this out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back over to the radar for just a moment. Wow, that structure. You can put this, I'll put this on the perspective. You can put this structure in a textbook, and it would look just like you would normally see in school with this, guys. I mean, you've got the curvature, the southeast winds coming in, the outflow at this point. And, I mean, this is just absolute a textbook structure of what a supercell would look like if you were studying it. So, right in here, there's Dustin. Hey, Dustin.
Hey, guys. Good to see y'all.
Good to see you, man. Hope you had a good day.
I have. Hopefully, we're going to have a better night for the guys up here in western Arkansas. Some better news to report.
Definitely. So, there's going to be the track. Let's see if we can zoom this out at this point. Let's go to right here. And it's going to be moving to the Ratcliffe area within the next 13 minutes. It's going to be in the Coal Hill area, the Coal Hill area, within the next 43. And then Hartman coming at you right around the next 47 minutes. And then it's going to be moving into the interstate just to the west of Clarksville. I still would have that plan just to be on the safe side, because all it takes, and I'll tell you why I'm telling you guys to take your tornado precautions if you live in Clarksville, is kind of similar to what happened, in previous events, where you have a supercell that's moving northeast, and then all of a sudden it decides to take a jog to the east. It decides to start doing that. So if that happens, then it's going to be moving towards the Clarksville area. So Clarksville, even though you're on that outside edge of that tornado warning right now, I wouldn't let your guard down if you're up there on the interstate, because all it takes, like I said before, this track, it goes on a track like this, and then it decides to start turning to the east. So something to monitor very closely. That's the Coal Hill area up here. That's along Interstate 40. Clarksville, you're on the edge. I'd watch it. Scranton, same thing to you. Paris, same thing to you. This is going to be moving in that general direction, and I would watch it at some point when your main features are going to come in. It's going to start moving to the east, and when that happens, where does that end up? Is it going to be in Scranton? Is it going to be in Paris? Is it going to be up here close to the interstate? At some point, it's going to try to make that eastward turn. That's just how it is whenever you're trying to predict where these supercells are going at this time. Dustin, do you have the Mbot server up? I'm not sure if you have that up and running yet.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Do you have any reports to report? Anything?
Nothing damage-wise or new. They're just continuing the tornado watches as of they continue Logan and Polk and Scott counties, obviously, where the tornado warning is up there till 11.
Yeah.
And then they also got Bradley, Calhoun, and Wichita counties until 2 a.m. So this is still going to be a long night. It's not like this is going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, definitely. So this is what we've got at this point, guys. Like I said before, tornado warning still remains in effect until 10:15 this evening. I'm fairly certain it's going to get extended further into Johnson County at this current time. Just kind of recollect ourselves here. I'm Chief Forecaster Cameron. Rich, he's not available right now. He's kind of coordinating with our chase team. And then we've got our other forecaster, Dustin, here. We've got a team of moderators that are helping you guys out in the comments, keeping things civil. I'm monitoring the comments on my side over here as well. Looks like everything is pretty chill and everything like that, so we're good. But yeah, this is what we got right now, guys. It's been a very, very chaotic night. We've had confirmed tornadoes over here in eastern Oklahoma. Fairly certain we had one confirmed over here in western Arkansas earlier on. We're going to have to watch southern and southeastern Arkansas at this point for that potential, that kill CS threat down there. And this is going to continue to move off towards the northeast here. So folks that live along the interstate, my advice, if you live in Clarksville or Scranton or in Paris, go ahead and seek your shelter. I'd rather for you guys to be inconvenienced by seeking shelter than this thing right turns and you have to do it like as soon as possible. Take the time right now while it's quiet. You know, you have that extra 30, 40 minutes, especially the farther north and east you go. Take that time right now. I know it's inconvenient. It's an inconvenience right now, but I'd rather for you guys to be there than what we have at this point. And Bobby, I see your comment. I'm not going to take a break until this tornado warning is off the board here. That's why I have two guys up here, our executive director Rich and Dustin, and that's why we have our team here that's going to keep you guys updated as well here. So we're going to watch that closely. Dustin, I told Rich the same thing. If you get anything urgent, please feel free to interrupt me. I promise you, you're not going to hurt my feelings or anything. Feel free to interrupt me if you need to. So right now, there's that tornado warning. I want to get back just for a bit, just for a brief bit. I want to talk to you guys about this one. This is going to be for our folks down here in southeastern Arkansas. That's Bradley, Cleveland, Calhoun, Drew, and also that is going to be Lincoln County, excuse me. So this is the leading edge of that line of storms coming out from southern Arkansas. We'll put a track on this real fast. This severe thunderstorm warning is tornado possible at this point. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately if you live in this area. I'm going to track it at about 55 miles per hour.
Hey, Cameron, we just got a new tornado warning issued up here in Franklin County, northwest Arkansas, so it looks like it was an extension of that one.
It's an extension? Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Gotcha. Okay. So this is what we have at this point, and we see here, there's the track. At this time, this is what we got. So Kingsland, Warren, also towards the West Crossett area, North Crossett is going to be coming at you here shortly. Also the Tiller area, Dermont, along 165, Mitchellville, Dumas, McGee, and also Watson. This is what we've got at this point. Take your tornado precautions immediately in this area. I know it's a severe thunderstorm warning. I know somebody in the comments is going to be saying, why are these guys screaming tornado when it's a severe thunderstorm warning? The reason why we are, because of the fact that this severe thunderstorm warning is a special one. If you didn't know this, National Weather Service has did something awesome, is that when you have a severe thunderstorm warning, it comes with these tags. It could be tornado possible or, considerable damage or destructive damage. It comes with these little tags on these severe thunderstorm warnings now. So that way, if there is a tornado and then a tornado warning, we can tell people, hey, this line of storms is capable of producing a tornado, even though it's not a tornado warning at this current time. So this is what we've got at
Cameron.
this point. Yeah, go ahead. What you got? I know that tornado warning up there.
Yeah, we've got a bend slightly. This is going to be just northeast of Strong, just exactly north of Huddig.
Okay.
This
Oh,
is going to be just northwest across it.
That's gonna be Jackson's, right? Jackson or Streetport? Which one are you using?
This is good. I'm using Little Rock right now.
Oh, you're using Little Rock. Okay, hang on.
Yeah, going all the way down, and it's actually been more helpful than Jackson lately.
Yeah, I know it's gonna try to help you as much as possible. All right, so this is gonna be the strong, basically right in here, and that's what I mean.
And actually, Jackson is kind of showing it now too.
Okay, so it's gonna be right in here. That's gonna be just to the east of Highway 275, I do believe. So I'll have to watch this. Yeah. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. That's gonna be along the line. This is the problem down here. The luxury up there in northwestern Arkansas with that tornado warning, you're able to see it. You're able to track it a lot easier. Down here, it's almost like if it happens, it's quick. It's your reaction time has to be almost Superman speed down here for our folks down here in southeastern Arkansas, because you're not gonna have the luxury of tracking one rotation. It's gonna drop quick over with the next 2 minutes, and it's gonna lift back up, and then it's gonna drop again if you have one of these QLCS tornadoes get going down here. So,
well, actually, this one is just look northwest across it.
Yeah, I see it. I see it on our radar.
So a little green dot on yours. Green dot on yours. But for some reason, radar scope and radar mega shows it a lot better. Follow that line up. No, it's in the severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, hang on.
Look, see that little green line right there?
Yeah.
Near that highway? Go up. Yeah.
Right here?
This is going to be...
Give me a general location real quick.
I am trying my hardest to try to show you where it's at.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
There's no town.
Give me a county.
Well, it's just... it's going to be just northeast of Hermitage.
Right here.
Near
so it's right here. So yeah, it's the one south of Warren, correct?
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
I see it right here.
Yeah.
So it's right there on 163. That's going to be the area right there you're going to have to watch.
Yeah. There's a
QLCS.
that area right there.
Yeah, QLCS all day. And that's what we mean. This is why we have two different radars, guys. One that gives us a better visual on what we're looking at. So right in here, let's take this out. I'm going to give you about 50 miles per hour here. So what we're going to do, that's going to be for our folks in Warren, the Wilmar area over towards Fountain Hill, Monticello, Stuttgart over towards the Winchester area, down towards Gold, Jerome over towards Mitchellville, Dumas, Vermont, and also the McGee area. Make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Let's put a rain walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here, especially in this severe thunderstorm warning at this point. Gonna take it back to our folks up here in northwestern Arkansas. Fortunately, now we're in a situation where I'm not having to, be a clown and juggle the ball with these two radars. We're getting a situation where this tornado warning is now getting into Little Rock's jurisdiction, so it's going to be a lot easier to track both of them at the exact same time. So watch this very closely here. There's going to be the area right there. Oh, man. Do you see that? That's right there just north of County Road 8. It's just to the east of Potts Road right here. That's just south of Highway 41 over here, south of the community of Branch. At this point. So this is what we've got right now. Take your tornado precautions immediately at this area. Let me see here. Give you downstream warning at this point. Looks like they put a special weather statement for it for that north side that's producing the hail. So this is what we've got. Moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. One of my moderators, can you block that guy? I'd appreciate it. This is what we've got at this point. So moving to the northeast at about, let's see, 30 miles per hour at this current time here. So there it is right there. Let's see here. Let's put a track on it real fast here. So it's going right here and right through here. It's going to be moving to the north and east here. So Branch, Ratcliffe, over towards the Altus area, over towards the Coal Hill, and also the Hartman area. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. What you got for me, Rich?
Nothing too much. Just wanted to mention that there are more power outages.
As a matter of fact,
it's at 7,300.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as a matter of fact, if you could do me a favor, if you take over for just a little bit, I can actually get the power outages up since Derek's not chasing. I can actually get that up for you guys on air.
Most of it is down there in southwest Arkansas, right where that straight line winds have came through.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, you're gonna have counties of Columbia, Wichita, Nevada, Clark, and Union, totaling 7,300,
Yeah.
and that's gonna be in your southwest to south central. That's right behind the line of storms that came through and,
Okay.
and promoted several damage reports of trees and power lines down on roads. So, yeah, it was a very powerful storm system at that time that came through that was registering 70 plus miles per hour winds.
Okay. So you guys give me just 1 second, Rooney. I can actually get up. I'm gonna get the power outages up for you guys coming up here in just a little bit, because the power outages are starting to grow exponentially across the area here. So let me double check something here. That's gonna be, let me see here. That's gonna be right there. Okay. So give me just 1 second, guys. Like I said before.
Yeah.
I should have.
I'll talk for a second.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go
about
ahead and
the,
take over for me
tornado
if you
warning
can.
Up here. Yeah, and this is still moving northwest, northeast at 30 miles per hour. And they just issued a special weather statement ahead of it, like you mentioned earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And this is looks like it's now it's crossing Highway 22 at that point, was it not? Yeah. Trying to realign my radars. I've been looking down there. And it's not currently on the ground. It's radar indicated still.
Okay.
And let's see here. Let me pull up. We have. Dustin, do you have any damage reports?
Yeah, I was gonna say I can zoom out the radar if y'all need me to.
I have not seen any extra damage reports except from what y'all reported earlier.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me see here, guys. I'm almost done. I promise you. As soon as I get it up, then I'll
No,
be
you're
able
good,
to.
man.
Oh, you're fine. You're
Let me
fine.
see. Get right here.
Yeah. And let's see. That severe. Oh, okay. They did increase the wind back to 70 mile per hour winds at that severe thunderstorm warning down there into southeastern Arkansas.
Okay.
So they're gotten into some more instability. I haven't checked our capping strength lately, so let me pull
What did
that up
they
real
What did
quick.
they increase the wind speed to down there? Is it 70?
To 70.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's now considerable.
Okay. I figured as
Yeah,
I figured as
tornado
much.
possible.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. I'm almost done. I pretty much got it up, so you guys can be able to see the power outage totals. Right now, if that number's correct, I'm not sure if it's updated or not. Looks like we're at 7,335 customers without
Yeah.
power right now. So
Yeah,
let me
that'd be
see
correct.
here. Let me go over to putting this on our show on the man. Let me see here. It's going to be. I think this is it. Yep, that's it. All right. Yep, that's gonna do it right here. So give me just 1 second. What you got? What's up?
Oh, I was just kind of looking through the questions here over
Yeah.
here on the right-hand side in YouTube, and I was checking something out. Somebody asked for information about Cave City. At this time, Cave City it's going to be pretty quiet over there for right now. We're just waiting for these storms to actually move through. They're moving at incredibly slow speed, so. But by the time it gets to you, we're not quite sure if it'll even be that strong. But it's still kind of a waiting game, seeing how these storms perform. But as of right now, we're seeing a lot of special weather statements starting to pop. That could either be a good sign or a bad sign.
Yeah.
If it's a downgrade from a severe thunderstorm to a special weather statement, it's always a good sign. If it's an upgrade to a special weather statement, then eventually a severe thunderstorm warning, then that's when we have to worry.
Okay.
So we're just currently watching these storms develop more in our northwestern part of Arkansas.
Yeah.
And we're watching these storms down in the southeastern part, and we're watching that continued tornado warning.
Yeah, the radar's gonna come back up here just shortly, guys.
Yeah.
Not sure what's going on with our software, but yeah, we've got. I'm getting it back up. Don't worry.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Cameron, but I'm looking and seeing that low pressure coming now through more centralized into Oklahoma, which is probably kind of what's giving some of these storms a little bit more juice to kind of get, a little bit more of a final push, I guess you would want to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what's going on here. And I know, like I just heard thunder outside. right now just outside of our weather center here. It's going to get
They
loud.
just got a
Yeah.
tornado warning up there and located over Ratcliffe. Just came up on from LZK.
Okay, so I'm going to actually do this. I'm actually going to use this one radar now since we're in a pretty decent area. That tornado warning is going to go until 10:15. This other one over here, same thing. If you guys need power outages, that's going to be up here above Rich and Dustin. That is the current total right now is 7,335 customers without power at this current time. Please be patient with Energy. Energy is going to be working their tails off. I know they just got through dealing with it on Friday. They're like, man, I got to do this again. But that's going to be the situation here at this point. We've got 7,335 customers without power. Yeah, the software's tired, guys. We've been dealing with this for the last 3 days here, coming both Friday, then Saturday night, last night, and then now we had to do this again with the tornado warning in place right now. So that's about 3 days of straight coverage here. So our software is just like, man, I need a nap. So that's what we've got at this
It'll
point.
get one eventually.
Yeah, it'll get one eventually. Don't worry. So there's the area of rotation here. It is centered right now on Highway 22 at this point. It is moving to the north and east here. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a track. Let's see if we can get this up at this point. And let's get a track of this storm. And it's going to be right here. There's going to be the area of rotation. We're going to track it. I'm going to track it about 40 miles per hour to the north and east here. And that's going to go for Ratcliffe. It's pretty much on top of you right now. Also, the Denning area, about 17 minutes. The Coal Hill area, the next 24. Clarksville, the next 39 minutes. Ozone is going to be coming at you in the next 50. And then also the Hagerville area up here. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately at this current time here. Let's see here. Let's zoom this out. And let's go back down to this storm down in here. And with the luxury of me using Little Rock now, I'm not having to juggle between two different radars. I can actually give you guys a better perspective of what's going on. So now that we have Little Rock monitoring both storms, it makes my life and our lives so much easier. So there's a track for this one. There's going to be the line of storms that you can see right in here. It's going to be pushing to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. So this is what we've got at this point. The rising area over the next 4 minutes. The woodland area around the next 15. Monticello, 19. Also, Star City is going to be coming up in the next 27 minutes. The Jerome area over the next 45. The Winchester area, next 46 minutes. The Mitchellville area over the next 47. Dumas and McGee is going to be coming at you within the next 50 minutes at the current time here. So we're monitoring both storms. This one here, like I mentioned before, severe thunderstorm warning. A tornado is possible with this storm. This is the reason why we're on live. We're tracking it at this point. It's because, like I said, right in here, tornado possible. Tornado possible with this storm. And the problem is, like I said before, you're going to have these little areas that you have to watch along the leading edge of this that's going to have that tornado potential. So Monticello, Highway 63, along Highway 165, make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you outside as possible, get to the lowest level of your home immediately. Do not wait until this is on top of you. I don't know why that is a deal in the South, but do not wait until it is on top of you, guys. Make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately, regardless if you're in a tornado warning up there in western Arkansas or you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible down here in southeastern Arkansas at this current time here, okay? So let me see here. Let me go back up here to this storm up here. Right now, Rich or Dustin, any reports, damage, etc. If y'all got it, let me know.
Yeah, HWO came out.
Yep.
They're stressing a lot of flooding potential after these things start to really move out the severe part.
Okay. So let me see here.
Stressing wind right now and then
Wind right now, yeah.
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 So let me see here. Take this out real quickly here. And like I said before, there's the area of rotation right in here. And you see the green and your red inbound like that. That is where that tornado potential is going to be, guys. So this is what we've got. Let's take a look at this real quickly here. Right in here. You know, Highway 22. There's the tornado. There's going to be the tornado potential right here. It's going to be moving towards the Coal Hill area. If you were in Clarksville right now, what I would do is I would take your tornado precautions. And I was seeing the comments, you know, about I like to go outside and see it, you know, sitting on the porch. Folks, this is 10 o'clock at night. You're not going to see it. I mean, if you sit outside and watch it, you're not going to see this coming. I mean, you're just not. Unless you have lightning to illuminate it, you're not going to see this coming. I'd rather for y'all to be safe. Stop doing that, because when you do that, you're putting everybody else's life at risk, especially if this thing speeds up. If it goes from 20 miles per hour to 50, you cut your safety time in half. So don't go outside and try to see it and everything like that. It's nighttime anyway. You're not going to see it to begin with. But I'd rather for y'all to be in shelter. I'd rather for y'all to be in your safe place at the lowest level of your home, away from windows. That way, you are good to go, because this is night. It's going to be rain wrapped. Unless you are staring right into it, you're going to have to wait for lightning to illuminate it. That's how bad it's going to be. You're not going to see it coming. So I'd rather for y'all to be inside and taking your tornado precautions at this point, okay? So, go ahead, Rich, what you got?
Yeah, we do have out of Miller County, apparently a power pole was snapped with a power line pulled out of a home on Highway 71 South. So that was with the straight line wind damage that they had experienced earlier. Yeah.
Okay, what was that area again? I'm sorry, I cut out for just a second.
That was Miller County.
Miller County, that's down there in South. Yeah, that cluster from earlier this evening. Yeah. Wow, that's insane. That is absolutely insane here, guys. So if you know anyone that is in Coal Hill, Clarksville, Hartman, the Lamar area over towards Hagerville, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately. I love the comment from I think it was Valier, or I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Those tornado sirens are not meant for to take your safety. You have to be aware. You have to watch the radar. You have to be 3 steps ahead, because those sirens outside are only meant for people that are just outside. They're not meant for people to be inside, unless you're here in Little Rock. You got one of those blaring tornado sirens that talks to you, which is weird, but they're not meant for people inside. They're meant for people that are outside, that are working outside. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately at this current time. If you know anyone that is along Highway 64, this is along Interstate 40. That's Highway 164 up here, Highway 103, Highway 21, Highway 123 as well. Make sure that you take your tornado precautions immediately. If you need someone that needs the alerts, make sure you download our mobile app. If this is the time ever to download our app, it's going to be right now. So make sure you download that. One of my guys, can y'all get that in the comments so people can go and take a look and download it? It's going to give you the alerts. It's going to give you live storm coverage, especially if there's tornado warnings. It's also going to give you the latest information in terms of your 7-day and all the other good stuff here. So that's what we got at this point here, guys. So we're going to zoom this out and kind of look at a generalized area on what's going on here. So let me go back over to our reflectivity. What you got?
Yeah, just barely south of Warren, continues to throw red flags out.
Yeah, QLCS. Big time QLCS. And when we got QLCS, I know that sounds weird. You're like, what is that term? Basically, it means that is a brief, weak spin up along the line. This makes this line down here dangerous, because let's do this. Let's zoom this out, kind of give you guys a perspective of what's going on. A little bit of a weather lesson. Up here in northwestern Arkansas and western Arkansas, this supercell, you can track that supercell all day and give people a heads up timing. Probably it's upwards to 30 to 45 minutes. This one down here, this line of storms down here in southern and southeastern Arkansas, you get a spin up along that line, your reaction time is pretty much little to none. Like, you're gonna have to be quick if there were to be any spin-ups along the line. That makes this line down here extremely dangerous. So that's why it's severe thunderstorm warning. That's why it's tornado possible, because of the fact that it does have that tornado potential. It does have that quick, brief, weak spin-up potential along the line. So if a warning does get issued, tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning, let's go ahead and take that just to be on the safe side, get to the lowest part of your home, just to be on the safe side down here in southeastern Arkansas. That's the reason why it has the polygon with the red box, because it's tornado possible. Because your reaction time down here is so much less than it is up here in northern and northwestern Arkansas. I hope that makes sense to everybody here, because you can track this one, like I said, 30, 45 minutes in advance, give people out here a heads up time. But the ones down there in southeastern Arkansas, something goes, you may not even have 5 minutes to seek shelter, if that makes sense. So we want you guys to stay aware.
Radars.
Yeah.
It can be in between radar scans and you'll never even know it.
Yep, and I've seen some extreme cases back. I think it was back in 2020. The January 10th moderate risk here in Arkansas. There was one tornado warning that happened. That poor town had only maybe 2 minutes to seek shelter. I mean, it happened quick. So
Yeah.
that's what we mean about these QLCS events, guys. Your reaction time is so much less than it is when you're dealing with a supercell threat like this. So
When you're also
yeah,
able
go
to
ahead.
see, look down there in southwest Arkansas, how much damage is done, and power outages, trees down, power poles snapped, and everything. Compared to what you're looking at in northwest Arkansas, which has had tornado warnings all night long, and you can see, there's still going to be damage there. But like you were saying, there is a bunch of power outages and a bunch of damage being reported coming out of southwest Arkansas.
Yeah. And I'm noticing something, the power outages up there, that's automatically refreshing. We've now skyrocketed up to 8,213 customers without power. So that's going to continue once we get because I know there's some sort of lag. I know Energy's going to have to get down there. There's another electrical company down there. I think it's like I'm not sure the name of it. It's like Cooperative or something like that.
Cooperative.
Yeah. So they're going to have to get, the reports and stuff like that. So there's going to be a lag between when the storm pushes through and when we're able to get a solid total of the power outages down there in southern and southwestern Arkansas at this point. So like I said, folks, this is Chief Forecaster Cameron. That's Forecaster Dustin. And that is Executive Director Rich and our AWW cat Loki. And we're here to keep you guys informed on the latest here. We've got that tornado warning in place here for our folks in Ratcliffe, Paris, over towards Ozark. This is just to the south and west of the Coal Hill area. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And get to the lowest area of your home immediately. And yes, it's First Electric Co-op. Yeah, that's the name. It's been years since I've been down there in southern Arkansas, so I was trying to figure out what that other electrical company was. But yeah, it's going to take some time for them to come in and put the reports in and stuff like that here. So let's zoom this out. We're going to track that tornado warning storm up there. We're also going to track this storm down here. Monticello, it's fixing to get loud. Extremely loud within the next 5 minutes. Same thing in Lacey, Star City. It's already loud in the rising area. It's pushing through Warren right now. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. What I can do real quickly is I can take a look at what we call our thunderstorm wind gust potential, and you can see it right through here. 60 mile per hour plus winds when that purple zone coming into the Hermitage area, coming into Warren.
We have a new tornado warning.
Where's the new tornado warning?
Just northwest.
Okay, northwest. So it's an extension. The extension.
No, this is separate. This is just east of Fayetteville.
Just east of Fayetteville. Oh, okay. So it's this one up here. Okay. All right. So it's gonna go for our force up here in Harrison. All right. So we'll take a look at that real quickly here. What you got?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
You're scrolling up part. This will be Green Forest, Hugh, Berryville, Huntsville.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be coming up here in just a second. So let me see here. That's gonna go until 11 o'clock. Let's see here. Radar indicated at this point. Give me just 1 second. Should be coming up here shortly. So there's the tornado warning
this
right
is Southeastern Carroll County.
Yeah.
In northwestern Arkansas, and it's traveling northeast at 30 mile per hour.
Okay. So let me go ahead. I'm going to have to switch over to Springfield's radar to kind of get a look at this one. So we have 2 tornado warnings. The other one is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag with it. This is live team coverage, guys. This is what we've been doing. We've got over 1,300 people on Facebook. I have no idea what the number is on YouTube. I appreciate y'all for coming in.
2,073.
We have 2,000 people, so that's a little over 3,000 people on this live stream right now. Y'all are amazing. If y'all can do a big favor, let's continue to get this information out, because we're having tornado warnings pop up in Ozark, the Booneville area, near Harrison. We're also going to watch those folks down there in southeastern Arkansas here. So what I'm going to do is get the radar up for you guys real closely here. I wanted to show you this real fast, and what I'm going to do is get the counties up. For those that are kind of wondering what the counties look like, this is what the counties are going to be right here. So this is going to be Boone County. This is going to be Carroll County up here. Give me just 1 second, right in there. Okay, so that's going to be the tornado warning right in here. That's going to be just to the southwest of 412, south of Highway 62. This is a dangerous area up here because of limited service, trees, And on top of that, the area of rotation is going to be rain wrapped. So you're not even going to see this coming at all. If you're coming towards the Alpena area, over towards the Omaha area, this is west of downtown Harrison. If you know anyone in this area and they need to take their tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately. I'm going to put you at about 40 miles per hour. So it's going to be coming to these following cities in the community of Alpena, also South Lead Hill, and also Diamond City up here. So if you know anyone in this area, take your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this time. Rich, thank you so much for getting Heidi to post that on Facebook here. So folks that are joining in, if we keep posting on Facebook, it's gonna have more people tune in to our live stream here. So this is what we've got at this point. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. I love this comment here. I'm gonna pull this up because I'm gonna scream this to the moon. Give me 1 second here, guys. During this coverage, I'm gonna pull this up. So this right here. Thank you so much for coverage. These news stations are not reporting anything. That's dangerous. If you know somebody that needs coverage and that has no other way of getting coverage, bring them here. Bring them here. We've got people. We've got a community that's here. We're going to keep you guys updated on the latest. I got myself, Dustin, Rich, Heidi, Ruth, Abigail, all of our team, Kim, all of our team is here to keep you guys updated on the latest situation. I wanted to bring that up so you guys kind of had, an idea on what's going on. So if you know anyone that doesn't have coverage, bring them here. Tell them if they got Facebook, come on here. If they got YouTube, they can watch us on YouTube. If they got a smart TV, they can pull us up, type in Arkansas Weather Watchers, watch us on the live stream via their TV if they wanted to. So right now, this is going to be moving towards the community of the Alpena area at this point. This is also going to be moving towards the Diamond City area and also Lead Hill and South Lead Hill. So if you know anyone in this area, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this point. Let's take a look just a little bit further south, not taking anything away from up there in northern Arkansas. There's now a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, which we're still going to be here for. That's going to go for our folks. Let's see the following counties. That is North Central Logan County, Southwestern Johnson County at this current time. This is going to go until 10:15 this evening. A severe thunderstorm located near Denning or 7 miles northwest of Paris, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour here. So radar indicated hail damage is expected. Also expect wind damage. I love how Little Rock is really honing on to that wind damage potential here, because that's something that we're going to have to deal with as we move into tonight. So make sure if you know anyone in these areas, that's the Alpena area, South Lee Hill.
We have an extension of that tornado warning.
Okay, and that's going to go for the one up there in North Arkansas.
The one in the north.
The one in the north? Okay, all right, cool. So that's going to be for us folks down there. It's going to track real quick before I adjust that up there. It's going to be for this cell right in here. I'm going to put a track. I'll clock at about 40 miles per hour to the north and east. And let me see if I can get this to scoot over. There we go. So Cole Hill, Hartman, Clarksville, the Haley area, and also Hagerville. Make sure you take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. If you are in Paris right now, I need you to stay where you are. Let that tornado warning pass before this pushes off towards the north and east here at this current time. So this is what we've got. Let's zoom this out at this point. Let's take a look at what we got up here. So now we have a brand new tornado warning that's going to go for our following counties up here. That's Boone and also Carroll County up here. This is going to be for the community of Alpena. That is Harrison, Bergman, over towards Omaha, and also that's going to move towards the Diamond City area up there. That is in far northeastern Boone County and northwestern Marion County, excuse me. So if you know anyone in these areas, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So those are the two tornado warnings up there right now.
They dropped that one tornado warning just to the southwest there in Franklin, back in Sebastian County.
Okay.
And they left a tornado possible.
Left a tornado possible.
Severe warning.
Okay. Awesome. So we're down to that one tornado warning up there in northern Arkansas. And now what we're going to do is we're going to do a very quick update on our folks down here in southeastern Arkansas, because that severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, is still in effect for our folks down here in southeastern Arkansas. So let's take a look at that real quickly here. And there it is. Bradley County, Drew County, Lincoln County, and Cleveland County at this current time. Nasty line of storms here, capable of producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and also the potential of a brief tornado along this line, stretching from Cleveland County, Lincoln, Drew, Bradley, Ashley, and also down into eastern Union County at this current time here. So this is what we've got. Let's put a track of this entire line of storms here, and you can see how it kind of bowls out at this point. Let's take a look at it. It's going to be let's push it about 50 miles per hour. Long list of cities, but here you go. So Lacey is pretty much on top of you right now. Also Monticello, it's going to be coming at you probably in the next 2 minutes. Crossett, it's going to be coming at you at 6 minutes. Also Hamburg, Pine Bluff, the Gould area, Dumas, Mitchellville, Dermott, the Montrose area, McGee, Portland, Wilmot, Lake Village, Arkansas City, and also the Gillette area out here. That is 165, that is Highway 82, that is Highway 63, and that is also Highway 79 over here as well. Tell me I'm a South Arkansas native without telling me I'm a South Arkansas native. So that's what we got at this point. This is going to continue to move off towards the east here. We're right along 165. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. This entire line, I know for our folks down there in Ashley County and Jefferson County, you're not under that severe thunderstorm warning, but we're just gonna monitor the line, because it's just gonna be capable of producing that brief weak spin-up tornadoes along the line itself here. So Lincoln County, Drew County, Bradley, and Cleveland County, make sure you take your tornado precautions immediately. Dustin, Rich, y'all have any reports? Anything y'all need to report real fast?
Not entirely, no. Not too much going on in IMBot right now.
Okay.
Just
That's
basically, great. Yeah.
That's good news. Let me see here. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. If you guys go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just looking, like I said, it was continuing since last time. You were just watching above your head there. The power outage number went up by, now to 8,383. So, continuing that in far southwest Arkansas, we're kind of moving into south central Arkansas, where, continued numbers just continue to rise.
Definitely. So that's what we got at this point. So something we're going to have to monitor over here in southeastern Arkansas. So Monticello, let's see, Crossett, Pine Bluff, the Gould area, Dumas, Mitchellville, Montrose, McGee. I love this software because it tells you. There's a lot of people that are coming in trying to figure out, the actual minute and second. It tells you that right down to the minute of what's going to be happening here. So this is what it's going to be tracking into those areas here. So West Crossett's going to be coming at you within the next less than 20 seconds from now. Lake Village, you've got about 39 minutes. The McGee area, it is also going to be within the next 20 minutes or so as well here. So I want to make that clear, something that we're going to have to watch very, 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 very closely over here in the southeastern Arkansas. So now that we've gotten that pretty much taken care of, let's take our attention back to the tornado warnings up here in northwestern Arkansas here in Boone County, Carroll County, and also we're going to watch Franklin and Johnson County at this time. Rich, if you can do me a favor, go take a look at our capping strength, because I'm pretty sure there's some comments asking about, is this going to be, how the storm's looking behind the line of storms. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. I'm pretty sure the capping is going to be building in with this here. So let me see here. I'm using Springfield's radar. Right here. Yeah.
Currently the cap is building. It's building across most of Arkansas. The least amount of capping is going to be found in your northeastern side of Arkansas right now.
Okay. Love to hear that. Love to hear that, guys. There's a reason why I said I love to hear it, because you put a cap in place, it puts an end to the severe threat, it lets things chill out, and we're going to be good to go for the rest of the evening here once we get past this cluster of storms moving in. I love how this was a Q&A session to begin with, and it went straight to tornado warning coverage right out of the gate, but wouldn't have it any other way, guys. Y'all are awesome. So let me see here.
We just got another tornado warning for Carroll County.
Okay. So it's pretty much the same cell up here at this point. So yeah, everybody that's in YouTube right now, we've got 2,000 people watching. That is amazing. Hit that subscribe button, because I promise you, if you hit that subscribe button, it's going to be amazing. You're going to get updates when we do evening forecast videos. You're also going to get updates every time we go live as well. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, and when you do hit that subscribe button, you hit that little bell icon and you select all notifications. That way you get the information. If you have us on Facebook, make sure you hit that like and follow button. It's going to be a big deal, guys. We really, really appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for coming into this live stream here. So we got a tornado warning in place right now. It's going to go until 11 o'clock this evening for the community of Alpena, and also Highway 65 and Highway 412 up here. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. This is going to stay to the west of downtown Mountain Home. This is going to stay west of the Bull Shoals area. It's going to stay west of the Oakland, the Flippin area over here in Marion County. This is going to be west and northwest of those areas. But if you know anyone in the community of Harrison or Omaha or Bergman or also the Diamond area, they need to be taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this point. So let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at the rotation real fast here. Oh, wow. Wow. You guys are seeing the same thing I'm seeing?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, that's going to do it. And the problem is with this one, let's see if I can get the cities down here. The problem is with this one in particular is the fact that it is rain wrapped. There's a lot of heavy rainfall with this, guys. So the community of Alpena, you've got about 3 minutes. You've got about 3 minutes. You need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this point here. So that's a very, very broad area of rotation. We're going to zoom this down to the street level view. That's Highway 62 up here. I hate 62. 62 is just, it is an absolute nightmare. It's curvy. You got a lot of trees. You're not going to see this coming. At all. You are absolutely not going to see this coming in this area. So the community of the Alpena area, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. Folks that are coming into the comments asking about the all clear, I don't feel comfortable right now. Dustin or Rich, are y'all comfortable with putting any kind of...
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, because they're still, even if you look down in Louisiana, still got a tornado warning coming out of Louisiana, so I still wouldn't feel comfortable with that.
Yeah. So right now we're not feeling comfortable putting any kind of all clear maps or anything like that out. Once we get past this tornado warning and stuff like that, and things start to calm down, then we'll start talking about timing. We'll start talking about everything.
Hey, Cameron. Hey,
what's up?
If you look at Tulsa radar, MBOT just said observed tornado threat for Carroll County.
I see it. Tornado damage considerable. Okay. All right. Yeah. So just like earlier, let's do this, Arkansas. Let's share this live stream. Let's get this information out as quickly as possible. So tornado warning remains in effect for Central Carroll County. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Carlton, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Damaging tornado. Broadcast media confirmed tornado now. This is a life-threatening situation. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible now. So this is going to go for the areas of Coyne, Connor, and the Carlton area. Take your tornado precautions immediately. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado moving into the community of the Alpena area, moving over Highway 62, and it's going to continue to move off towards northeast here along Highway 65 and 412. To repeat, take your tornado precautions immediately. This is a tornado on the ground. Tornado damage threat is now considerable with this storm here. So to repeat, a tornado warning remains in effect. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. Take your tornado precautions now. This is on the ground. This is moving, unfortunately, into the community of the Alpena area, and interest along Highway 62, interest along Highway 412, and interest along Highway 65 at this current time. So take your tornado precautions now. Share this live stream. I'm fairly certain there's no one up here that's getting coverage from the sources or anything like that. This is time now to take your tornado precautions and share this live stream. That way they have the information. But to repeat, this is a large, extremely dangerous tornado moving into the community of the Alpena area along Highway 62 and 412. Take your tornado precautions now. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, Take cover now. Move into a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are in outdoors, in a mobile home, or you're in a vehicle, it is time now to get to a closer substantial shelter. If at all possible, get to a storm shelter. Get into the lowest part. If you are listening to this, and if you're home alone, you don't know what to do, you got to get away from the windows. You got to get away from those exterior walls. You got to put a barrier between yourself and this large tornado as physically as possible. Grab some pillows, some blankets. Make sure that you're ready, because when this comes through, like I said before, it's going to hit. It's going to hit the town of the community of the Alpena area just dead on. So take your tornado precautions now if you are in this area here. This is a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado on the ground at this current time. This is going to stay at this point. Let's zoom this out. Our folks in Mount Home, this is going to stay to your west. For our folks in downtown Harrison, this is going to be to the to the west and northwest of the Alpena area, not Alpena area, west and northwest of the Harrison area at this point. Take your tornado precautions now, guys. This is an extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado on the ground. Rich, Dustin, if y'all have anything, let me know as soon as possible.
Yeah, I got my eyes peeled.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. They got 1.5 inch diameter hail with it, so too, watch out for just a tornado as well. But that is a large diameter hail that's coming with that.
Wow. Yeah. So, like I said before, this is what we have at this current time. I'm Chief Forecaster Cameron. That is Forecaster Dustin. That is Executive Director Rich. Our entire team is here. We're going to give you guys severe weather team coverage on what's going on right now here. If you know anyone, I mean anyone, and this is very, very urgent, anyone in the community of the Alpena area or any interest between Green Forest and Harrison that is traveling along Highway 62 and 412, I need them to stop what they're doing right now. I'm pretty certain that I'm not sure there's any gas stations or anything nearby. This is kind of rural area up here. If you can, I need you to stop what you're doing. I need you to find a ditch, and I need you to cover your head. Because of the fact that you're not going to be safe in a vehicle, you need to stop where you are, find a ditch, take cover immediately. If you're in the community of the Alpena area, you need to find your shelter immediately. You need to get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and this potentially deadly tornado as physically as possible here. And I mean, unfortunately, look at there. Look at there right now. That is just south of 62. You see that green right here, right there on County Road 962. That's it. It's on the ground. It is on the ground, and it is doing destruction right now. That is going to be just to the south and west of the Alpena area right now. Looks like it just crossed over with the newest scan. It just unfortunately crossed over the community of the Alpena area. This is up here in northern Arkansas along Highway 62. I'm hoping and praying that neither of you guys tell me that there's damage or injuries or anything like that. But please let me know if y'all hear that immediately here. But prayers are going up for our folks that living in the community of the Alpena area. It just crossed over it at this point here. So there's a weather bug cam. You can see the Alpena tornado. I'll try to get that up for you guys. But right now we're just going to use radar at this point. But this is what we've got, guys. This is something that we're going to have to monitor very, very, very closely at this point here. So
definitely keep a very close eye, because that is a very populated road that are out there, 62 and 412.
Okay. Yeah. So give me just 1 second here. I'm going to do some. This is going to be kind of on demand here. I'm going to see, because I know we don't have. I know Derek, he backed out for safety reasons. I'm going to see. I don't know if there's any traffic. There's not any traffic cams up here, is there? I don't think so at all. No, there's not. So it's going to be. Hang on. Let me see something real quickly here. Okay. Let me see. Hopefully we can try to get something going right now here. So give me just 1 second, guys. And let me make sure that you guys are able to see this and get the radar going. Rich or Dustin, one of y'all can take over for just a second.
I just wanted to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that the severe thunderstorm warning in southeastern Arkansas has dropped, and they issued a bunch of special weather statements. And so that means the winds have significantly decreased below severe limits. The only severe thunderstorm warnings we have in play are the tornado possible ones that came out of that original tornado that we had in western Arkansas, and that's going towards Clarksville.
Okay.
tornado possible.
Yeah, I see it. So I'm gonna see if I can attempt to get a camera.
Hey, Cameron.
Yeah, go ahead. What you got?
No, there's a comment in there. I'm just checking because I was talking about comments over here. There's one saying that there is a lot of damages and houses damage to houses in Alpena area. So
Wow.
we got some people who could. I'm not saying it's verified. I'm just going off of what the comments say. So we get someone who could we can verify that in some kind of way.
That is so unfortunate. Oh, that is so unfortunate. I did not want to hear that. Oh man. I see. Someone said that they see it via the weather bug camera. I've got the website up. If y'all can kind of like direct me to that, because I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I've never used a weather bug cam before. There's a lot of people that are traveling right now, folks. If you're traveling, you need to find a ditch. You need to find a substantial shelter. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that has done damage. We're getting the information in right now. iDrive doesn't have any cameras up here, which I understand. It's up here in northwestern Arkansas. So I'm gonna try and work on getting that information up here, guys. But the biggest deal is make sure you're taking your tornado precautions out. This is on the ground. This is a extremely dangerous and confirmed damage that we're getting out right now. That is going to be moving towards Highway 65. You know anyone on 65? They need to you need to take your tornado precautions now. Take your tornado precautions down. Get to the lowest low of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately. Let me make this clear. If you are in Harrison right now, no, this is not going to impact downtown Harrison. But if you are traveling away from the Harrison area, if you are traveling along 412 or unfortunately on Highway 65, you need to take your tornado precautions now. This is a confirmed, large, and extremely dangerous tornado, potentially deadly tornado coming into this area. Take your tornado precautions immediately at this point. The nearest one is going to be the nearest one is going to be in Omaha, and I'm going to see if y'all can take over for just a second. I'm going to see if I can get this on air at this point. Give me just 1 second, guys. All right, Dustin or Rich, if y'all can take over for just a second.
All right. No, I'm just looking and going over. They got a news. Let's see, up there just in Missouri. As I was looking at, they had some tornado possible severe thunderstorm warnings as we're going over and looking. I was trying to see if any of those were actually in Arkansas, but those are all just to the north of us. Rich, are you seeing anything with those?
No, I'm not seeing a whole lot. I've been just actively kind of looking around for people, any type of pictures or damage reports or anything right now. I'm not seeing a whole lot right now.
I'll say this, Rich, if you could do me a favor, if you do get that in, you let me know as soon as possible, and I can probably get that up on air.
Yeah,
matter of fact, I can't get that on air.
Hey, they continue that tornado warning still shows observed in Carroll County at 11 o'clock. It shows.
Yeah, it's on the ground, man. That is 60-mile-per-hour winds inbound. And you've got
5 miles northeast of Carrollton, maybe northeast of 25.
Definitely.
It's still observed, so.
Definitely. So that's something that we're going to have to watch. Folks, y'all are going to have to understand this is a situation that is, it just went over the community of the Alpena area, and it's going over Highway 65. This is between Omaha and the Harrison area. I'm going to tell you, like I told you guys earlier, if you don't have patience, this is the time right now to learn and use patience. This is what we're going to have to monitor. This is something that we are not going to prioritize anywhere else right now over this. This is an extremely dangerous and potentially life-threatening / life-changing weather event going on up here right now in far northern Arkansas. This is in Harrison, just to the northwest of Harrison, along 65 at this point. It just crossed over the community of the Alpena area. If y'all are needing an update, you're just going to have to learn to be patient and wait for just a little bit, because this is a situation that can change someone else's life. This is a situation that's coming into Boone County right now. This is something that we are going to prioritize, and we're going to warn as many people as possible right now. If you are traveling between Omaha, Arkansas, and Harrison along 65, take your tornado precautions now. If you know anyone that lives along that highway, they need to be in shelter immediately. I know it's 10 o'clock at night. Take your tornado precautions now, guys. It is life or death at this point. This is an observed damaging tornado. We're waiting to see if we're going to see any reports coming out. There's been multiple reports of damage out of the the community of the Alpena area. Make sure that you take your tornado precautions now. I want to make that perfectly clear, guys. Take your tornado precautions now at this point. So there's a gas station. Ruth, thank you so much for this. There is a gas station on the intersection of 62 and 65. Is it open? I don't know if it's open at 10:30 at night, but if it is open, I would highly recommend if anyone that worries that is in that gas station, they're open. There's people that are going to be trying to seek shelter. Bring them in. Get to the back, get away from the windows, and cover your head. That's going to be the number one thing at this point. Thank you, Ruth, so much for that crucial information. But right now, if you know anyone that is on Highway 65 right now that is traveling between the Alpena area, Omaha, or into the Harrison area, take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately here. Okay, this is not going to affect anywhere in Little Rock or Hot Springs or Searcy. It's not going to affect anybody in Central Arkansas. This is for our folks in Northern Arkansas at this current time. Highway 65, potentially deadly tornado on the ground here. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Dustin and Rich, if y'all have any reports or anything like that, let me know as soon as possible.
I'm just looking at Twitter and trying to see if I can find any damage reports of what I'm looking at.
Okay. Let me see here. I'm gonna look at here, and I don't like using this. This is in the worst possible area because Springfield's radar is right here. And Rich, I got a quick question for you.
Yeah.
Which radar is gonna be my best friend right now?
For this one?
For this one.
This one's gonna definitely be your Springfield one.
Springfield. Oh man, I was hoping you would tell me Little Rock, because right now it's just I see it. I think I see it. Let me go back over to the storm relative velocity real quickly here. There's the area of rotation. Wow. I mean, that is as clear as day, guys. That's right there along Highway 65. Let's get our rotation tool up and running at this point. So this is gonna be right here, guys. That's where the area of rotation is going to be. It is going to be just to the west of Highway 65 right now. So, folks, if in this area, you need to take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. And I hate that it's going between the radar zones right now. But this is unfortunate. You guys need a radar bad up here in Northern Arkansas. If anybody has like a petition or something for a radar to be built, I would be the first one to put my name on that list, and this page would be the first ones to put their names on that list here. We need a radar bad up here in Northern Arkansas. But right now, like I mentioned before, this is what we've got. Highway 65 between Harrison and the Omaha area. Also, downstream, Highway 14 between Omaha and the Diamond City area. If that highway strikes a chord, you know someone that lives on that highway, it's the time right now to get them to shelter. You have that time right now to get them going at this point. So if you know anyone in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Yep. Put as many walls from uni outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Rich, what you got for me, bud?
Yeah. I found on Twitter there are several pictures of this tornado. It's actually clear as day, which I'm surprised it's not rain wrapped. It is definitely on the ground, and they're able to definitely see that still.
Wow.
This was 3 minutes ago.
If I'm gonna see if I can get it on. Do we have any on Facebook that people have sent in? I'm gonna double check and make sure.
Wow.
Yeah, this is just on Twitter.
Okay. Let me. I'm gonna check into it coming up here in just a second.
Yeah, that's a very clear picture of it right there, and that is not too far away from it either.
Okay.
We do have somebody who sent it in through Messenger.
Dan Scoff's over it. Dan Scoff has it. I see the tornado.
Yeah.
I see it. Wow. Wow. That is insane. All right, let me double check this real quickly here. Thank you, Richie Foss, for sending this in the inbox here. Let me see if I can get this up. I'm gonna check our Twitter real quickly here. Wow, that's nuts, guys. That is absolutely insane. If you know anyone in these areas that need to be taking their tornado precautions now, get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and as physically possible here. So let me do some research real quickly here. It's gonna be the Alpena area. Let me see. That's gonna be not Rich. Dustin, can you do me a big favor? Where are you seeing that on Twitter right now? So I can get a link so I can post it.
Dan Scoff.
Dan Scoff. Awesome.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, you got it. That's
oh,
right.
He's a lifesaver up here in northwestern Arkansas. That dude's awesome. He has great coverage. Let me see here. Let me go over to Let me see here. I'm gonna go over to Give me just 1 second, guys. I'm having to get this up real quickly here. So that's not gonna be it. I'll get it up here in just a second here. So take a tornado precautions immediately. Let me see here. There's Dan Scoff. I got him. And this is going to be it. There's going to be there it is right there. This is via WeatherBug. Let me see if I can get a better visual on this. If you guys give me just 1 second, I'm going to get this over to our software. And I'm going to see what this is going to pull up. So this is the footage that we've gotten from this tornado. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to see if I can get this going on our deal. So I have to move it over to our show. But that's going to be it. Should be coming up here just a second here. We're going to take a look at the tornado here. This is probably the early stages of when it was occurring. It's a monster. I mean, it's an absolute monster from when it was crossing over here. So give me 1 second here. Let me switch this off. And let me double check and see when we can get this up. So give me just 1 second, guys. We're going to get this information up at this point. Let me see here. That's going to be it. And I gotta put it in studio mode to make sure. And I'm gonna hit this. That's what I thought. And that's gonna be it. Got it. Okay. So this is gonna be it, guys. That's gonna be it. Okay. So this is looking at the WeatherBug cam up here. Like I said, special shout out to Dan Scoff. Thank you so much for getting this and the WeatherBug. This is the tornado scene on the Gather Mountain camera up there. The Harrison Gather Mountain. This is the tornado earlier on. As you can see, it's right in here. Let me get a visual real quickly here. This is what it looked like. There it is, guys. That was it. And it is a monster. It is a monster tornado that just crossed over up there. This is the only photo that we've gotten so far, Dustin. Is that the only one that we've seen?
That's
so
all
far?
I found.
That's all you've seen?
Rich has found anything else.
Yeah, that's it,
that
guys.
Right there.
Yeah, this is it. That was it right there. Wow.
Yeah, I don't have anything else. That's
wow.
That's
Oh man. I'm hoping there was no any injuries or any potential fatalities or anything in the community, the Alpena area. That's just man. That is just catastrophic right there, going over the mountain. So that's what we looked at earlier on, guys. That's that tornado. Like I said, special shout out to Dan Scoff, his WeatherBug camera up there. Thank you so much for getting that. We really appreciate it. But yeah, that's insane. That was absolutely insane on what we're looking at here, guys. So we're going to go back over to our radar. Give me just 1 second. At this point, there's the current radar. There's the area of rotation. South lead hill. Let me see, make sure I've got this correct.
They've actually canceled that tornado.
They've canceled it? They've canceled it.
As a
No,
canceled tornado.
Well, yeah, the one dropped behind it, and then there was just radar indicated right now.
Okay.
That tornado.
Okay, so it's no longer confirmed. It's just dropped to. Okay.
Yeah.
As I was about to say, I was like that. Yeah. That does not need to be dropped right now. It still has a good amount of low-level rotation on it here. So, was that 2 tornadoes or 1? Because I know there was definitely one going over the mountain.
I looked at the front of that.
The front of it, yeah.
Yeah. I can't tell if that was a little bit of scud that was coming down or if that was an actual.
That was
I wasn't going to
insane.
say anything till later.
Yeah.
Well, so what they did was they issued one tornado warning, and then they quickly issued another one.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if back then, if you went back frames, you would see that there actually was a little bit of a disturbance ahead of it.
I see it. So when it was coming in, so this is just looking at when it was coming to the Alpena area. There it is. There's the main one. But was there a separate one? Because if you look at the map, you look at that photo that we had, you obviously see the monster tornado, the massive one, and then there was one on the right side. So it would be right in here if there were a brief one.
It kind of handed off.
It handed off, yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Wow. That is nuts, guys. That is absolutely insane because you can see it right here when it was coming in. There's that one side of it, and then there's another. So you mean to tell me there was a potential that we could have had twin tornadoes out of this?
Yeah.
That's insane. That is absolutely insane here. So just kind of looking at what we were looking at earlier here, guys. Like I said before, unfortunately, it's went over the community of the Alpena area. Right now, just looking at it, at this point, let me go back over to our current map. And this is what we're looking at right now. This is the current visual. Still taking tornado precautions. It's crossing right over Highway 65 right now here. So I'm hoping I'm hoping and praying that there's no there's going to be damage regardless in the
Let's see,
Alpena area.
Tornado report
yeah.
received by broadcast. Let's see, approximately by radar. Let's see. I'm pulling that up now. There was. Let's see what they say from it. Tornado report received. It just says right now received by camera. It said time and location approximate. It doesn't have any details on it right now. I'm working to pull that up. Right
they're
now,
talking about the same. They're talking about the same picture we saw.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We've got a concern here. Looks like there's another area trying to get going here. I know they put a severe thunderstorm warning area, but looks like they're trying to hand off. There's like 2 areas of rotation right here. Once again. So we'll have to watch that very closely. It's going to be right in here. Let me put my...
There's a mesoscale discussion as well about this area.
Yeah.
It said the threat continues for this area going up to Diamond City.
So we'll have to watch that very, very closely, guys. That's nuts. I mean, that is absolutely insane here. So this is what we've got at this point. Something that we're going to have to continue to monitor, guys. I mean, man, I'm hoping there was no injuries or
thunderstorm warning right there with that.
I'm really, really hoping that we don't have any loss of life or any injuries, because you have damage. Damage is just for the town, for the community of Alpena. You're going to get damaged with something that major. But you can replace a house, you can replace a car, you can replace the material things. You can't replace human life. So hopefully we didn't get any.
They just dropped the tornado warning.
Hopefully we didn't get any injuries or any fatalities out of that. Honestly, I know they dropped the tornado warning. I'm staying on it. I'm gonna stay on it.
Yeah.
You still have rotation on it. It is just to the west of Highway 65. This is a very dangerous supercell that has reports of damage and a tornado that went through the community, the Alpena area. We're gonna continue to monitor it very closely here. So I'm gonna zoom out.
Still got that.
Go ahead. What you got for me? What'd you say, Dustin?
No, it just looks like it's still trying to get that hook echo going there, just to the southwest of Highway 65 and 62 there.
Yeah. So that's gonna be right in here. So what we're gonna do? The tornado warning has been dropped, but we're gonna treat this. I'm gonna be honest with you. We're gonna treat this as if still it was a tornado warning here. I know it's a basic severe thunderstorm warning, but I mean no. The rotation's still there. We're not gonna let our guard down with this one, Arkansas. So we're gonna put a track over here. Right now, it's just gonna go over the community of Omaha. So if you know anyone in Omaha, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions. Make sure they're there. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this point here, man. That is to say, we're gonna look at that photo coming back up here in just a second. But that was crazy. That was absolutely crazy, man. I'm thinking that was twin tornadoes. I think it was 2, because if you go back in the scan, you can actually see it when it was coming over the Alpena area here. So let's zoom down for just a little bit, and let me see here. Let me go back over to the rotation real fast, and what I'm going to do is hopefully it didn't just cancel out on me. Hopefully it just didn't. Okay, hang on. Let me go back. Go back. There we go. All right. So what I'm gonna do real quickly here is we're gonna do a side by side real fast here, so I can get up on my screen. I'm gonna put this over here, and we're gonna do a side by side real quick and kind of see what we were looking at, and then I promise you guys we're gonna get back to the coverage. So just doing a quick side by side real fast, and I know it's gonna block that thing down there, but it is what it is. Let's see. Let's go back over here real quickly here. So this is where it was before, so you can see it. Let's draw this out real fast. Right here, there's your monster tornado right here, and that's going to be associated with the area of rotation that went over the Alpena area. But then this one right here, that right there would be associated with this area of rotation on its southern end. So if that actually touched down, you may have had two tornadoes out of this one supercell that went through here, guys. That's nuts. That is absolutely insane. At the bare minimum, that is a funnel cloud, because there's your wall cloud right in here. Obviously, there's your main tornado, and then you had a little one right in here. That is nuts, guys. That is absolutely insane here. So we'll have to see what ends up coming out of that. Like I said, hopefully there's no injuries, any fatalities, or anything like that coming out of the community of the Alpena area. But it looks like, just putting it side by side like that, that there may have been 2 tornadoes with this as it pushed off to the north and east here. So hopefully, like I said, with 40 Alpena area, we don't have any injuries or anything. Y'all let me know as y'all get more information at this time here. Go ahead.
I have
what you
information.
got? What you got?
Yeah. So the picture where it came from.
Yeah.
Apparently they're in the video. It's a video that this picture came from.
Yeah.
And you could see that it was actually a twin tornado.
Wow.
That was moving. Yeah. It wasn't a scud.
That is crazy. That is absolutely nuts, man. I mean, you can see it as clear as day just looking at this. I didn't want to say anything because I was wondering about this side over here, but that's nuts. It
was tiny.
Absolutely insane.
Very tiny,
Okay.
but it was. I mean, you could see it clear as day.
Yeah.
You've got 2 forms of rotation, and where that camera came from, that captured exactly. Captured the bigger one behind it, and then it captured the smaller one right in front of it.
Where's the video? Is it on Twitter?
So let's see here. This would have been posted by Joshua Weisel.
Okay.
Let me pull this up here.
Okay. As soon as you get that, let me know. Not taking anything away from the storm up here while we're getting that information. What I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom that down to Central Arkansas because things have just gotten loud. I can hear it. Let me take a look at something real quick. And like I said, shout out to Dan Scoff. He did an amazing job with this. I mean, it was absolutely insane. That is nuts. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy, guys. Let me see here. I'm getting the newest scan up. We're going back over to the one in Central Arkansas. I want to kind of show you guys what's going on. So, not taking anything away from Central Arkansas, Eastern Arkansas. A lot of storms moving through. Things are going to get loud here. Gusty winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour, and the potential of some hail. I can hear some hail outside of our weather center at this time. Also, keep an eye on the
video.
storm. You posted a video? Okay.
Look on our active chat and look at the. There's 2 different versions: a link to Twitter and a raw video.
Okay. I hope Dan Scott doesn't mind me sharing his video on our live stream, but I will get it up for you guys. Give me just 1 second.
Yeah.
Like I said, shout out to him. They do an amazing job up there at KNWA. Yeah. So let me see here. Let me get this up.
You got a good lightning strike that illuminates it up if you can get a screenshot of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and see if I can get it up. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can get it up on our deal here. So it's gonna be just a second before I can, because I know it's gonna take time for it to come on to the screen. So I don't want to take anything away.